So it is not after the election that I said anything about Labour Party. A victim cannot be blaming other victim. So let's get that right. Second, it is not from me that you will say that I said nothing is wrong with the election. You can read the tweet again if you have enough time. I never said nothing is wrong with the election. Everything is wrong with the election. The only thing I said was this. I looked at myself as somebody who was running for president. And there was a possibility that I could have become president. There's a possibility that any other person who ran for president could have been president. It could have been Peter Obi declared, it could have been me declared, it could have been Atiku declared. So I asked myself, what will I do in this situation where they were in INEC, a neo-Orubebeism was developing, where it wasn't a case of everybody sitting down, waiting for them to do the report, no, or the result, no. It was that there was a crisis on the floor. My agent was getting in touch with me that they wanted to scatter the place. Whereas on the outside, people like President Obasanjo and co. were writing letters and reading speeches that the whole thing should be suspended. I was 21 years old when June 12 was annulled. I missed a year of school fighting for it. So I said to myself, I have signed a peace accord. None of this trouble they're making on the floor is going to change the result. You can always go to court to challenge it. So I issued the first statement saying, we all signed a peace accord. And we were instructed clearly, the peace accord. The chairman of my party said he wasn't going to sign a peace accord. That the peace accord was a sham. He didn't sign. You can go and check. And he said, I shouldn't bother myself. I said, no, I will go and sign it. So having signed the peace accord, I have a duty to keep to it. And what we are told is that we should not disrupt the process. We should let it finish. Anybody who has a dispute can go to court. That's that. That's what I did. Now, I wasn't going to, I don't mind political crisis. Political crisis can be solved by the court and can be solved by politicians. However, a constitutional crisis is going to end the democracy that we are trying to build. So I see myself as a person who genuinely ran for office of president, and every statement and behavior of mine must be presidential, even if I didn't win the election. That is my duty. And I've saved the day as far as I'm concerned. Now, anybody who wants to go and challenge the election can go and challenge the election. Everything is wrong with the election, and I've been saying it from time. It is not only
Hello. Welcome to a special edition of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Today we have a special guest, the presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party, the SDP, Prince Adebayo. He's joining us today to tell us what happened during this election and his reaction immediately after the election. Let's welcome to the show again our friend. He's now our friend. He's been here more than 3 times. Prince Adebayo. Hello, Prince. Okay, let's see. All right, welcome to the show, Prince.
Thank you very much.
It's nice to have you. Congrats on the election. Your party performance. How do you see that?
I thought you were congratulating me for still being alive.
No. For going
I think we should start from that.
Going through the process and coming out alive, you know, and coming out alive. So let's start with your experience. How was the experience for you?
Well, the experience, the main reason why I went there, I did not achieve it. I should have been in the defense house now, kind of making arrangements to retire the enemies of Nigeria. But I'm here now having to explain my explanation after the election. But what I have learned from it is that our destiny is actually in our hands. And we are good at toying with it. And certain habits that we apply in our day-to-day living Those are the things that are superior to our constitution. And that whatever we write in the book, when it's time to bring them out of the book and put them on the ground, our character, our habits, our culture will always predominate. So when I was in law school, in jurisprudence, there used to be this discussion about something called ground norm. Ground norm is the most important fountain of law in the society. And we used to say, well, what is the ground norm? I think the ground norm of Nigerian jurisprudence is the behavior and culture of the people. And if you write anything in the book and you pass it into law and the president signs it, it is still subject to the prevailing culture of the people. So I've learned that, and that is to fix governance, you need to fix politics. But to fix politics, you need to fix the value of the people and the culture. So those are the areas that I think what I've learned now. But any other thing, around 2021, you will have noticed me talking about electoral act. You need to change the electoral act. You need to change this, change that. But on October 1, 2021, in Abuja, I made a speech where all of us gathered together. Patu Tomi, Atari Jaga, every other person. And I said that we are overemphasizing electronic voting. That INEC is the most fraudulent organization in Nigeria. Jega was not happy. And I said, if you put electronic voting in the bill, what happens if someone switches off the server? As if I was auditioning to becoming a prophet. So when you put all of this together, my experience is that we have a long way to go in our readiness to play by the book. However, we have made some improvement in the sense that those who are election riggers, troublemakers, and funders of electoral status quo, they are no longer ready to work together anymore. They are now breaking up and forming their own enterprises in the political parties. So you're not going to have a monolithic political party like PDP was, that only just a bystander. And all the election riggers will be in that one party. Since Obasanjo tore his card, the two cards, each piece of that card has become a political party. And now they will still be rigging elections, but they're not going to be doing so as one enterprise. So maybe the next phase will be where they don't rig at all. And you have Rudolph Okonkwo running, and Chidi Onuma running, and I'm running as their deputy. And we just want to rig, I don't want to rig. And if a woman is looking for a rapper, she has to go back home and get a rapper from where she left it. And you're not going to give Maggie to anyone, and things like that. So there are a lot of things we can discuss along the line, but my own reading of it. What I also found newly is that everybody wants to recruit you to join their narrative. And if you don't, and many in the media have been recruited for that. So the media, many elements of the media are no longer playing the role of just informing the public. They're playing the role of messaging for a specific agenda. And they will give you audience based on if they can extract from you a narrative that supports what their sponsors ask them to go and project. And if you talk too much truth, they will not be calling you, you will not be left for Dr. Amechi to call you through the internet.
All right, let's get to. There are so many things. Some of them very serious, some of them not. But let's start with you won 2 senatorial zones. I mean, your party won 2 Senate seats. What else did you win during the last election?
We won the House of Assembly. I mean, National Assembly. We won the 2 houses. We won 2 senatorial. We are expecting a 3rd one. They have not approved to give to us, but we won that one. But the powers that be there try to make trouble with us in Taraba.
What about House of Rep?
We won 5 out of the 6 in Nasarawa, and we won in a few other places we were still fighting. They're hard to get.
Your home state, you didn't win anything, no?
I don't have a home state. I'm not a typical politician. I don't have a home state.
But you voted somewhere. You didn't vote in Abuja, did you?
Yeah, I voted where I registered, but I don't do home state politics.
Okay.
Yes, I'm not the home state politics kind of person.
Okay.
It's ideology. The ideology has no address.
Okay.
Anywhere it's bought, I go there.
Now, I saw your interview with Rise TV. It was I don't know what happened there. Why was it that way?
One, I think that maybe some of the anchors didn't sleep well the night before. Which happens to people sometimes. I also think that maybe some of them, 1 or 2 of them may be interested in the outcome of what I say, beyond just informing the public. So it's like when you go to the Catholic Church, they will be unhappy with you if you cannot even recite Hail Mary. They expect every Catholic to be able to do that. And if Muslim ask you to recite the Shahada, and you don't know how to say it, they're not just their response will not be neutral. You'll be like, what? So when you go to a place where they expect you to talk in a particular way, and you just want to tell them the basic truth, their recovery rate is not as fast as yours. So if you ask me any question as Rudolph Okonkwo, any answer I give to you, you are sanguine about it. But those who have been sent to go obtain a particular statement, they get easily agitated when they spend a lot of time and they're not getting the answer they want. So you see that.
All right.
So it's like a prosecutor looking for a confessional statement who is trying to bamboozle you. So he doesn't have any evidence, but he's trying to get you to obtain from you anything he can hang on to. But you are just saying the basic truth, and the such prosecutors will withdraw the case eventually because they are stuck.
So in that interview, you said that all the political parties, not all, I mean, you said the major ones, APC, PDP, and Labour, that they rigged the election. They participated in cheating. Is that correct?
I made a mistake there because it's good to admit a mistake. That my statement was a mistake because I forgot to add NMPP.
Okay, so they all participated in rigging one form or the other, and also you said that that you were campaigning on issues while the nation was not there. That next time you have to convince people that issues should be the basis of the election. Did I get it right?
Yes, because you are trying to talk about issues that are common problems. So when you're trying to talk about issues that are our common problems, but the electorate has been primed to exploit our differences. And their mind is on how to capitalize on these differences to attain power. So that was somebody who say, Emilokon, it is my turn. It's our turn. He say they have taken their own. Let us take our own. And people who are told that it's their turn, they buy into it. And there's another group who says, not their turn, it is my turn. To be careful and to be candid, Emilokon is what APC ran on. Emilokon is what Labour ran on. Emilokon is what PDP ran on. Because those who started pushing Peter Obi started with, it's the turn of the East. They've not been in power before. And the churches were saying it's the turn of the Christian because Muslims just finished. And Atiku is saying the turn, the North, if you calculate, the South has done 14 years. The North, if you listen to Professor Angu Abdullahi and other people who were leaning in that direction. So Emilokon is the whole thing. It's just that only one of them was fluent in Yoruba. So the others could not say Emilokon, but they said it in different proses and poems.
So were you surprised? Did you not know this before going into the race? That's the politics of Nigeria.
I knew it, but I came to change it. I thought that emphasizing how we are commonly poor across ethnic lines, how we are commonly poor along religious line, across religious line, how we are suffering insecurity all along. I thought that with that, people would drop this Emilokon, the sort of the East, Christian Muslim, they will drop it. And say, listen, we're just woken up now. It's like a husband and wife fighting each other as to who should hold the C of O or certificate of occupancy of the building, the family building. And they are fighting over it. And one of their children says, the house is on fire, the house is on fire. You would think that they will stop fighting over the paper and go and put out the fire. That was what I was hoping for. But they wouldn't care. Let them just fight first. Even if the house is burned down, at least when it's time to sell the land, the paper will be in my hand. So I think that they already over-invested in this notion and going around interrogating this issue in all the manifestations and telling people that pipe down. It's difficult, but I like difficult things. And you will see me again coming back to raise this issue, and I will do it all the time until people listen. And if I talk about it, they don't listen, I'll write it in my will for the next person to continue after me. But Nigerians must listen that you can only organize politics by what we have in common rather than what divides us. Mm. And poverty and insecurity will wear the garment in equal size.
So will it be right to say that you went into an examination, let's say WAEC, you studied something else, and you got in the questions were different from what you prepared for?
I follow the curriculum. It's like somebody who's doing quantum physics, and you read for quantum physics. So you are expecting them to ask you to calculate the quadrants of the center of the sun. And you get there, they ask you to name 20 people who you know from your town who can occupy the examination board. And the other person to name 5 people who can enter the examination board. But you who study physics, you know that this sentimental thing about who's going to enter the board is not relevant to physics. Physics doesn't care where you come from. if we want to do anything in the center of the sun, we should have sufficient knowledge of physics and mathematics to calculate the equations that will take us there. So right now, there are people in Nigeria who would rather be poor and thoroughly kidnapped if their town man is president. They don't mind.
So whose fault is it?
Hello?
Whose fault is it? Is it the fault of the teacher?
It is my fault because I didn't first understand the depth of the misunderstanding. People were nodding when I talk, and were applauding, but they are set in their ways. So it's like going to an Ondo man and give him lectures on dietary benefits and tell him that you need to have salad and olive oil, cucumber, and everything, and you describe. He will say, yeah, that's very good. You say it's the best. So it helps. He will thank you and say, very good speech. You show him all the table and balanced diet and everything. Immediately you finish, you ask the wife, bring the yam there, please. You know, intellectually, he's attracted to your analysis of diet. But culturally, he cannot leave his pounded yam. So he doesn't, if you give an exam to him to write on balanced diet, he will list it for you clearly and pass the exam. But he will still go back and eat pounded yam in the morning and the night. So culture is more important than precepts. So now I've understood that, and instead of waiting a year to the election and talking, I'll be talking ahead and talking to more people. That's at that level. Then I also understood that whether you bribe or you don't bribe, money is important in politics. Because I assume that if someone was kidnapped and they were kept with the kidnapper for 4 years, that if you come to try to rescue them, they are not going to say, Nyemego, Banekudi, or Fumilowo. They will quickly thank you and get out. But just like the children of Israel, they didn't mind following Moses, but they were asking, I hope you have food to feed us on the way. So that's why God had to send manna from heaven. Otherwise, if the manners were not regular, they would turn back to Pharaoh and say, forget Moses, the guy is broke. He wants to kill us with hunger in the wilderness. So I realize now that all of us who have some means need to come together. We're not going to spend money unethically, but we need to assist our people to get the messaging out. And if you have like whatever amount of money you have, you must be willing to devote half of it to this cause. Because it is difficult to do politics without money. Because even honest people who want to work for you, I don't have the means to work. Even just print posters, even if you give them posters to buy gum, to go around, the politics is totally in abjectness. So those who have unethical money have a field day. So, and those who have ethics think that they can do without money completely. But it doesn't work that way. There are genuine people who retire from 35 years of government service, who are pensioners, whom I thought if I talk to them, they will be able to organize meetings and this their community. They will tell you, if I collect my pension, I just buy diesel to sleep at night and buy some food and pay for my medicine. I don't have extra 100,000 naira to travel from British school. to other parts of Yobe. So you will see that this is a retired permanent secretary, this is a retired army officer, this is a well-rounded, graduate of many institutions, but it cannot spare any amount for politics. He has to be somehow sponsored by somebody. And those people tend to fall into the hand of those who might not play clean politics. And those who play clean politics would rather let you do work for them for free, but not everybody has the means. So I learned that as well, that a bit of, but you want to make sure that you don't spend money on bribery, on making gifts, but you need to assist the facilitation of movement, logistics, and all of that. I underestimated that one. That would be second error.
Who do you think your campaign appealed to mostly? What group of the population?
Every Nigerian. It appeals across Nigeria, except that the issues are not number one for them. So people, if the streets are dirty, and you say to people, the streets are dirty, and vectors and vermins will come to the street. So we need to keep our cities clean. Every person will agree with you. And they are going to applaud you and call you and send text messages and say, you are the one who has explained the reason why we have diseases in our community. So you understand our public health situation. Therefore, you are a good leader, and you are the leader we need. But if the cleaning day conflict with the day they go to the mosque, they will go to the mosque because the mosque is more important. If it conflicts when they go to house fellowship, even though they agree with you, they will say, let me go to house fellowship. If they have a wedding in Ibadan and they are bought Ashobi, they will say, I'll have to go to Ibadan. But they still agree with you in principle that having a clean city is the best. So conceptually, they agree with you, but in practice, they will not show up. Because if you do on Friday, I will say, I'm going to Jumat. If you do on Sunday, Wednesday, Tuesday, they will say, I'm going to house fellowship, I'm going to church. If you do on Saturday, I have to go for Owambe. If you do it in the evening, Arsenal is playing. How can I miss the match? So there's one reason or the other, that even though they are intellectually persuaded, but the step will not be taken. And that is the analogy with respect to Nigeria. They can tell you, oh, this is the best, but it is the turn of Christians now. So let us all gather our vote together and vote for one Christian, so that we don't divide the Christian vote. Or they will say, oh, it's the other person from my ethnic group. It's his turn now. So people in my community are telling me, if we vote for you now, but we want, it's Yoruba's turn, and we divide our vote. So let's vote for. So all sorts of things. So they go around. So people have. So you have to. And it's anybody who is seeking office has to know that it is the autonomous right of the voter. The voter himself agreeing to join the republic. It's voluntary. It's a republic. So everybody is free. Everybody is autonomous. Everyone is a sovereign on election day. And so it's a persuasion. So that's why I said the body is on me to take all these anthropological and sociological factors into play and deepen the messaging and get it more and get it deeper to the people. And when all emotions have died down, it will be clear to people that what we are saying, that we have a constitution, the same office, the same constitution that created the republic, the same constitution that created the office of president I'm contesting for. That same constitution created what the president should do and created the value of the country in chapter 2 of the constitution. And that we must start to understand that. So now I will do leaflets in different languages and make sure that every Nigerian understands that chapter 2. I'll do that between now and next election. To see that at least people understand it. Not when I talk, when I went to Kuru, and that's the apex of Nigeria public intellectualism and public policy think tank. There were many who were looking for that chapter 2. You would think that it will be in their medulla oblongata permanently. You wired in there. So when I went to NIA, people were still looking for it. So I see that many people who are in high position in political parties, many who are activists, many who are in the media, they are just looking for it now. So by the time I'm done, it will be as common as national anthem.
All right. In another 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes, we'll bring in our audience to join the conversation. But we have a lot of topics to cover. Let me say this. So you continued with the analogy of the WAEC. You went into the exam hall. It wasn't what you expected that came out in the exam. And then you failed. And you also found out that the people in the class, your class, cheated.
Yes.
What was the reaction?
Well, I suspected that they were going to cheat. I suspected that they were cheating in small things that they were doing already. They were cheating in terms of how much money you can spend. By a combination of artificial poverty and strong ethics, I was bound to keep within the limit. So, but they were exceeding the limit. They were going to places where we're not supposed to campaign, to go and campaign. They were saying things we're not supposed to say. There are things I knew about some of the presidential candidates, but they were not within things you should say. So I didn't say them. The peace accord, they were already preaching it. There are places where there are people who love me and have 6 packs, and they can break the bone on anybody who comes to talk there. But I didn't use those. So but many of them were blocking us from passing, doing things. So there are so many things. So I realized that somehow these people are already cheating. And INEC staff are already looking for who to hire them to sabotage their own institution. And many of them came through our side. I only reminded them of the day of judgment and asked them to go away. So, but I know that people were too looking for them. So I had premonition. It's like you want to write an exam, and the question has come, like when I was in school, those we used to call it Expo. They were already selling the Expo in the market. So you were not too surprised.
So if the principal now, at the end of the day, the principal raised the hand of one person and said, he's the person that came out first, and your reaction is to say, congratulations. Is that when you knew what happened?
Yeah, if you look at this, let me explain to you. If you go to Olympics, you are an athlete, and you are Usain Bolt. And there's one Rudolph who cannot run for dear life, that even if you set a station dog to be chasing him, he will just give up. Suddenly, Rudolph now is representing USA. And before the whistle blows, Rudolph is already ahead of you. So you reasonably suspect, and you have been hearing rumor, that Rudolph has been pumping some anabolic medicine into his body. Now, you are an Olympian. You take the oath of Olympianism. You take the Olympics oath. Now, they say Rudolph is the winner. And then you are to stand on the days to receive your medal. Are you going to be shouting, hey, Rudolph cheated, Rudolph cannot run? Rudolph, no. You will say your bronze medal, you stay there. Rudolph will go and stand where he's collecting his gold medal. They'll put the garland on him and everything. They'll sing in that, oh, you see, and all of that, US national anthem. Then you will tell the Athletic Federation, go and test his blood. That person cheated. Because despite all the confetti that falls on his head, by the time the result comes out of the lab and they realize that he has taken substances, they will strip him of the garland and the medal. But it's not my job to be punching his face, to be shouting Barawo, Barawo, Onyochi, Onyochi, Ole, Ole, there. So the peace accord that we signed, we were told clearly, we asked questions. They said the peace accord is what you do.
But that
you don't discuss the process.
Yeah.
You accept the result, and then you go and take legal process.
But that peace accord is not part of the Constitution. It's not. It's something that some people made up. Is it not? Why is that important that much?
Because my signature is superior to the Constitution. The chairman of my party said the peace accord is a pass. He will never go and sign it.
Was he not right now?
He is right in many things, including what he told me about politics. So he knows politics more than I do. I consider that. But he told me that the whole thing is a charade, just a jamboree. However, I look at the people who are there. John Cardinal Onoyefon, Lord Bishop Puka, Sultan of Sokoto. Forget about the businessmen who are there. That was what I can say. I leave them out. General Abubakar, and so many people. And the ideal, the concept is okay. So I thought that, okay, go and sign it. Because to not sign a peace accord is to say, I don't believe in peace. But in any case, I'm a lawyer. I'm very calm about these things. I know that it doesn't matter how many times you are congratulated. You are going to face the scrutiny of how you got there. In Ekiti, we were cheated in broad daylight. We won that election hands down, but we didn't go and disrupt the rec when it was reading the result. We didn't disturb. We went to court. And I also think that in Osun, when they were reading the result, APC, other parties did not do and disturb it. They went to court. In our own, we are in the Osun, they are in Court of Appeal. So about it is I keep to my word. Imagine the same abracadabra. Imagine it was Atiku who was declared. I would have to say congratulations on the stolen baby, but I know the real mother, so we'll meet in court. So
let me ask.
If it was Peter Obi was declared, of course, many people on that side will be jubilating, and if you say something is wrong with it, they will cut your head off on the internet and cancel you out. But I will still have to congratulate him and still say this election is possibly rigged. So it's only if I say, oh, everything is perfect with it, that you can say I'm condoning it. And people forget that God called Bush to congratulate him before going to fight. In fact, I called Bush twice. One, pure congratulations. Second call, congratulations, but I don't concede. So, but it still went to court. So I think it's a principality into it. So if I find Rudolph with my stolen car, with my car stolen by Rudolph, I can burn him alive right there and beat the hell out of him. But I can also call the police and say, see what Rudolph has done to me. That car belongs to me. So it's a choice. of what we want our politics to be. But I assume that if you are dealing with the presidency of Nigeria, that civility is more important, and that civility costs you nothing, because with credible, cogent evidence before a properly constituted court, anybody who has been cheated will get justice. And if the court of appeal gives it to Peter Obi, and say the judgment is not sound, I will congratulate him. And if they ask me, is that judgment sound? I will say that judgment is faulty. Let's see what the Supreme Court will say. And if it is Atiku that wins in the Supreme Court and the judgment is upside down, let me give you an example. I was in court when the Supreme Court gave judgment for Rotimi Amechi, who did not participate in the election. I believed that day, and I still believe up to now, that it is a very wrong judgment. But I don't mind to congratulate him and say, oh, I was in court. I shook the hand of the lawyers. I think it was Fagbemi or so. I said, congratulations, but I don't agree with the judgment, though. Congratulations, you guys have won. So that is, but people want you to, people have taken my land before, and they are building on my land. And people say, take talk and chase them out. I said, what's the point? When they build up to a level, I'll go to court, I'll get an injunction, and have an improved land. But the traditional way to do it is to carry Otimpus, and they go there and beat the hell out of those people. But okay, doesn't make any difference.
Let's I want to hurry up because I'm worried that we're out of time before people start coming in. You said that you saw Labour Party give out money, you saw APC give out money, you saw PDP give out Maggie. I don't know. There's a way you said it. Did you actually see people being compromised, bribed during the?
I was only in one polling unit.
Yeah.
And in my own polling unit, I asked questions. In fact, my attention was drawn to it. Look at that card they give to people. That's APCO. That's their own method. Because how did I get into this? I got into this because I went there as an innocent. I saw that the place was a little rough. Second, the place where we're voting was not too far from it. It didn't follow how it should be. So you could, with some ingenuity, find out how somebody is voting. So, but I didn't want to be disruptive because a camera was carrying me live as I was voting. So then I went and I said everything went smoothly. Then I was immediately tapped. No, don't say everything went smoothly. That your interview, look, see this. So I took my time, and even as I was on the line to try to vote, even before then, people were anxious that I had not sent money to the polling unit because the night before they had attempted to tell me this is what they are doing all over the place. They have this card they give to people, they wire money to people. PDP, the person coordinating their money is also placed. Labour, they have a $10 note which they give to a number of people, or $1 note, $2 note to two notes to one person, whatever they were doing. But when I got there, I saw that people were anxious to say, you are coming to vote, so you haven't done any of these things. They were whispering to my ears, okay, so these people are waiting up. I said they should go and vote anyhow they like, because I really want to know the state of their health and mental health in that community to see how they vote. It's very important to me. So I'm not interested in influencing it. So then after that, after I voted and I said that everything looked okay, people operating scheme and said, no, don't say that. Look at. So they were pointing it out. And in Akure, for example, that people will vote and go to a particular shop. There are designated shops in the neighborhood where you go out to that shop, where the trader or whoever is in that shop will give you what you need to take. So they had all their complicated ways to it. And I was getting reports from Katsina, from Adamawa, from Sokoto, from Yobe, where people are giving people Maggi, Semovita, Omo, 200 naira, and all of that. And in Kano, where I was congratulating my friend Conquest of NNPP and all of that, then I got full report of their defensive bribery that they did there. They are popular, but they did defensive bribery.
How was that? Can you explain?
If you go and study the logo of NNPP, you will see that it has a basket full of goodies inside it, like hampers. So they live to that reputation. They were actually giving people spaghetti, cloth, food. So you vote, you go and collect. You go. That's the kind of thing that they were doing. So I assume that is not what is in the book.
Mm.
And of course, you will see when documentary evidence comes out, you will see all across the region where some people are scoring 418 over 418, 318 over 318, no error. Nobody made a mistake in balloting, and no other party got anything. And the handwriting of the agent matched that of the polling officer, and matched the handwriting of all the other agents of the other political parties and things like that. You will see it. So the problem I have is being asked a question and not being able to say what I know. So I just think that I kept quiet until the media started asking me questions. But I've already said it clearly that I have serious problems with the election. So that's what they were doing.
So I saw the reason you gave why you are not going to challenge it in court. You know, that you didn't meet the threshold, that even if you challenge it, that you are not going to be declared the winner. Is that the legal requirement?
Okay, I don't want to depress anybody who has a better case than me. So it doesn't look like I came online and said, no, they will succeed. But if I wasn't running, I'm the kind of person that they would call to say, advise me, what do I do in this situation? So I should be able to at least advise myself. You can go to court and say the election is marred by irregularities and it should be cancelled. Whether you score 1 vote or 3 votes, if you prove the irregularity in substantial areas, you will succeed in getting the election cancelled. If you say, I won, that's a higher threshold. You have to show that you met all the requirements, you scored the highest lawful votes, and you have 25% in 2/3 of the states, including FCT, with 37 territories. That's 23rd of 37 territories. And if they remove all the errors and the declaration, you will be the winner. So this latter part, I can't say so. I calculated my votes to be about 1.something million thereabout. So there are states where I couldn't have any good result because my own party, the executives there, carried our agent tag and gave to PDP. There are places where my own party carried the agent tag and gave to Labour. There are places where our executives, they are working straight with APC. And I've pointed this out to the party. And we are doing internal reviews of it. So I cannot say that I have to blame somebody else. And we have this period to interrogate whether the party wants to be a surrogate party or wants to be a party standing on its own that the people can trust. And we'll have a few elections ahead. Bayelsa, maybe on those state election, a few off-season election to test whether this party uh, wants to stand on its feet and the Nigerian people have confidence in it. The messaging is good, but what of the operation? So those are the factors that I consider. Because to go and sanctify somebody's tainted victory with a judicial confirmation of it is not what I want to waste my energy on.
All right. So there's an election coming up next Saturday. Your party will participate. Are you changing anything?
Well, I've been before I joined you, I was talking to my candidate in Nasarawa, and he was talking to me about all the places he was going to campaign. I was telling him about watch out for our operatives there to see that we can correct them. So we are starting our correction from inside our party because it's very hard when you book an interview that you're going to interview me at 4:30. And you advertise that you're going to interview me at 4:30. And at 3:45, Bill Gates brings $2 million and says, interview me instead. It takes character for you to say, Mr. Gates, I don't mind interviewing you, but I've scheduled Prince. So come tomorrow. Not many people would act like that. They like to say, I'm not feeling fine. Can we cancel the interview? So that they will go interview Bill Gates instead. So anyone in your political party that can stand in line and work for the party, and when PDP, APC, Labour, whoever brings some huge money, that they can stand it. At the national level, we have maintained that. We used to fall at national level before as SDP. It's at national level we used to fall. National chairman WC, they will see money and say, we are no longer running, we support the party. Now at national level, but at the state level, we have challenges in those ones. So those are the things we are dealing with. So the same thing in Kwara, where we are on the ground, but this kind of thing. There's something in the north we call Kinkapa Dawake, which is called rice and beans. So somebody is in your party, you will all be working together, but his election is for House of Assembly and governor. Yours is for president, the other person for House of Reps. So they will go and say, we'll vote for another party for this. The next time we'll vote like this. It's called rice and beans. So all those things are the things I discover along the way. So we'll correct those. Then with respect to the INEC, I've spoken to INEC already, and I think INEC said they are remorseful. It will not happen again, and things like that. When your dog pee in your living room, and you come, you see the dog's face looking sober. But that means nothing because you want to see the next week when you come back, whether the dog still pees on your bed. So that's what we'll see with INEC on March 11th. But with respect to these political parties, I started talking to them that they should stop cheating and they should stop other nonsense. And I got a lot of reactions. They were lashing back at me that why do you put our party's name in it? We didn't cheat. So immediately I knew that these people would never repent. Because if you say, we are a new party, why do you add our name to it? I know that wherever they haven't made up their mind. And it may take another fiasco for us to see.
Now, let's look at this. You're more than just a presidential candidate. You are a Nigerian. You're a lawyer. Don't you think that you owe Nigerians any kind of responsibility to make sure we have a credible electoral process, that you can do more than just, like hand it over to whoever will take it to court or do other things?
No, I'm doing more than that. The duty of a failed presidential candidate is to go to his room and start crying. Or go on TV and cry. You can see that I've not taken up that duty yet. I am going around and explaining to people that the finger pointing that they are doing should be all across, should be a 360 firing squad. And that if your political party cheated in 10 polling units, admit it. People in my party, not all of them are happy with me that I'm exposing the party to say people inside my party went and sold our agent tags. No leader of the party says that about his party. But that's the reason why our country has not woken up to the truth. Truth is the fountain of justice. So I'm saying that I'm starting by saying, admit that. And if they go to court, whichever way the court determines the matter, the claim and counterclaim, the petition and cross petitions will expose a lot of things. And everybody, including the media, at that time should not be picking and choosing which one to report. For example, if I found out that anybody in my party gave bribe or did everything, I will say it. I will say, in social constituency, my political party, their candidate there went and gave money to somebody. But this other person gave more. So let us understand it. We all have said that truth. We need to stamp out malpractices and election malpractice in particular. And to do that, you have to come out clean, not like just lend your voice to one stage of it. Because majority of the hula baloo was around the issue of INEC not uploading results. But if you had obtained that result by bribery, you have obtained that result by violence, what holiness does uploading it bring about? But somebody goes somewhere and is buying votes.
I understand.
Then, and gets the vote and you upload the vote. What does it? Every state not uploading is bad. Buying the vote is bad. Violence is bad. All of the malpractices is bad. So that's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, but for ordinary Nigerians, they feel that, okay, they can't do anything about the violence. They can't do anything about the suppression of votes. But there's one that they can do something about, which is uploading the result, even though it's imperfect, like you said. So the question is, why don't you're a lawyer, what do you think is the legal, the right argument?
Okay, two things I will say. One, why is it that misbehavior that is within our hand to change is the one we don't change? It is the one in the hand of another person. You can stop selling your vote. You can, in your community, tell nobody will sell vote here. You refuse to do that one. You can tell these young girls, they're either Christians or Muslim, these NYC girls. But they are altering papers. They are thumbprinting for people. They're doing all sorts of nonsense. I feel that you cannot get justice unless you tell the truth. And they say, if you want to say the truth, you say only the truth and also the whole truth. I can't say half truth. Now, let us now go to lawyering. Please, when there's a controversy, don't go to lawyers for interpretation. Lawyers don't know how to interpret the law. Only lawyers who have become judges interpret the laws. What lawyers do is called advocacy. They will take side first and then look for part of the statute that favors the side they are taking. So you can record people today who say uploading is mandatory. But if APC hires them, they will go to court and argue that uploading is not mandatory. Those who say you must win Abuja, now, if those who say Abuja is not particular, you don't have to win, 25% of Abuja. If Labour hires them for PDP, they will go to court and say it is required. So don't listen to lawyers and say that they will interpret the law for you. No. What you will see is that lawyers advocate. Lawyers are trained to take sides. So they will advocate one way or the other, emotionally or whatever, but they will advocate. So the same lawyer can give you different interpretation. They only know how to take and advocate. But it is the job of lawyers who have become judges who have no interest to now interpret. Even they still misinterpret sometimes, but they are interpreting. But every lawyer who is reading a statute is advocating, is trying to sell a viewpoint to you. That's what I'm making. Is giving you a viewpoint and using the law as a support for a viewpoint. So don't just get carried away with that.
All right.
And some are auditioning to be hired. So they look at, so they will give interpretation that we can, because we are not allowed to advertise. So somebody will start quickly go on TV and start giving interpretation and talking very cleverly. So someone will say, add that one to the list, add that person to the list of our lawyers. Let's go for such a.
There were this lawsuit that was filed by some states and withdrawn. What was the story behind that? What was the legal thinking behind that?
That one is desperation when they thought that one is part 2 of Melaye. Because the idea was that somebody will jump up and down. Either he will jump so much and faint there, and the other time will be accused of manslaughter, or other people will join and there will be commotion. Then they will go to court. When the matter is in the Supreme Court, INEC chairman cannot read the report. But in the end, our law has how to challenge election. I think they came back to their senses and realized that it's wrong. Even in the CBN case, that over Naira or whatever, that CBN case, the governors, all those APC governors coming to court, it's not their business. They're not supposed to come to court. It's Attorney General, they are not party to the case. It's Attorney General versus Attorney General. And they are not witnesses in the case. They have no business. There are many times when Tennessee will sue Georgia to the U.S. Supreme Court over water. California will sue Nevada. Their governors don't come to court. So it's all part of the political theater. So those governors had those attorney general had no business to do the case. So the case is over. So I think they needed it just to create. I'm speculating at this point. They needed it to say to INEC, okay, the matter is in court. Wait until the outcome of the case, and things like that.
Okay, one last question before we let our audience join us. On Saturday, there will be elections all over the country, 28 states, I believe. In Lagos, people are watching what will happen there. Do you have a candidate running in Lagos, your party?
We have a candidate who is talking on issues. And it's the same fate now we are facing. He is talking about how to industrialize Lagos, how to keep it clean, how to make accountability. But the other party are talking about who's from Lagos, not from Lagos. Who is a pure breed Yoruba, who is not a pure breed. So, and that is catching emotion. I follow, people are more interested in that one than in talking about issues. So it is the state of consciousness of the people. But I can't tell my candidate now to bring his grandfather's photographs and date of birth and join that fray. We just have to continue to tap them as they are foaming the mouth over the issue. Because the first mayor of Lagos came from my hometown in Ondo, and nobody raised such issues in the past. This is nonsensical. And Fulani was mayor of Enugu. Nobody raised such issues. But the state of our people's consciousness has now reached that point where that is the issue.
But do you see any danger in that, in this level of thinking?
It is difficult to see danger in Nigeria because Nigerians by nature are dangerous themselves. So things that we will see as a danger somewhere, it's no longer dangerous to them. We have gone, we fought a civil war. And we have, after the civil war, we played with it many times after that. So dangerous people don't fear danger. So we've had Boko Haram for the past 12 years or more, and we are sanguine about it. People get killed. You had statesmen telling people to go on the street. They will kill a few, but we will resolve it later. You know, you hear such things. So I noticed, don't you notice the way we drive on the road? Who drives like that anywhere in the world? Maybe India. I think India is the one competing with us in kamikaze driving. So everything about us. How many times have building collapsed in Nigeria?
But
Things like that. So we don't fear danger anymore. We have so much traumatized ourselves that in this post-traumatic mode we are, anything goes. But I would plead with people for us to recover our psychology and try to civilize our politics. That's part of the mission.
If you look at people on the other side, the side that feel that that they want someone from their area taking over, being the governor of their state, do you blame them for thinking that way, considering the country that they are in?
No, I may not blame those who are not supposed to know, but I will blame those who are supposed to know. If those who haven't mixed well, who haven't been exposed to other people, it's like I'm talking to you now. I'm engaging with your brain. I don't know any other thing. I know your name is Rudolph, so I'd like you to come from Italy. Because most Rudolph come from Germany. You know, most Rudolph come from Germany. So your Saxon background may be affecting, but I don't focus on that. So now, some other person who sees you in Wyoming will say, if you are a farmer in Wyoming, he will only see that a black man, that black man. But I don't expect a Harvard professor or MIT professor to be looking at you as a black man. I will start blaming such people that they are not leading well in society. So it is leadership that's the problem. Because in the normal dually of Nigerians, they don't mind if they want to hire the person who is frying akara and wants to hawk the akara. If somebody comes from any part of Nigeria and they can hawk well, they will hire the person. Let me tell you something about Nigeria that I say. It doesn't matter how far your village is. If you land in Anambra and you have your bride price, the parents of the girl will ask the girl whether the girl likes you. If the girl says she likes you, they will give the girl to you. Imo, Ondo, anywhere, the same thing. So if people can entrust their most important family member, their prized children, to marry and live with people far away from them, the issue of ethnicity is not the problem. The problem is that politics require you to make a contrast. Why it should be me and not the other person? And in Nigeria, we refuse to make those contrasts based on issues. So when you remove issues out of the discussion, then what is available? So the vector of communication will now be ethnicity. And in America, when they don't have issues, they will bring things like religion. In America, if you go to the Bible Belt, your attitude to religion, they'll bring it. Some, the kind of suit you wear, how you talk on TV, whether you can kiss babies. See, so the human brain, when you are making choices, wants to see the contrast. That's why our retina is designed for color separation. So some get confused. So when you are making choices, you must have a contrast. And that is why political parties and other media should try to raise issues so that you can use these issues to separate people. Then if you separate people based on issues, and even that one still has its own problem. Like in America now, they've reached a point where the issues have become emotional issues and non-logical issues, like abortion. Why do you start on abortion? Uh, uh, Critical race theory, you know? So somebody will have to come and inject more content into it again, so that this contrast can be made on things that are substantive and can make a difference in governance. Like in Nigeria now, the issues that I raised, I believe, will make a difference in governance, because the difference between having somebody who wants to implement chapter 2, fundamental objective and directive principle, and deal with poverty and insecurity, is different from somebody who comes in there. The day Tinubu is sworn in, May 29, those who believe in the our locum, they've achieved their aim. Whether he goes to take Valium every day and goes to bed, the person whose zone it is, according to them, is now there. So you could see that it's not relevant to governance. So those are the things we can do to change the discourse. But many people who are supposed to be available to change the discourse have developed sympathy and have taken position. And they will be hiding this position under different things. But in reality, it's what we call the Bradley effect in California. The Bradley effect. People can't say, I cannot vote for a black man. So they will say, in their heart, they don't want to say that openly, but in their heart is still there. So in Nigeria, there are two layers of bigotry. There are two layers of tribalism. There are two layers of ethnicism. Those who are not ashamed, who say it in their mouth, shamelessly. And those who are ashamed to say it, but in their heart, but in their positioning. If you are a good social scientist, you can easily see it from their positioning. So I think I don't have to say that I don't want a black man as a governor of my state. I will only say, I will only take a position that doesn't favor the black man. I'll just take a position that says, I believe it's good choice. And things like that. That's my way of saying I don't want to mix with black people in my school. So these innuendos are also part of what we need to deal with.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll just to let you expand on that before we go to questions. So if your candidate for governorship in Lagos State was the one saying things that are not on issues, will you correct him? Will you come out and say, stop saying this? This is
given the power that I have now, I would even ask him to withdraw, because that's a bad thing. But you can ask media in all their coverage, they should point out the SDP candidate that I don't have anything to do with is the one in Rivers, because he just joined the party to take the ticket because his party didn't give him, and he's working with APC and data. So that one I don't have. I can't have any control. There's no ideological connection. But all the other ones were careful. One of us made a mistake and said on TV, and that's our governorship candidate. What he said on TV, I don't want to repeat it because I will not be giving life to it. He gave an interview where he said a woman cannot lead, and he gave some religious background to that. I went to Yola to tell him that is rubbish. You can't say that. And nobody in the party repeats that. So you have to sanction that.
All right. Thank you. Let's get to a lot of people who are trying to join us. So when I call you, please go straight to the question, and let's make it quick so that we get as many people. One question each. Prince, how many do you want to take at once? Do you want one?
I can take as many, but usually it's no more than 55 questions at a time.
All right. So we go 2 at a time so that we can get as many people as possible. Austin, you're first.
So I don't know. I had some questions, but I'll just go for one. I don't
Yes.
know. You mentioned about unity, that we should come together as one and do something for the nation. So I really love that part. But I want to ask, can we unite our front in a situation where you are not the presidential candidate?
Can you unite what?
Can we unite our front, as we have said? Can you accept a unity in such a way that you are not the one as a presidential candidate?
Easily now. Look, am I the president now? So the issue is this. It is the idea. I can like somebody, but if he's in politics for ideas that I don't believe in, I will not support him. My problem with candidates is idea. I like all the candidates equally. Maybe I like one or two more because of relationship, but it's idea.
So
So it's idea that, and the candidate doesn't have to be the one that is the people are dying for. For example, Malik Ado Ibrahim is the person I agree the most with in terms of what my country needs. Maybe you may not be happy to hear, maybe one of the least popular or least followed. So, but if you say today, who can really, that can say, oh, go to bed if you want to be president, Malik is one of them because I really, really uh, agree with him
anyhow,
on
I'll just
issues.
stop here because I want to go to church now. But the second question I wanted to ask is that you talked of the four presidential candidates. I just wanted to step on your toes. Is it possible for you to tell me these four presidential candidates, this is the particular thing I don't like about them? I mean their personality, not their followers.
Oh, get that question again, maybe because it's not a good question. That's the internet is blocking it. Repeat the question.
I'm saying that you mentioned that the four presidential candidates all cheated. I am not talking
Yes.
about their followers. Is it possible for you to say that this particular presidential candidate, this is what I don't like about him, which if I show Nigerians should say, we reject this person. Personally, that I don't want your followers. I mean, I can say that Prince Adebayo is like this, and because of that, you are not fit to be a Nigerian president.
Okay, now let me start with one. The person that I blend very well with, that were very close among the top four, yeah, for the INEC result, is Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso, because of Aminu Kano and ideological background, I have my own issue with him regarding personality, but if he's, I like his ideals, I like the background from which he has come. Now, they are sure, recently they are sharing rice and spaghetti. That one doesn't make me like him anymore. But I don't like that idea, but it's okay. The person that I would like again is Peter. I'm okay with Peter personally, but I'm not okay with programs. And if he will adopt programs that are, his programs are still PDP programs. So I won't be shocked. For example, he became president and sold NNPC like Atiku would do. I won't be surprised if IMF is telling him, and World Bank telling him what to do. I won't be surprised if he's supporting business people and they're buying private jets and we're not investing in our education and things like that. I won't be surprised if he's privatizing public assets and infrastructure that we are supposed to be taking care of and employ people. So it personally, if I could remove the content and put our content in it, I'm okay with him because very nice person, and I spend more time with him than all the other candidates. There are times when we'll be somewhere and we'll spend 2 hours, just two of us sitting down, waiting for one program or the other. And so we meet and I like him. But I would like him the way I would like my senior brother. But if we disagree politically in terms of content, so I only disagree with him in terms of the comment he will run. So that is that, and then occasionally on the issue of not being straight with facts. It gets to me, you know. I just like people to be straight with facts. I know in politics it's difficult, but it's just we have to show leadership, especially in a country where the general dishonesty and all of that is part of the challenge I will face. I think a leader should be, in fact, if you see 7 goats, 2 are black, 5 are white, Don't say you saw 70 goats. Just basic things like that. I like those basic. So if you say things that are not correct, I will tend to challenge. But it doesn't mean I don't like you. It's just like that, you know. So that's basically. Then Atiku, I respect him, and I think he has a lot of likeness for me, but I don't understand him, and I don't think he understands himself. Because when you listen to him, but I know a few things that he will sell anything inside, you know, that one because he knows that he has experience in that. And beyond that, I don't know what he wants to do. Tinubu, he's president-elect now. We will see what he wants to do. But I think that he just seen the presidency as a trophy. So, and maybe after acquiring the trophy now, he will now think what he wants to do with the trophy. But I think the attitude that I see, and it's the one that I haven't interacted with. Last time I spoke to him, we were at the peace committee, and he didn't even respond because I was challenging him when he was spreading rumor, or his party was spreading rumor that we were in collaboration with them. I asked the peace committee to warn him because that's a breach of the peace committee. I was surprised later when Labour also went to quit. Beyond that, last time I spoke to him ever he was governor of Lagos, and I saw him in Ikeja, and he greeted me, and I greeted him. That's all. So, but in terms of, and I've said it many times, that, and it's unfortunate for Nigeria, but I've said many times that even if I didn't win, PDP and APC ought to be retired. Fortunately, we couldn't do it.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Eddie, you're next.
Thanks, Dr. Damages. Hi, Prince Adebayo. It's my pleasure. My name is Ebenezer Komalafe. Just two comments before I have one question. The first comment is you said that lawyers, don't know how to interpret the law, but you again in the same sitting said that you heard the court judgment in some instances and you can tell that it was wrong. How did you manage to know that as a lawyer? Secondly, you mentioned about NYSC girls. I just want to make a correction that INEC used both NYSC male and female. So that doesn't seem to be only the girls that were involved. And the last question I have to say is you talk about leadership, but suddenly after this Wuru election have announced a president-elect, I can't really place you in a very strong position of standing in an affirmative on an affirmative ground. I mean, I've only seen that you generalize the rigging, which I want to ask also if you'll be willing to offer proofs in court to help those who decide to go to court. So I'm just wondering why you have chosen to take this stance of aloofness from what I see. Thank you.
Okay, let me take it one by one. One, let's start with what I said. I said, don't look up to lawyers for interpretation. Because lawyers, that's not what we do. We advocate. It's only when a lawyer has made a judge that he has to struggle against himself to say, don't express your opinion. Just listen, then you will interpret later. So when a lawyer is talking, don't assume that he's saying what he believes the law is. He's just taking a position. So when somebody is charged to court for murder and the lawyer says not guilty, the lawyer doesn't believe that he's not guilty. He's just taking a stance based on we're allowed to do that.
But sir,
so
that doesn't mean it doesn't understand the real interpretation.
But he's not giving you his understanding, he's giving you his position. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that take it carefully.
And I know that's what happened.
Yeah, so the lawyer is giving you a viewpoint. He's taking a stand that this interpretation will favor this person, and I'm leaning towards this person. So let me find things to help him. We are trying to find things to help our people. So if Rudolph says, I go to my house yesterday and I was trying to make a cup of tea, and I thought I had cold water in the cup, and I was pouring it away through my window, and it was hot water, and it hit somebody. I'm looking into the law of New York for what will save him. Not whether what is done is right in law. I'm looking for things that will save him. So when I'm talking and saying that the city of New York is responsible for that thing, it doesn't mean that I believe the city of New York has to go and pour the thing. So basically what I'm saying is that for ordinary citizens who want to know where their country is going and what is important, what is available, what's not available, that don't take too seriously what advocates are saying. Maybe when the case is finished, those who are academics might give you a neutral interpretation. But that's just that. It's a bit technical, and I'm trying to reduce it from not being too technical. Now, your second thing, I forgot about that one. Can you remind me the second issue?
Yeah, no, that one is just an observation that you talked about this NYC guest word. So I'm like, we need to correct that because it's not only NYC girls.
Oh, okay, yeah. That one is because I tend to assume that girls are more innocent than boys. I don't know, basically. So I assume that if you were, from my experience in my family, the girls are the good guys, are the good kids. We, the boys, are the ones giving too much trouble. So if you were to leave home and my mother said, nobody should switch on this TV, when we were growing up, none of the girls would do it. But the boys, somehow, will switch it on and will get flogged. So I assume that if you were a young lady serving NYSC and you are now asked to go and do this work, you will fear the authority. You kind of want to comply and things like that. But when you see it, I believe that it's a common factor. If you get to any city where they are doing drugs and selling drugs, if you find boys selling it, you will not be as alarmed as when you find girls doing it. And if armed robbers come to somebody's house and there are several armed robbers and one of them is a woman, they say, even one lady was there, one girl was there. So it's just a cultural thing. Maybe look at that. Then on the issue of aloofness, I give an example. If a baby is stolen and you are in the court of Solomon and two ladies come and say it's their child, and you know that it's not the child of any of the two, you are not likely to be jumping up on the side of one or the other. You will probably advise Solomon, you know what? Before you give this baby to any of these people, they may not be the only people who are entitled to this child. So my basic thing is that the election was marked with irregularities, and I've been, even before the election day, I've been pointing it out over time. You can go and review my past comments on it. On the election day, it was full of irregularity across board. And the two main complainants now, I think Popaso has joined them too. They are making complaints about what INEC did mainly. They are not even complaining. If you study the complaint, and that's me to analyze things, the complaint was not against APC. The complaint was against INEC. That INEC staff inflated, INEC staff did not upload. Major of the complaints about INEC. But the beneficiary is APC because APC is the one declared. Now, my approach to it is that this election is marred with irregularities. You yourself, who are complaining, you cheated in the areas where you had community support. And I'm not going to join you until you are able to point to admit that in so place, my people cheated. I found out. So if you come to court with that, I will support you. Come to any forum that yes, this election is marked with irregularity. Even in our place, even our people, as idealistic as they should be. They cheated. But if Kwankwaso sharing spaghetti, sharing rice, sharing this, sharing wrapper to buy votes, wants me not to talk about it because it's my friend. And anybody will know that Kwankwaso likes me a lot. We're very close. But if he's shouting that he's been cheated, I will say, but you cheated us in Canada with all this wrapper and everything you were doing and other things. So that's basically the issue for me. Then you will not find me anywhere, and you will not say that the election is okay. No. And you will not find any of the presidential candidates giving you particulars like I'm giving you. They can be shouting and crying and do whatever, but they will never give particulars. They will never go constituency by constituency saying, this is wrong here, this is wrong there. So that is the point I am making. In Adamawa, as at the last count, I got 115,000 votes. Then Atiku and the REC and all of them step in. They started doing their stuff. They countermanded 7 local governments. The result will not come out and things like that. And as far back as October 1, 2021, I gave a speech in Abuja where I said, you are taking a risk with this electronic transmission and all of that. That if you don't look at the quality of people who are going to operate it in INEC, that on the day of that, you can get that tape, that what of it the server is switched off. So this, what happened? What are you going to do? If some fraudulent person in INEC switches off the server, or the IT person, I said it October 1, 2021.
Thank you, Prince. I think you only confirmed the aloofness to me again because I was actually waiting for a good stance. But I like you a lot, and that is the stance. Thank you, everyone. I will leave space for another person. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ebi.
Thank you.
James, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, I would like to ask principally 2 academic questions and make some very minor comments before I switch. I leave for other people to come in. Please, Mr. Rudolph, if I'm consuming much time, let me know so that I truncate what I want to say. Let me start this way. In the year 1927, there was an election in Liberia. President DBC King, the sitting president, had 234,000 votes. But the total number of registered voters in Liberia then was 15,000.
Yes.
Good. Now, the Guinness Book of Records of 1981 recorded it as the most fraudulent election in history. In your opinion, do you think Nigerian election is more fraudulent than what happened in Liberia in 1927? Then the second,
Yes.
The second question is this. During the coalition in Abuja, something struck my mind, which I mentioned on this platform yesterday or so. To my surprise, Nigerian professors, a professor in a university is the highest rank, academic rank. It's like the president of a department in a university. Nigerian professors were involved in collating results. To me, it's very demeaning. I cannot imagine a professor of Cambridge University, Oxford, Witwatersrand, Massachusetts Institute of Tech, or Harvard, Stanford, UCLA.
You must mention IFE. If you mention all these schools that are not as good as IFE, you mention.
Sir?
He said you must mention University of Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University, if you are mentioning
Okay,
that.
okay. All right, no, what I mean is, outside Nigeria, I do not know of any professor involved in this kind of things. When I was in South Africa, I witnessed 2 elections. There was no professor doing this kind of petty jobs. In Ghana as well, I know none is involved in this kind of deals. So what has happened to us as a people? What kind of education are we giving our children? Why have we debased ourselves to such a level? When I was a student in Nigeria, there was a professor called Nuruddin Alao, maybe you know him. He was one-time Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. He taught me analytic geography. I cannot imagine that man condescending so low as to be involved in this petty electoral war. Is it because poverty has been weaponized in Nigeria? Then the last issue I want to raise is...
yeah, you can go to your question, James, so that we can, there are a lot of people lining up, okay?
Yeah.
You can go to your question.
Okay, the election was rigged. That is true.
Okay.
But to my surprise...
Hold on, James. I think we lost him. He's trying to join us again. Let me get someone up and get him. All right. All right, go ahead.
Is he back?
Yeah, he's back.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, now the election was rigged and criminally rigged, but to my surprise, people are using the allocated votes to analyze the election results. In my opinion, you are neither a winner nor a loser, because I do not know what you would have scored if the election was free and fair. I don't know what Showore would have scored. I do not know what Jabari, so there was no winner, no loser in this election. Why is it that people are analyzing the results with votes that are allocated? It means that they are sanctioning what the electoral officers have done. That's the implication. Then lastly,
James.
I want you to kindly, you are a prince, I cannot send you a message, but please, whenever you see Mr. Ebenezer Babatope, let him know I will pay him a visit whenever I choose to come to Nigeria, if I will ever come back. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
Right.
All right, so you can answer the questions and then.
I'm not sure there are questions there. I think the issue is the commentary that why these are not just ordinary professors. These are vice chancellors to start with. Because earlier, I never was using anybody during the time of Apata. Then Iwu came, Apata and Gubadia, they will use anyone. Then Iwu came and said, I'm going to use professors. In fact, that's how Jega got close to INEC before he became INEC chairman. Then, now Mahmoud has raised the bar that he's only going to use vice chancellors. Because the notion is that the higher the majesty of the person used, the higher the believability of the crime. So, if I want to rob you in your house, then it's better for me to bring a Catholic cardinal. Then, when you say you have been robbed, people will say, how can a cardinal rob you? What are you saying? So, they're trying to make it difficult for you to complain. But they will say, look at how eminent these people are. But the work is not that eminent. But my approach to it is that, just like the one mentioned in Liberia, it was one president who cooked up that fantastical figure. In the case of Nigeria, it won't be that one president. It will be many of the candidates cooking up in their own corners. And that's what makes the tragedy of Nigeria will have been easier to handle. If you have 18 candidates and the government or the one who's on the government side wants to cheat, it is easier to come together. But when you have a situation where there's multiple cheating going on, so that is what makes it complicated for me. Because there's no way, if you don't work carefully and balance it, you will be sanctioning injustice one way or the other. Because the person who has dominance in the West will cheat in the West. The one who has dominance in the North will cheat in the North. The one who has dominance in the East will cheat in the East. So that is the problem. So those who are now victims on all sides, you can't make your case. It's like you have an armed robbery case where 4 or 5 robbers enter the bank and they rob all of you. And then they're fighting among themselves. And then you are asked to come and testify for any of them. You will say, no. Even as I was being robbed by this one with a gun, this one was robbing me also with a knife. And after this one left, this one came with a cudgel to rob me too. and this other one picked my pocket. So that's for me. But people want us to just assume that the only thing wrong with the thing is that INEC did not upload. And I've given a lot of analogies. I said, listen, one, if somebody goes to the polling unit of 600 voters and uses Omo, thermometer, 200 naira, 2,000 naira, recharge card, and buys 600 of the 800 votes. If INEC uses IREF to upload it, is the election still fair? Election is not fair. So the media wanted to pin me to, why did INEC not upload? I'm saying no, let's start from the beginning. Which of the, you have to prove to me each of the polling units. There's a place in Casina where I scored 2,100. At the end of the day, when the result came, 13. The whole district. Doesn't make any sense. So these are the problems that I'm talking about. So for me, the election is kind of mutually assured fraud, where as they were going into it, and you will know it if the journalists want to know, if you want to know, go and check their papers. Each of them was budgeting substantial amount of money for INEC. Because I saw the draft of a plan brought to me when we're planning our own. I removed money for police from it, money for INEC for it. In some areas, it will be Egbesu boys. In some areas, it will be OPC. In some areas, it will be I cancel all of those. Money for party agent, I cancel it. If you want to be a party agent, don't be a party agent. If you don't want to be, let somebody else be. So we have to reduce. But you will go and see other people, they have all this money. And INEC, when people are analyzing INEC, they analyze INEC and see INEC is one unit. One unit that meets together and take a decision. No, that's not how INEC works. They are regs in every state. So the one PDP has influence on, they have. The one Labour has influence on, they have. The one APC has influence on, they have. It's like that. NNPP, it's like that. Everybody is looking for somebody, and if they don't have influence, they go to the staff. And then in the recruitment of the ad hoc staff, many of these people had planted Trojan horses inside INEC. The same thing with this observer group. If you are running for president or governor, you will see that some of these observation groups, after registering themselves in INEC, they will come to you to pay them as observers. So that if you pay them, then they can sanction what you did. When they're writing the report, where you did atrocity, they will not cover it. Where your opponent did, they will cover it. So it's like that. It's a kind of racket. I'm sorry to say. But don't have an option. Once you ask me a question, I have to say the truth, only the truth, and the whole truth.
Thank you, Prince. And thank you, James. Madam Echo, you're next.
Prince Adebayo, you said the ORIC. We have a younger generation that we are trying to teach and put in a better perspective for them to compete with the global world. Our so-called president once called them lazy youth. They choose a candidate out of all of you that are contesting. The candidate told them, I don't give shishi. They put in their shishi to prepare, and they worked so hard. And they also put them in a tight condition before the election. No cash. So a lot of them did not even eat days before the voting day. They went to the polling unit. They casted their votes. In their presence, result was recorded. And that result, it has duplicates. It has what? Duplicate. That means the whole duplicate, they carry the same figure. All they are asking for, the result they also recorded should be made public, so that if their principal officer win or not, they will be able to pat their own shoulder and say, we know we work hard, but our hard work did not give us what we want. In next election, we will work harder. Is that too difficult for the INEC that was giving over 300 billion to prepare for this election? And they said for it to be transparent, they have what they call beaver. To transmit that same record, everybody saw at the polling unit to INEC server. And they didn't do it. Is that too difficult for a whole country, Nigeria, to give to us? Is that too difficult? I am not here to say whether they rig or not. I am here to ask Nigeria government and INEC that figure that was recorded, that every one of them counted in each polling unit, give it to us. Then two, you are a young man. Are you not ashamed? Are you not ashamed at the dance of disgrace we gave to the international world, that we are captain of the ship, that the fraudulent behavior of our youth in the international community that turned them to become hackers and yahoo is gotten from this wicked and useless leader? Are you not ashamed? And now they display it into international world, and you guys are asking us to swallow it. We are not.
Okay. Let me just say something.
If you are not ashamed, we need
Let me say something.
Result.
Let me say something.
One way to stop this behavior that has turned us to a disgrace and a reproach in the everywhere.
Okay, let me say something. Number one, we're having different conversation here. So maybe the moderator will guide everyone. That INEC failed to upload the result is a fact. And INEC is supposed to upload the result. So that is not an issue. I am not working in INEC. And I'm not one of those who say that the result should not be uploaded. But I am a participant in an election. And I know what a free and fair election is. And I'm raising issues beyond the narrow issue that others are raising. So I am not saying don't accept a result that is not uploaded. I am saying don't limit yourself to it. Find out how those votes came about, what happened in the polling unit, not just the writing. From what I'm seeing, the results are now being uploaded. And you will see contradiction in some of them. And when you see that contradiction, you will see that the contradiction reflects what I am saying. The contradiction cuts across, where APC won, where PDP won, where Labour won, where NNPP won. And I believe that I want to go to lower level now to see where my party won, whether in the National Assembly election, whether there were also irregularities there. So for me, INEC uploading or not uploading it's not subject to debate. INEC is supposed to upload as they promised, even though I suspected that they weren't going to do it. I've been saying it before. But they have a duty to upload the result. But anybody who wants to find out the state of the health of our election should not limit itself to that one. Should find out and take time to study what is inside it. And when you study it, you have a better picture of the disease facing the country. And you will now know that everybody is trying to be clever. And in the end, we might drive ourselves aground. So that is basically, the second issue is I've exhausted shame. I'm ashamed of a billion things going on in Nigeria. What I'm going beyond the issue of shame to the issue of laying the truth bare. So that if you want to be ashamed, there's a litany and catalog of what to be ashamed of on a daily basis. But the question is, what are you doing about them? That's the question. What are you doing about them? I participated in this election. I'm not the only presidential candidate. Why am I talking? I could have just said, I'm done with this thing, and go and sleep. And you keep sorting your tent out, I'm back in New York. Or I go and sleep at my house. The question is, why are you not asking questions? And I've called presidential candidates now that all of us should come together and do an analysis of the election. But you cannot narrow the issue to what INEC alone did. You must find out what my party did, what your party did, what police did, what everybody did. I don't think that's too much. It's just like the case of Madeleine McCain in the UK. I was in the UK in those days when they were talking about that one missing child, Madeleine McCain. It will be on CNN, that guy that got missing in Spain. And I was asking myself, I know of many children missing in the UK, black children who are missing in the UK. Why are you talking about this one missing child? It's okay to talk about the missing child. Why don't we talk about all the missing children? That is more like justice. So what I'm making a contribution to is that in addition to the criminality of INEC, we should also use this opportunity to interrogate the criminality of the political parties, the criminality of the even youngsters who are on NYSC adult staff, the criminality of everybody who is involved in it. And if you take your time, now that they are uploading it, and other people are breaking their own, take your time and do the forensics of it one by one. You will see that even our young people are forging results. And that's something those who are in the shame department should be very much ashamed of. That the criminality of the generation that we want to send away has found itself in the criminality of the young people that we are now raising again. And that unless we bring out a kind of a computer panel over this election and raise it and shame everybody, so that as I'm talking now, if anybody know what I did somewhere, they will say, you who are complaining, but you did so and so. Then I can defend myself. So that is what I'm saying.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Echo, thank you. Let's before we go to the next person, let me ask you a question from the comment section. This is from Kolata, and he said, what is your interpretation of Section 77 of the Electoral Act 2022? And how does it impact electoral litigations?
Well, I can tell you, it's very simple. Everything that is in the Electoral Act that has shall in it, including that one, is supposed to be complied with. Simple as that. I don't want to go further than that because I can tell you that when you now go to court, the tribunal is not always the best place. If a country wants to correct election malpractices. No, I think the media, this kind of thing we are doing is more important because in the Ekiti election, all the evidence and everything that we got, when we got to the tribunal, as I expected, they were all narrowed down. Some of the results that people are flashing on air now, for example, and say, see, they cheated me here, they cheated me there. They will discover that many of them will not be admissible in court, even though they are correct papers. Somebody is going to argue that the manner in which the thing came and all of that is not a certified copy, it's not this and that, so we don't know if it's genuine. The court will not admit them. I don't know if you get my point. So if I go to my polling unit and we finish, and the party agent, one of the party agents, allows me to snap a picture of a result, and I go and print it, it's useless in a tribunal. But in a court of public opinion, it is useful. In a court of public opinion like this, it's actually useful. I can use to show the shame of what they did. But the moment you file the case in court, you are now under the stricture of what's admissible, not admissible, and all of that. And when the judgment comes out, the judgment will also be subject to interpretation, analysis based on people's interests. So that is why I said, let those who want to go to court, go to court. But those of us, we don't want to seal up our mouth by saying, why are you talking about it? But you have gone to court, why are you discussing on television? Because once you take a matter to court, you cannot talk about it again. So if you ask me, was the election fair or not? I will have to say, well, the matter is in the court, we'll find out. I don't want to be subject to that. I want to have as many engagements as possible, and I put people to go to the IRF and be helping me to do analysis, because the IRF is what INEC claims is the authentic result. And then compare, and you have to see. Then you will see that if we are all committed, if we are not just taking side and say, I want this my person to win. No, if you are now being truthful as a country, and we want to now start examining it, we can set up many forensic groups, and we start analyzing. None of us now is on the side of anybody. We are trying to find out what happened to us in our country. How is it that we can blow almost $5 billion and we cannot get a clean election? People are looking at the budget that went to INEC, which is 300-something billion. They're not talking about money will go to police for election covering. They're not talking about money we spend in the media, money we spend on logistics, travel expenses, money we used to do primaries, advertising, the time we shut down our economy, the time. So if you calculate all the costs of this election, it's like better for us not to do election at all, to amend our constitution and say, Buhari, choose the person you like. We use that money to do our road and do everything. We'll gain from it. But if we now spend all that money, and at the end of it, almost everybody who is a participant in it is complaining. Even the winners now have joined the bandwagon, saying they are going to file a cross petition and also challenge what the result of the other person. So it is good for us to have a body of neutrals who are experts. We have all kinds of expertise in Nigeria. Why don't we say, let us set up a committee? We are not interested in whom we favor or not. We will examine one by one this thing, and we will make sure that whatever the court determine or whatever, we want to find out what happened. And that's what I'm for.
All right, thank you. If you are next.
Hi, good afternoon, Prince. Thank you so much. I have a couple of questions. Since this election last week, honestly, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Because all of us being the youth, we were so hopeful that this election will be the best election so far in Nigeria. What's your message to the youth who feels that who felt that their mandate was stolen? And also, it's been 43 years after our independence, and still we don't have no social amenities in Nigeria. I'm trying to understand the reason why we still keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting to get a different result. Do you think that we need to stay together as one country? Because it seems to we have a lot of things that divided us, and that I'm talking about religion, ethnicity, and tribe. And finally, a Lagos election is coming up. And I've been seeing on social media this issue of who is Lagosians and who is not Lagosian. Is there anywhere in the any place in the constitution that said that this is who is gonna contest for the election? Because I understood that Tinubu is not from Lagos and the current governor is not from Lagos. Thank you.
All right, Prince.
You see, let me start from the easiest part. It's already written in the Constitution that you can run election where you live. So that's clear. Like I said, just like the Electoral Act, our laws are not as strong as our culture. So the law is that I can marry anybody if two adults can marry. So a person who is 25 years old can see a 20-year-old and they marry each other. That's the law. They can walk to any registry and marry. But the culture of some people say the Adebayo cannot be married outside the community. You get the point I'm making? So that culture will influence people's decision more than the law. They'll say the Adebayo cannot marry outside the community. In some communities, some religious establishments, they will say a woman cannot be a bishop. So culture, problems of culture cannot be resolved with the law. Problems of culture will have to be resolved by cultural revolution. In Lagos, anywhere in Nigeria, there's no legal issue. I said it before that the first mayor of Lagos originally came from Ondo City, where I come from. And nobody raised the issue at that time. Usman Achine, a Fulani person, was mayor of Enugu. Even his party dropped him during second time. He lost his primaries in his party. The people there still came together and he ran as an independent candidate. He won again. But the culture at that time, this culture now, when Azikiwe entered politics, he was representing Lagos Island. Nobody remembered that, oh, Benjamin. They just knew as Benjamin. That's it. So, but at a stage, it became an existential issue. In 1993, Abiola Muslim, King Ibe Muslim, nobody even remembered. But the people who were fighting against Muslim ticket, they will go to Lagos and say anybody can be, it doesn't matter where you come from. Inconsistency and hypocrisy is our problem. If you are complaining that why should there be Muslim ticket, at the same time, because we are all this, we should know our identity, our culture. We are different. The same you who say we should have Muslim, same you say that in Lagos they should not. So I think basically what we should do is to realize that we need to upgrade our culture to match the book. The book is too advanced for the level of our consciousness. So we need to, and the book is correct. The best person to fix Lagos traffic doesn't have to be from Isaleko. It could have come from anywhere. And even the subtext of your question, that Tinubu is not from Lagos, itself is a confirmation of the error. How can you say Tinubu is not from Lagos? When Tinubu grew up in Lagos and went to school in Lagos, and what is there? So the same thing, Lagos has had commissioners. Deputy Jack Nande came from Kwara. His family originally came from Kwara. So Lagosians never worried about these things. So I think this thing is just a 3-week campaign hysteria. And because people are tense, when you raise a silly point, I even raise a sillier point to counter your silly point. So we now end up into a silly dump. So that is where the problem lies. I don't think it's a debate. that ought to come to this level at all. Most of those things they are calling debate are slurs, which, if we want to change the law at all, we should change the law to punish, because in our constitution says that nobody, no citizen should be discriminated against on the ground of origin, religion, so and so and so, and circumstances of their birth. So it is written in our constitution. But we need to now go to the National Assembly and say, anybody who does this shall face 2 years in prison. Maybe people will behave better. So that is what I can say regarding that. Because of this long answer now, I've forgotten the first one you asked me.
I ask you, what do you tell the youths who felt that their
Okay, yes. Okay, now. Yeah, you also have one dangerous question which I will address again about whether we need to be together or we should chase Rudolph away from this country. So now, number one, the youth have to create their own politics. The issue at hand now, if I'm to advise you, there are four. One, the fact that somebody is popular in your town or popular with you doesn't mean it's popular nationwide. I travel around the country. Even the youth, people have told me, youth constitutes also percentage in the voting roll. I said, please don't tell me that one. Because youths are not the same. We use age to measure youth, but our youths are not the same. A youth who is in Lekki, in Lagos, who is 25 years old, has a master's degree, is a bachelor, working for a tech company, and is on Twitter. A youth who is 25 years old in Katsina, who's of the age, has 3 wives and 11 children, and doesn't go on the internet. And if you ask youth to stand up, he will not stand up. He sees himself as a family head. He leads prayers in his house. So the demographic is not uniform. So if you are making things that appeal to youth, it will not appeal to him because he sees himself as a breadwinner. And he's now in the adult mode. A 19-year-old final year student in IMSO, Owerri, who is on Twitter, who is doing things, it's not the same as a 19-year-old in Safara, who has been married from the age of 15 and who has 3 kids in her house and she's cooking. And she's more interested in the price of dawa than what is trending. So if you take it along like that, and the youth, including the Almajiri in Kano, who are in their millions, and who don't care about anything, they have their knife to protect themselves. They don't believe in Nigeria. When I went to campaign in Kano, I had 2 trucks. And by the time I finished with the 2 hillocks, they were full of knives. Every kid that came there had 2 or 3 knives. And I would tell them, no, I don't do knife. Put it down. They were putting the knife down. Not all of them put down. But by the time we finished, we had 2 hillocks full of knives. So those ones are not going to be on Twitter. That's why I have not seen anybody posting their knife on Twitter. So now, when they have their vote, so things can change. So basically, don't assume that if you back somebody, they will win across the country. No. And that's one of the dangers I saw in the polling, the fake polling they were doing, that this polling is going to set people up for hypertension later. Second point is that elections include winning and losing. Therefore, whether you are a youth or you are an old person, there is a mathematical possibility that the person you are supporting will lose. I grew up in Yoruba land when they used to support Awolowo, and I would see my uncles lighting candle and pray overnight after the election has been counted by Fedeco. They will be counting the Awolowo should win, and they will be so distraught that nobody will eat their food when Awolowo will lose. So, in election, people should get used to winning and losing. You saw what happened. I was in New York the day Clinton lost. People nearly died. Like, is it possible that that person they never thought could ever win could win? Because nobody thought Trump would win if you are in New York. You thought that he's an idiot. But Wyoming is sent by God from above to come and rescue the Christian. So, and Tennessee, God said you should go and vote for Trump. So you have that. The fourth thing is that it's not over yet. If you have anything, don't be despondent. If you have anything to prove that the result uploaded now, declared, is not what happened in your area. Don't need to abuse people on Twitter. Take your time and put them down. When Awolowo used to go to tribunal in those days, he had people like Shegun Agagu, even Benga Daniel, mathematician, Oluwagunloye. They used to go and help him. They were like very young people. They would help him crunch on the numbers to check, they would tabulate, check everything. So instead of you getting angry, getting devastated, just go to your cubicle, gather your friends together, start going to this area, divide the job, check it, 176,000 polling units. Gather 176,000 teams, one team to analyze one polling unit. It's not that difficult. In 1 week, you crunch the numbers. Gather only 176,000 polling units plus. If you set up team of 3 times 176,000, and then you are crunching the number, you will reconstruct the whole thing. I used to do audit in those days. I will reconstruct anything, any account, however much you mess it up, I will reconstruct it. And I will tell you this is how it should be. So we can do it. We have algorithm we can write, and it will do everything. Then you can actually know what happened. So you use your creative energy to be useful instead of being despondent. The last thing I will say is that the court is different. The court is different because the protocol of the court is not the protocol of the street. So if the lawyer makes one mistake, it's over. I did one election petition 15 years ago where the case was very tough. But I found out as I was studying it that the lawyer was also the commissioner for oath because they were so busy and they couldn't go to court to sign the affidavit. And the lawyer who is one of the lawyers was also the commissioner for oath, which is invalid in law. So I saw that, I think his name is Tintin Kiri or something like that. So he was the commissioner for oath. So I saw his name, commissioner for oath, Tintin Kiri. I also saw his name as number 9 or 10 of among the lawyers. I said, the case is over. I said, this case is over. So I called the lawyers who were with me. I said, look at it. So we went and filed and threw the whole thing out. And there were 12 million voters who were waiting for the person who filed the petition at that time. 12 million voters who were mad about it. But the petition had an incurable defect. So I hope it doesn't happen to people. But I'm just saying that people should. And then lastly, what I will say lastly is that politics is a continuum. And the energy is to be directed towards having a nationwide program. And that's why I spent time. I didn't do a single rally in my hometown, in my home state. I said, they know me there already, let them vote as they like. I did my rally in other places. We need to, as youth, we need to have a nationwide program. That's how our politics will work. So that we don't have a John Dee's view, impartial analysis of what is going on in the country. Something is trending in your town, your husband is trending as well. It's not. And then if it doesn't come out, oh, those people cheated me. No. But this election, there's massive cheating. And 6 points that youth should not be ashamed. And they should not be ashamed of admitting when their own side is also wrong. So don't make up your mind that only the other side rigged. This side, we are too holy. Take an open mind, go through it. Where there is overvoting, you see there's overvoting. When I did the primaries in my party, I won. But I won the primaries, 1,708 accredited voters. I only lost 83. But I found out that Katsina State overvoted for me. They voted more than the amount. So, more than their delegates. So I pointed to the people that, look, for what you are counting, Katsina is not supposed to have this amount of vote. What happened? And I drew to the attention of the person running against me that there's an overvoting in Katsina. She said, it doesn't matter, But I pointed it out that it's overvoting in my favor. I want all the votes in Katsina, but it was more than the accredited number of votes. So you should, as they are searching for evidence, they should also search for evidence across, so that this generation can take a break from the previous generation that is dishonest or partially honest. As to whether we are supposed to be together as Nigeria, we have no option. It's something we can do. We are going to be here, but we will have to look for common things, not things that divide us. We have to take some pain. Don't be talking about my turn, it's your turn. Don't be talking about religion. Don't be talking about who is from here, who's not from here. Talk about universal principles. Anybody who is going to lead us has to be honest. If he tells two lies, knock out. It doesn't matter how you like him. Don't be attacking those who say, but this person lied, because it's not your hero. That's how all the heroes of the past came and it was zero. In 2015, if you said anything against Buhari, be sure they will cut your head off. But now, if you go to Katsina, they will say worse than we were saying before. So the people are rejoicing now. They are jumping up and down that they are town man. You wait until they are doing inauguration, you see all the drummers from Ijebuland and Yorubaland. But give them 6 months. They will start crying. Unless you go to the universal principle of dealing with poverty, insecurity, accountability. There is no party you raise based on this issue that will not have acceptance everywhere. What is condemning people like us who are raising issues that once one person raises one issue, when I went out and I said, so journalists were putting in my mouth, Muslim chicken, I said, I don't care. I don't give a damn. I don't care. I care about whether the person has character. I care about whether he has competence. I care about whether he has content. So, show me that. Because once you say, I don't like Muslim, the Muslim who didn't like the person before will start to think, hey, this person is attacking me. If you say it is not the turn of Igbos, then the Igbo man who's a surgeon, who is doing surgery in Philadelphia, suddenly hear that somebody says it's not the turn of the Igbos. Because emotionally invested in it, you say, okay, I'll put my money in it. How can I say it's not the turn of the Igbos? So I don't want us to be attacking divisive identity. But as for the young people, I've said enough. We need to take control, but we must bring ethics into it. I've got a lot of flags from young people who are not rational at all, because I didn't say exactly the talking point that they like. I said some things that are not complementary to their candidate or party or viewpoint. I realized that these ones have not woken up yet. When you wake up in Nigeria, you will realize that truth and frankness and justice, those are the things that can save you. Taking side can't save you. Because very soon you will see those in the political system will sort themselves out. And all your noise making will go away. The most important thing is that, are we going to disengage from this process now and say that we'll come back in 4 years? Why don't we use this election result to torture these people by pointing out everything they did wrong, and also interrogate the fact that whether we in this generation have been infected with the disease of the generation before us. I was attending religious groups and I was talking to them and I was telling them that it is not the job of pastors, bishops, archbishops, primates to help God. It's not your job to help God. It is the job of God to help us. Therefore, don't join politics and join them in helping them to hide ballot box, to recruit voters, to recruit election workers. It will not end well. What you need is in your church, stay inside your church. But if 50 people come out of your church to vote, none of them will send their vote. If 50 people come out of your church to run for office, none of them will buy vote. If 50 people come from your church to work in INEC, none of them will forge results. So if you can, from this religious body, produce quality people who are righteous, you have made your contribution to Nigeria. Don't join the politics.
All right. So if you thank you so much, we go to Snake Doctor. Please make it just a question. We want to get to as many people as possible. We're running out of time. Not really. I see a lot of people who are waiting.
I'm supposed to be the next.
Snake Doctor, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Myself.
Snake Doctor, or mute. Okay. CM, you're next.
Can you hear?
Okay,
CM,
Rudolph. Good afternoon, and welcome to Good Afternoon, our guest. Please, the election of 25th February is being widely seen as very, falling far too short of the standard, simply because, in my view, the polling unit result was not uploaded, which was deliberate by INEC. Now, the question I ask you is, if everything has gone very well, do you think you will win to become the president of Nigeria? Do you really see yourself as winning to become the president of Nigeria? That's just the question.
Okay. If things went well, I could have been the president of Nigeria. And my definition of things going well goes beyond uploading results. For example, if nobody bought votes. So if nobody bought votes, nobody gave anything to any voter, and you just allow the voter to come and vote, I'll get a lot of votes. Because in many places where I'm doing very well, the last minute problem I had were when those people who said they believed me before, who were following me around, saying that we like new politics. But as soon as election came, they started releasing budgets. Say, we need to see things are like this. People are having hard time. Send 10 million, we'll buy this number of votes. Send 20 million. Let's make soap and give soap to people. Things like that. So from that moment, even some of my supporters started switching sides that they cannot fail because this man is not sending money. I have voice messages, people sending to me. In Kogi State, they wrote on their group, this man is the worst thing to have happened. We've gathered people now and it didn't bring money. So it is not only, there are places designated for people to go and collect this, collect that. I just told you now that in Kano, where we are very strong, they started giving some of it, right, the package. So people say that. So to me, that is where I started having a feeling that all my messaging, maybe it hasn't gone around. But if we follow the book, of course, the result will be massively different. Of course, I was affected by my practice. Like I told you, in Katsina, I was tabulating, I got to 115,000. In Adamawa, 115,000. But I don't think I got up to 3,000 there now. So there are lots of changing and all of them. But those ones are easy to prove. All I need to do is to bring all the things they gave to me before. But even in that state, you will notice that when we went to INEC to collect our tax, they told the person who went there that they couldn't find the tax. So we're now struggling where our tax so that our agent can go to the polling unit. But when I did investigation yesterday, I found out that the chairman of my party in the state went with the PDP chairman in the state. The two of them went to INEC person. My chairman of my party signed for my tax. PDP signed for their own. My chairman of my party carried our tag and gave to PDP. So he still disappeared. So the PDP man went with our tag and his own tag. So both PDP, I just got a report now from Saple. So the reports are coming in. So basically, if the election was done properly, you follow the law, nobody's cheating, your agent comes, nobody's giving money to anybody, of course, the person who they say have won will not be the winner. And the people who they say have lost will not be the loser. And many of the people who have high numbers now will have much lower numbers. So that is what happened. But I see that most questions are framed to pigeonhole my reaction to why it's not included.
Rudolph,
But because
Please, Rudolph, just a little sub question. Just a little sub question.
Go ahead, sir.
Prince Adewale, there are 36 states and FCT. What states do you think you could have won? Because I know you can't win the whole 36 states. What states do you think you could have won?
Our projection,
if everything, including the conditions you've given.
Our projection was the Northeast, North Central. One or two states.
That's 11 states.
Northwest. The place where we knew we had problems.
Okay.
We were not having a lot of traction. Hello? No. Even in the Northeast.
17 states.
Even in the Northeast.
North Central.
Excuse me. Even in the Northeast, you're not going to win all the states. But the place where you have real prospects of winning. That's why you see, if you want to know where the states where I thought I was going to win.
All right. I think his internet is frozen. I'm sure he will join us again. Please, when he comes in, I've already briefed him. I was expecting that in 2 minutes he will answer every question. I hope the people who are also trying to ask questions can limit it.
Rudolph, can you caution him on he tell a lot of story, but can you gear him towards on answering the specific question, not veering out, because he's taking long to analyze and give the this thing.
Well, we talk to the guests before we come on air. We don't we can't stop the show, and he's aware of. But
I'm back now.
Okay.
So let me just conclude. Can you hear me? Let me just conclude that our calculation and from our finding in the Northeast, in the Northwest, in the North Central, in the
all right. So,
Sorry, of 1 minute, please. In exam hall, when we're schooling them, when they ask you question, you go straight, you analyze a little bit and give the answers. If we keep on writing like this in the exam, we're going to fail F9 or F level.
Hello?
Yeah, all right. So, okay, are you back?
In the Northeast, Northwest, North Central, Southwest, nobody was going to touch APC or PDP. That is our finding. And we also have certain electorates that we're targeting. So bottom line, everybody has their own formula, and I'll keep my own to myself because this is not my last election. But basically, our calculation is that you would not have the few places where we thought we have problems, we were working to get at least 25% in them. But in those places too, they were just doing economic. They will not let people vote. They will write 420 over 420 for people and all of that.
All right. Thank you, Prince. National Boy, you're next.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Rudolph. Prince Adewale, good evening, sir, to you from this side of Europe.
Thank you, sir.
I thank you so much that you are insisting and repeating your word again that the cheating is across the board. Who don't like it, who don't want to hear it, should go to court. Simple as ABC. The cheating remains, and it happened across the board, whether they would like it or not. But however, I want to ask you specifically this question, because the National Youth Service, NYC to be precise, they were the one that were being used as the officers. Now, and I know very well that all parties, to be precise, also made a budget for these categories of people. Now, if there is not, they are the one who actually perpetrated the evil acts during this process. What is your fear or what is your thought about the future of Nigeria, considering the NYC who are about to go into Nigerian public space. So that's just my question.
You see, there's some statics there. So if I miss any of your points, let me know.
All right.
As a legal problem, it's a cultural problem where you say that somebody stole your box of chocolates and you go and report to the police and you carry the box of police will say bring the shop up. You find out that the girl who stole or the boy who stole your box of chocolate took the chocolate home and the mother started eating from it without asking, where did you get this box of chocolate from? And then you now go to police station to report them. And when you get to the police station, the policeman is also taking on the box of chocolate. And then you report to the DPO, and the DPO takes a larger chunk of the chocolate. Eventually, they charge them to court, and the magistrate collects the chocolate as exhibit. And in the next adjourned date, the exhibit is missing because chocolate has been eaten by the magistrate. So it's a cultural problem. So I don't want to be looking like a parrot talking too many things, but in the course of my running, I could see all the pitfalls in our system where first, many of those people who went to join INEC as ad hoc staff, NYC, many of them were gathered together and compiled by candidates and parties to go and submit to INEC. And they gave INEC people's money so that you can pass my own person and not pass the other person's list. So the process is like that. And those who could give
All right. I think we end it with the people who are already in the studio.
Yeah, they may end up also sanctioning what these people are doing as like is doing for a greater good. So I think that truth is what can set us free. Many people are sent to me a lot of messages. You ran presidential. Why are you talking loosely and revealing things? But I'm just thinking that if I was made your president, if I was elected anyway, so that you can understand the nature what we need to correct. I'm not going to be passing the behavior of the
All right. It looks like there's no light even where he is. And if you guys can have patience, I think.
So those are the things that you need to address in our system. But let us not get our people used to the notion that when you are trying to investigate something like this, you have a 360-degree view. You don't just follow a narrow compass. And you suspect everybody. And then you start to eliminate those who have passed the test. So let us go to each of the 176,000 polling units, 176,606. Let's go to each of them with a fine-tooth comb and screen through generally. And that's it. But there's a contradiction, semi-contradiction in what I'm saying and the fact that I congratulated the person declared. That is the process. And that's the process anywhere in the world. And that's what is the process we need to learn. If the body saddled by law to say this is the winner says so, you congratulate the person and go and pursue your case. The same thing, the disease that befell INEC can also befall the court. Either there's a content problem,
All right. It's frustrating, I know, for most of us who are watching, but that's what we are left with in Nigeria, and that something we take for granted across the world: internet and connectivity. Okay.
yeah.
Can you hear us, Prince? All right.
I can hear you. I just hope it's not my wife pulling the wire to say this man should stop talking. But I can hear you quite well.
Okay.
So I was just saying generally that.
I thought the wife is in the other room, but yeah, I said that
we have a process, and that if you're interrogating INEC, very soon you'll be interrogating the court. All our institutions that we build for ourselves are manned by us, and we are who we are. So we need to learn to change our behavior and learn to interrogate this institution in a decent way. That at the end of the day, even the Supreme Court is to determine. You won't be sure that you won't find fault in that determination one way or the other. And we have to now use the opportunity to raise the quality of our ethics generally.
All right. Thank you. Henry, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mr. Rudolph, and good evening, Prince Adewale. First of all, I just want to ask a little short question first. You contest as president candidate. I wanted to ask you, in your state where you come from, I don't know where you come from, the state you came from, did you get a vote from there? The highest vote from there? If not,
I didn't run as a candidate of my state.
No, I mean
I ran as a candidate of those who are committed.
Yeah.
But I know the issue in my state. If I wanted to win, listen, if I wanted to win the vote of my state, I know what to say. But I won't say it.
Okay.
I won't say that it is the turn of Yorubas and Ondo has not produced one person before. I don't have time for such a argument. Those things will emotionally attract them.
Yes, okay.
I'm not interested in that.
Okay, it's okay. You make an example before about sport. Somebody who maybe they catch this person on using some steroid or drugs. The example was nice, fine, but the people contest the injection about the NEC not to announce Tinubu as president candidate. They should stop it because there's a proof there in Abuja said they have the results. The results the agency signs. It's not matching because they cancel some of they changed the result there. They said they have the proof. They show the so-called ANEC chairman, but regardless, it said it's going further. In a civilized country, in civilized society, like in America where you live, where the civilized country, such things will never happen. But why the ANEC series accept to call Tinubu as the president of that great country? When himself knows a lot of proof, we saw it. Not a blind man can see this. The changes of results. Every agencies have their own copy. Why they don't? It's okay. Let's review this allegation. If he call himself a professor and they use the same professors, it's a shame they use professors to ring election in Nigeria.
All right, Henry.
How can you accept? To congratulate somebody which the people they found out is not the winner of that election. How can you congratulate a criminal? Thank you.
Okay, now let me just answer you clearly. I am not INEC. I don't work for INEC. Each person is playing their own role, and I'm not going to speak. There are some things I can clarify. If I clarify them, and there's an element that looks like defensive of INEC, people will say, why are you doing that? What I can tell you is this. The one, if you ask me why we behave the way we behave, we come to the place where they are collecting results. If our collation, our complaint is about what happened in the polling unit, we will not sign the results in the ward. If our problem is with the problem in the ward, we will not sign when it comes to the local government. If we get to the state where the election is to determine the winner in that state for the presidential election, we will object in that place and not participate and complain. When they take it to Abuja and the person who brought it from the state is submitting it to the INEC chairman, we will stand up and say, we raise so objection below, and those objections we raise below were not looked into, and the result they are giving to you now is not consistent with what happened. We sit down. Beyond that, you can't do anything, because everything you have done disruption of the process, where you say you must not do it. It's like when I go to court and I raise an objection before a judge that the judge has no jurisdiction
All right. I think we may have to take a break if this continues, and then after this, we are going to have a conversation for those who are interested on some of the issues, especially the situation in the Lagos and other states where they're having elections on Saturday. It's unfortunate that this internet is not going as well as we thought.
Rudolph, don't take me away when you're going to break, please. Nah? Please.
Why, Rudolph, when it's my turn, I don't even want to, a local turn. You're telling me now.
Oh, you can
that, a local turn. After all this time, you're telling me that, hey, we're going to go. No, we ain't going nowhere. A local.
All right, hang in there. Even if you're going on break, I'm not taking anyone out. I'll just
No,
play.
but actually, for me, fundamentally, he made some comment. It's not even. He made a comment. He says in 2021, he have a conversation.
Okay, hold on. It's getting getting to your turn. So make it when it gets to you. Make it quick. Okay, Prince, can you hear me? Okay, Prince.
Yeah, can you get me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was concluding that it's like me going to court and raising objection that the court has no jurisdiction or the procedure is wrong. Once the court recalls my objection, the court makes a ruling.
So the question is, 4 years after Tinubu, are we still going to be experiencing something like
No, never. No, not Tinubu, please. Tinubu cannot be my president. Never. No.
Well, we work with
I'm sorry that Hello?
Can we do this? Maybe we just take out a few people from the studio and see if that will help.
I go out. I come back later. I go out.
No, you stay. He's answering your question. We take out people. Not that you are out of the studio. You'll be off the screen, but you'll be there. So don't feel that I'm taking you out of. Just to make sure that the bandwidth is not the problem.
Yes. So I'm back now. So let me just be quick.
Yeah.
My quick answer is that if you raise your objection, the court records your objection, you can't disturb the proceeding after that. It's on record that you are pointed out. That's basically, so we are not going to join jumping up and down, disturbing the place, and doing all sorts of things. We're not going to join that. Second is, why would I congratulate a criminal? Now, the complaint is that INEC did not upload the result. That is the complaint on the ground, that the result being read or whatever they was doing is inaccurate. They didn't say that they saw a particular person carrying the result to his house. So I'm not looking at anybody as a criminal. I'm looking at a process that is not done. And if I were to look at people as criminals, I will start to say that because I know the activities of everybody in the last 72 hours to that time, I will start to look at all of them as criminals. Because you who procure you core members, or your party procure you core members to be forging results, you who procure people to be buying votes, or you're breaking the criminal law. So if you're not looking for criminals, you don't have to win to be a criminal. You can commit fraud and still lose the election. You are still a criminal all the same. So if he's looking at criminal and all of that, you have enough criminals to look at. But I was looking at the process, that I'm a presidential candidate, just like I'm a litigant in a court of law. If the judge finished giving his judgment, however perverse, I will say as complices, I will immediately go and file an appeal. So I don't believe in disruption, and I don't believe in giving the country a bad eye. Because right now, as I'm sitting down now, I say congratulations to the winner. Just like Al Gore said congratulations to Bush. But I still want to challenge Bush. So you can go and see Gore or Bush. President Bush, congratulations. Later, they called him and said, there's problem in Florida. There's problem in Florida. C, and C. He picked his phone and called Bush again and said, congratulations, but I'm going to challenge you. And Bush was arguing with him, but you consider it, yeah, I will withdraw that concession. The congratulations, but I'm still going to go to court. So that's the way to do it. It doesn't mean that I like the outcome. And in my message, that same message, where I said congratulations to the winner, I still stated in it that I'm not satisfied with the outcome. And I'm not satisfied with it at all. So why are people picking? Well, and we all signed the peace accord, where all of us were told, when the process is going on, don't do Urubebe, please. They told us, you are signing, don't do any Urubebe. And if a winner is announced, say you accept the result, subject to going to court. And if people listen to my party when they did press conference, my party listed everything that we knew is wrong with the election. We say, we congratulate the winner, we accept the outcome pending what the court will decide. That is a process. And we must see that it doesn't cost you anything, it doesn't make it holy. So it is our job, rather than arguing with the person who congratulated, that don't congratulate. No, our job is to enlighten people that congratulation is just a process. And it doesn't mean that we cannot challenge the person. So if you go to court now, and you say to the court, he didn't win here, he didn't win here, he didn't win here. The court is not going to say, yeah, he didn't win, but since you congratulated him now, it's too late. The court is not going to say so. And if Peter Obi goes to court now, and the court say Peter Obi is the winner, what do you think I'm going to do? I'll pick my phone Hey, my brother, Peter, congratulations on your case. So, if Tinubu goes to Supreme Court, and Supreme Court says, no, the High Court, the Court of Appeal was wrong. Supreme Court says Tinubu actually is the winner. We will reverse it. What will I do? Congratulations for recovering your bondage back. But what I am doing now, the job of advocacy, is not subject to any of those things. If you ask me what happened in Manufashi, Casina, I'll give you low down what happened there. If you say what happened in Oka, I'll give low down what happened in Oka, Anambra State. If you say what happened in Agulu, I'll give you low down what happened in Agulu, Anambra State. If you say what happened in Etiosa, in Lagos, I'll give you low down what happened in Etiosa. So stage by stage, I will be able to tell the public that this is where they cheated, this is who cheated. For after all, for example, Kwankwaso has not been declared the winner. But having known what happened in Kano, where they were distributing food, distributing all these things, each time I talk to him, I raise the issue. What are you telling me? You were distributing this and that. What's that for? So it's like that. It's something emotional.
Thank you so much, Prince. And Henry, thank you. Ike, you're next.
Hey, thank you, Rudolph. I appreciate you. Prince, I appreciate you for being in this platform. And I like how you're being a politician at the same time answering the question. Thank you for that. For me, there is things that you said that I'm going to allude on. You said that you had a problem with electronic thing in 2000. You talked about it in 2021 about these electronic things. What is wrong for once in our lifetime? We do something right. You used Al Gore election as an example. That was a free and fair election. So it doesn't come to play a role in this Nigerian project. For me, the question I'm going to ask you, you say that a lot of people cheated, a lot of people did different things, different parties did different things. And somebody asks you, how many states, not even win, 25%. The mandate in this case is the youths, people like me. I'm not a youth anymore. The first mandate, they protest, they got shot. Now, they vote, they got disenfranchised. Now, in the court, we don't have, I don't think we have chance, but we see, because the same group of individuals are buying everything. What do we do in this case for you? Because we didn't work in protest, we didn't work in election, I don't think we're going to work in court. What do we do as youth to retire these old people that have made it difficult for Nigeria to move further? Because they play the religious role, they play the money-making role. So what do we do? Where do we go from here? Because we cannot reform. You said you have seen free and fair election. I hope it's not in Nigeria where we have this free and fair election, because in Nigeria we have never had a free and fair election. You hire professors. Who are the professors? Who give them the professors? I have PhD. I teach, but I'm not a professor. I can come and answer. I can go to Nigeria and answer professor. So all these things we are talking, you haven't even given us the fundamental, what these youths, the young people, I'm in my early 50s. I don't consider myself youth, but at the age of 50, going to have my birthday tomorrow, at the age of 52, I have never seen Nigeria. All I have had, Nigeria is getting worse. Is getting worse. When do we do it right? What are we going to do, in your opinion? I don't care about what people are saying this election was stolen, this and that. That's not what I care about. You, as the person, it looks like you're a young man. What do we do to get Nigeria in a positive direction? What are your suggestions? because it looks like it doesn't matter what they did. And please don't use America as an example. I voted in 2000 in America. I voted for Gore. I voted in 2007 for Obama. I voted in Obama again. I voted during Trump. Forget about what Trump said. We know why Hillary lost, because the poll didn't go all the way to the root. So we are not talking about poll. We are talking about, you guys are using examples that are not real. American example, you can't use it to compare to Nigerian this thing. My question for you is, what do we do as youth, as your children, as your grandchildren later in the future? What do we do to redeem Nigeria?
Thank you.
Because
Thank you.
everything we did now is not working.
Okay, thank you, Ekena. First, happy birthday to you. At least, let me say before I come and read that one from you. You don't have to. Happy birthday to you first. Second thing I will say to you is that I am not saying don't use technology. I am saying that putting technology in the hand of fraudulent people, they will only cheat you digitally. So I was saying at that time that we need to pay attention to where the problem lies. The problem lies in that it's just like an accountant who is a thief. You go and buy him a calculator. It will calculate his theft faster. So the calculator is not going to make you not to steal the money. A cashier who wants to steal will steal, even with the calculator in the hand. So I'm not against technology. Second, I am not saying that there's nothing we can do. And please, let us say something about youth. The definition of youth is not limited to Lagos. So don't assume that there is no youth in Safara who will go and vote for APC. Don't assume that there's no youth in Kano. Because I travel around the country and I met different types of youth. So it's not only if they ask you now, Ikena, to go and bring a Nigerian youth, you will miss it. Because if they say go and bring a Nigerian youth, you will bring a youth who's a graduate, who is on Twitter. But that's not the average Nigerian youth. The average Nigerian youth, if you take population of youth, the average Nigerian youth can barely speak proper English and does not have a Twitter account. That is the average Nigerian youth. And when your youth who are sophisticated, loud, go and cast one vote, the other youth who is your age mate, who is 21 years old, will not only cast vote, he will ask his wife, 2 wives, how to cast their vote. So, and he's just 21 years old like you, but he has 2 wives. And he and his 2 wives will vote. And they will be voting exactly based on the fact that somebody gave wrapper for him to give to the wife. He's still a youth. So let us understand the state of our country. That the youth you see in NSAS are not the typical youth. That's the elite youth. So but they are appropriating the youth to themselves.
But in actuality, the youth you're talking about, fundamentally, the youth, because when you guys do that, it gets on me that Zamfara is not advanced, that Sokoto is not advanced. That is not the fault of the southeast, the southwest, the south, or other area. It's the fault of their people who have ruled Nigeria, who didn't develop their environment. For example, he said, PDP president said, somebody in Adamawa does not have internet, does not have smartphone. That is not the fault of somebody who is in Lagos, who was born in Lagos. And you
No,
guys underestimate the youths. When you say that, you underestimate. If you go to YouTube today, on the crumbs of Zamfara, on the crumbs of all these local places, even the ones that are carrying Nama, they have internet. This
sir,
is to mess with
sir,
our head.
with due respect, sir, let us get what is right. One, we are not allocating whose blame it is, whose fault is it. We are stating fact. Secondly, if you want to talk to Nigeria about Nigeria, don't talk about somebody who has just gone around Nigeria campaigning for the last 1 year. So I know whom I'm meeting, and I'm letting you know that definition of youth is based on age brackets, but the age bracket has diversity. So the youth didn't vote the same way, and the youth didn't have the same, it's not the same priority. So if you go to a particular session now of youth, you can use religion to seal their mind, and they work in the choir, they sing in the choir, and they will vote according to how their pastor. Let me tell you, I have a particular youth who called me. This youth has a master's degree, and this youth is even telling me that they want to go abroad soon to go and study. But the youth called me 2 days of the election and asked me one question, which became something I'm going to write a thesis on. He asked me, do I have my name in the Bible? Is my name reflecting anywhere in the Bible? I said, which Bible now? My name is Adebayo. He said, no, do you have any name that reflects in the Bible? I said, well, my grandmother gave me one name, I think it's there. I said, what is the name? Is it the Bible? I said, why are you asking me all of this? He said, they were told in their church that they should vote for somebody whose name is in the Bible. This person does not have psychiatric problem. This is a person who has a master's degree and is going abroad soon to go and top it up. But he's asking me this question, which I find to be, this question doesn't sound logical to me. What I'm letting you know is that when it comes to electioneering, you have to break the analysis. Youth vote for different reasons. So that youth is not interested in whether I can create employment or not. That youth, who is supposed to be a rational person, is interested in whether my name is in one ancient book. So what I'm saying in final analysis is that let us be a little more nuanced in our analysis. But the hope is not lost. The only thing I can say, and that is what affected everything we've done. When they did NSAS cover about 3% of the surface of Nigeria. But it covered 99% of the media. But it only covered 3% of the surface. But they say this is where the youth is NSAS. I think it's the kind of debate that Lugard was having with Abatwakole, Egatishingu, and not the rest of them. That he called them the trousered Negroes of Lagos. That they didn't know the country. So when they were saying, under the Clifford Constitution, we need universal suffrage across the country, Lugard was arguing with them, look at these people, you sit in Lagos. You even send your clothes to London to be ironed on Bond Street. You are telling me you want to get independence for the whole country, where some of the country people are still at war, civil war, inter-ethnic war, where there's still cannibalism in some part of the country, where a whole group of people are on the mountain naked, they haven't come down. I am the one who goes there to go and settle situation there. You are in Lagos telling me that you want to get independence for the whole country. So they didn't bother making. So let us understand that if you want to address the issue of this country, in the course of my campaign, I've learned that I need to now expand my scope and penetrate communities across the country. So you cannot categorically say that because you met some youth in Lagos, in Odo, everywhere, they voted this way. That's where all Nigerian youth are going. I don't think so. There are other youth in other places who have not attain that consciousness. And your job is to make sure that you penetrate there, because you cannot say that's their problem, because we only have one electorate. We only have one electorate. And that one electorate is pieced together. And Wole Soyinka's vote is one. And the stark illiterate, who is a power tapper, the vote is one. So the opinion of Wole Soyinka is only going to be strong on Twitter with 1 million followers. But it's only one vote. So, and that's the lesson I've learned. And that's the lesson I want us to learn. That we need to get everybody to the same level of consciousness before you can be talking of anything that is revolutionary. Because the revolution can only succeed when you have the mass. And majority of the masses don't look like you. A typical Nigerian is not like me. I am a typical Nigerian. And in the democracy, I'm a minority.
All right. Okay, so Nne has agreed that we skip her so that we can get to Thomas faster because he has to go. African Queen.
She's competing with my wife. That's the only African queen. I don't know. I have to tell her now that there's a competitor somewhere.
All right, African Queen, you're next. Unmute yourself, African
Queen. Yeah. Hello, Professor Dewale. Nice to meet you on the forum.
Pleasure.
Hello, everyone. I just popped in to ask. I have just a comment and a very quick question. Let me start with the comment. My comment will be that for us, I see you as a youth candidate. So, and I've actually, listened to you I've been on the space and you came on Twitter. So I've listened to you a couple of times, and I would say my comment will go this way. For us that still have the opportunity, let us use it well. Let us use the opportunity to educate the others who will feel that are not properly educated in the right steps to follow. Even if the steps doesn't suit us at that time, but provided we know it's the right thing to do, that is the only way we can save the soul of this country. Anything shrouded in anything else other than this, both in religious inclination, tribal inclination, whatever it is, it will not do us any justice. We will only be, it will be counting down to the time the keg of gunpowder will explode. So that's my comment. And why am I commenting on this? I've seen the victory of the victory of the APC presidential candidate elect, and you know what? As a youth, and you being outside the country, the image we have. It's actually following us already. I've seen publications from Austria. I've seen publications from Germany. It's a disgrace for someone, in my profession, that they tag my president, and the next sentence that comes with him is, you know what it is? They don't just congratulate him. They also tag the drug issue from the United States. And this is from the newspapers of foreign countries. So when we are thinking about our tribe and thinking about our religion and thinking about ourselves, we should think about the country at large and what we are going to face, because other people are looking at us too. So that is my comment. Now, my question is this. You said something about the entire parties. I believe it's the three major political parties or the four of them. Four of them, that all of them cheated. And it goes like, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that the Labour Party used dollars, correct? And PDP used Naira. And APC used recharge card. And I think NNPP used what? I think I forgot.
Foodstuff.
Foodstuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have any proof to this allegation? Because it would be good to have this all, in fine print, so that it will also support any of the candidates, as they're all headed to the court of law. Is there any solid proof to this? And you can share with us so it can also help us educate those who listen to us too.
Okay. Now, let me start with where is your comment. Your comment is a fair comment. The problem with Nigeria is that we have tons of fair comment all the time. But when it's time to make decisions, we don't apply them. So a person can tell you this is the right thing to do, but when it's their turn, they won't do it. What I try to do in my own case is to try to apply it to myself and anything that has to do with me at all times, basically. And if you look at it, you can do your independent study of the behavior of the political parties. None of them has adhered to any of these things you're saying. For me, there's none of them you can accuse me of. And I raise it all the time. So there is selectivity in Nigeria. There's selective memory, selective indictment, selective everything. And people have narratives and talking points that they want you will be a hero if you just join the talking point and become part of the majority who are deluded. So I don't want that. So now, with respect to what they're writing in international media, it is not anything we can do anything about, because the way we run our campaign, we run a campaign of accusations and counter-accusations. I refrain from that. I stuck to issues. There are many things I know about each of the presidential candidates, but I refrain from talking about them. I leave that to the press to talk about them. So you will not see me, because I know in the end, one of us will become president. And all these things you are sticking to one another will become a staple for international media. There's an aspect of it which a Nigerian will say it doesn't concern me. There's an aspect of it which a Nigerian can say, well, this is the head of state now. Why are you talking to my country like that? I was in one forum and I said that when Charles became the King of England, a newspaper collaborating as follows. Here comes a notorious adulterer with no means of livelihood from a fractious family and a brother of an internationally wanted pedophile. That would be true as well. But will you find anyone write that? They will say, no. We cannot write that about England, about the United Kingdom. That's their king. So nobody will write it. So if they write that about Nigeria and Nigerians are circulating it, it is wrong. When Trump became president, the Times collaborating, here is a serially bankrupt Russian spy agent who is accused of sexual harassment as their headline. But would they write that? They will not, because they will respect the relationship they want to have with the United States. So there's an element of international and national pride that we need to look at. So if the Nigerian people can elect somebody as their president, it just shows you the level of consciousness that the country has. And many of the candidates, other candidates, if we have a good media and there can be scrutiny, there are many of them who are not even supposed to be running. We have to be frank. And I can count 1 or 10 times when I challenge the media that I ran for president in this country, and nobody even bothered to check my background. Nobody asked questions. Where is school? The media is not curious. So that's the general. So in the process where you are not that curious, a lot of people will come out and rise into leadership. That is the reason why everybody needs vigilance. Everybody, society needs to set a standard. But you cannot mention that one person's background and leave the other person. We should all have a uniform standard. And that's why Americans were scandalized that despite all the expose around Trump and all the cases he had in court, all the problems associated with his life, all the bankruptcies, all the criminal fraud, all, they still elected him. So the democracy across the world is facing challenges of ethics. Things that people would not accept in the past, becoming more and more acceptable. I remember when Mitterrand was accused of having mistresses, and the Le Figaro, the French newspaper, carried it. They were surprised that he still won the election. And that was something that the French intellectuals was worried about with all this expose. So if we're not careful, if we continue to lower our consciousness, somebody will come out of prison, or somebody will be inside prison in Nigeria, and he will be elected to office. So it's something we need to interrogate generally. Now, regarding things that I said, I said it openly. These are things that are notorious. I don't believe that you get to this age in life and you are not going to have friends in Kano. So you can call them in Kano. What happened? What are you doing to vote? You don't need me to put it in writing for you. I've already said to you on air. You can just find out. That's why I was telling Dr. Abati, why are you asking me questions? Don't you have reporters? I've just given you a lead. Just go around and ask, how did they vote? Did they not collect Maggie? Did they not collect 100 naira? Did they not collect Omo? Even a student of social sciences will gather enough to go to people, how did you vote? What happened? How much were you given? These people are honest villagers. They're just simple. They will answer you. They'll tell you, this is what they gave me. They gave me wrapper. They gave me money. They will talk about it. So we are just being dodgy. So if somebody says, if there's somebody you don't like and is accused of committing an offense en masse, you'll be tweeting it forward everywhere. You spread it, whether it's confirmed or not. If there's somebody you like and they say the person killed somebody dead, you'll say, where's the death certificate? So we don't have same equal frankness and honesty. So that's the problem we have. All of us have that problem. Our interest is always to pursue the truth. Any rumor about something you don't like, you amplify it, you tweet it, you spread it, it goes around the internet. Even when they debunk it, you still continue. Somebody sent something to me regarding a particular candidate whom I don't like at all, and who I was contesting against, and sent something to me about the candidate. And I asked him, but this thing is not true now. He said, yes, I know, but let him defend himself. So he knows it's not true, but because he's supporting a particular candidate, so he spread the information. So Nigeria, we need to be honest, and we should need to stop pretending. So it is not the worst painted candidate that's actually the worst candidate sometimes, if we want to be frank. And in the end, even people we hold as heroes, we need to check them. So in this country, you can go to an office, come out, commit fraud, do whatever. You have enough people on the internet to back you, support you, push you. And if anybody raises your fault, they will continue to hammer the person, insult you, and do whatever. So we're lynching people who say the truth, and we're also spreading rumor. So the fact that you spread all these things, some of them will stick, and you have years to deal with them. But none of this has anything to do with whether somebody can be elected or not. The consciousness of the electorate is what people don't understand. If you take these, how many, maybe 35 million votes now, and you put this vote on the table, and you start to do background check, if it's possible, you will find out that many of the people who voted about 15 to 20% were told how to vote. People had to take them to say, this is the logo, go and vote. In some parts of Nigeria, if you want to vote, they will tell you which party. You will mention the person, the agent will be the one to help you vote. Are you aware of that? It's the standard, it's not in the book, but it's a standard practice.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
That would be a video, right? That you saw. The comment, the last comment you just made about people were being their fingers, they were being helped to thumbprint and stuff. That was the video that you saw, correct?
No, it's not the video. I'm telling you the practice, not one video. I am saying that if you do that in Lagos or Aba, people will complain that why are you disturbing this person? Let him go and vote on his own. But in large communities in Nigeria, it is a standard practice.
Okay. Okay.
To assist people to vote. It's a standard, it is normal. Nobody will complain. Maybe one person may grumble. But what I'm letting you know is that if you analyze this electorate, they are not the electorate of your imagination.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I think it's.
I think we've lost him.
Yeah,
because I have a sub question for him, and that will be, he said he's been mentioning the rumors and rumors and spreading rumors, which of course is not something that anyone should partake in. So like what he meant, the question I asked him, he's just to provide us with a link. Otherwise, he's just spreading a rumor. So how can he be here spreading rumors? So I'm expecting to see a link which will provide, evidentiary, support to what he has been saying.
Okay, let's
Yeah. So when he comes back, I might just I might have to step back for a bit. But that is what he has to provide us with an evidence. He cannot be spreading rumors because it's a rumor until there's evidence.
What's the rumor?
Sir, it's a rumor if we do not have evidence.
Which one is rumor now? Which particular one is rumor?
The question I asked of all the parties, all their activities, from the dollar to the naira to the recharge card and to the food stuff. Like I can say yes. I saw some people sharing. Like I saw some.
I don't want to engage in meaningless argument. If I give you information, you have a right to believe or not believe. But information that is easily verifiable, which means that if somebody says a particular location, that somebody gave people stuff in Kanu, if you have the facility to investigate, you investigate. I don't have time for idle argument.
All right. So
if I say,
go ahead, Prince. I didn't know you came back.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I am not going from door to door, knocking your door, telling you as I have my door, come and hear what I heard. I am sitting down, being invited by media houses to say, give your perspective of what you saw, observed, reported to you on this election. I'm giving you accurate report. And these things are feasible. You can pick your phone. You will not leave California, wherever you are. You can take
All right. So when it comes back, we finish up with Kene, and Okija.
Damages, I have to step back now. Just
Thomas,
for the
that
information of those that are listening.
is not even here anymore.
No, he's coming back. Labour Party did not even have enough money to put on all the ads on channels, the major TV channels. So, and I know the work that was going on in the background, know how everybody was raising their two pennies. So I don't even know where Labour Party got the dollars to be sharing to people. That's absurd.
Labour Party,
Everyone,
Labour
everyone
Party.
knows that. Everyone knows that Labour Party doesn't have money.
No, Labour Party did not give any money. But again, you and Henry Gabriel has actually asked my question, but I'm still going to ask that same question. And I'm going to add, because I watched his interview at
How can you lie, tell a barefaced lie? People we're here raising money, raising, I was raising even up to $50 or collect from people just to support the movement. And you're saying that people were giving who money at one part of the country? We didn't even have enough money. There was not enough money. That's the truth. So that's why it would be good to have evidence. Like if you say they shared matches or they shared stickers, oh, I will understand that. Yes, it's true. You said the APC shared food, or maybe like something like pasta that they shared to people in late. I'll say yes, I saw a video, an evidentiary video. Some people shared. Yes, it's accurate, but you can't. So how do you know about the recharge card? How do you know about the naira? And Labour Party of all people sharing dollar. PDP and APC didn't share dollar, and it's Labour Party that doesn't have nothing is sharing dollar. It doesn't
You've
make
made
sense.
up your mind. Excuse me.
Christian,
Excuse me. Listen, I am giving information to the public. You can form your conclusion that one party doesn't have money, doesn't have the other. I'm not going to comment on that if that's what you believe. If I come and see, no, what I'm saying, if I go somewhere and they ask me, where have you been all evening? I will say, I saw Rudolph with a number of people who were on live stream who were discussing. Somebody can say, but Rudolph is in, I saw him in French Riviera. He doesn't even have internet there. That's your choice. APC people have been complaining bitterly to me. How can you say this to us? How can you say this about us? PDP people are livid. If Labour person is crying, my intention is not to offend anyone. If I'm asked, don't ask me any question if you don't want an answer. If you ask me a question, I will give my best answer. It's now up to you to go out and investigate, or you see your mind and say, since this is referring to my favorite persons, it can't be true. I'm not interested. I'm not litigating anything against anyone. I'm just doing public accountability. When Arise invited me, I honored their invitation. I didn't write them a letter saying invite me. They asked me to come to their studio, I came. They asked me a question, I answered. They went irate about it. It's not my business. They questioned me, I answered them. I'm invited by Rudolph to come and also do public accountability. I am here. I will say, some of the things I say will make you happy, some will make you cry, some will get you angry. It's not my business. My job is to say what I see and what I know and what I believe in. You can now take it with a pinch of salt and then go and do investigation and call me back again. I'm always available, but dogmatic rigidity and sitting down, it doesn't help you, it doesn't help anybody. Pick it, just randomly do it. You have people in these places and you get information. And that was why I'm happy, even those who are complaining about results. I've seen that the IRF is coming up now, and everybody can go there and pick what they want. You pick my own fraud, I pick your own fraud, everybody picks their own fraud. Then we bring it consolidated fraud analysis. Then you will see that people will say in Nigeria, switch off the mic, because as you are coming to say this one saying don't. But I have no fear that you will go to any of these places or anywhere, you will find something that I've done wrong and I'm hiding somewhere. But I didn't wake up in the morning and say, immediately the election ends, I am going to be attacking. No. But if you ask me a question, I'm not going to say, oh, I don't want to make African Queen unhappy. So I'm going to forge the fact and no. It's not my job.
All right, let's go to Neonest.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Prince, thank you. This is I've listened to you twice on this platform. Then I witnessed your interview with Arise News. And even though two people are here since I joined, have asked you this same question, I'm still going to ask you this question, because if you are an aspiring candidate to be a president of a country, I think that you have to really go with a lot of integrity. Because when I was observing your interview, for me, I saw a lot of anger coming out of you. Maybe the way Dr. Abati asked you the question, you didn't really take it well. So the question that I really want to ask you, which African Queen just asked you and Henry asked you earlier, is you can make a bold statement like this if you're not sure. And then you have answered her by saying that your job is to tell us what you need to tell us. Then we can get up and go and investigate. Because when you're referring to the fact that LP used dollar, I'm not sure if whoever that was giving you this message, because I know that I saw a guy called Ato Eze dashing people money in dollar, and he has no association with LP. I think, if I'm not mistaken, whether he's with the PDP or he's with APC, but he has no relationship with the LP. I don't know if that's what your people were reporting to you, and you're now saying that LP bribed people with dollar. That's one thing. Then the other thing that I really wanted to say is that ever since I came on this platform this afternoon, most of the things you've been saying is very contradicting. Because on one hand, you're saying that all the party agents, but then the INEC official said that they distributed all these, they asked all the party people to bring in their agent so that there will be at least an observers to make sure that the election will go well. So, but the way you're now presenting it, like each of these parties, they brought somebody that helped them to rig election. It kind of confuses me, because the first 2 times that you were on this platform, I was really looking up to you, but since after this election, what I'm seeing, I don't understand it. But then you run off and you congratulated the supposedly the president-elect. I don't understand that. Just
confused. Okay. Things you don't understand, let me explain to you. One, I don't know if I was angry when I spoke with Abati and his colleague. I was just being emphatic, because they started the question with distortions and misrepresentations and outright lies. So I was more disappointed in Abati. I don't know whether it subconsciously show. I was disappointed. It's like you go to I don't know if you have heard of Chike Obi, the mathematician, and he can't do simple arithmetic. He's just failing simple arithmetic. So that's what I saw. If I was being asked this kind of question by a youth corps member who is learning journalism for the first time, I can say I understand this one. But this man is a veteran and is one of the people we look up to in the industry. The way he's posing his question is telling it's against what journalists say. He started with a lie, added another lie to it, added misrepresentation, was doing comedy with it. It didn't look serious for the subject. So that kind of, you remember that I started by saying, let us be serious. So you take the tweet that I tweeted before the election. You say I tweeted it after the election. You said that I said nothing's wrong with the election, even though they played the tape to you where I said the election is a sham, everything's wrong with the election. You say I said the election is fine, INEC is fantastic. So such comments coming from a veteran made me realize that something's wrong with this person today. And I thought that maybe he was confused, maybe he was tired, overworked, because to think otherwise will mean that he's not qualified at all to be a journalist, or he's been sent to come and do the mischievous nonsense, which I can't assume. So I just settled for the generous feeling that he was fatigued or was confused, maybe dehydrated or something. So that's for him. Now, regarding people cheating, I don't understand what people want of me. I talked about one polling station where I was. I didn't say across the country. I said, in my polling station, they did this. And I'm not listening to watching video. This video you reference, I've not seen it before. I don't know anything about the video. What I know is that.
Prince, I'm sorry to interrupt you because you're going too long and too long. But I just want you to tell me.
Yes.
How then did you come up with the fact that Tinubu cheated 100%?
I said in my let me answer your question. I said
hold on. You said that Tinubu cheated 100%, but Atiku and Peter Obi cheated 50%. I want you to tell me when the Labour Party cheated.
Okay, now let me tell you something. Yeah. This is where confusion comes in. If I ask you now to produce a tape where I say 100%, 50%, you can't produce it. Well, it is just auto suggestion. It is just your mind suggesting it to you. That's not what I said.
No. Even
though Rudolph, can you play the tape for us, please?
No.
Just to show you an experiment in human.
Listen, Prince. What the exact word you used in Rise News is that Tinubu cheated the greatest and Obi and Atiku cheated lesser. So even though I used a figure, I'm just using the synonym of what you said.
Okay. I understand you now. So they're going to tell. So you are saying that you just paraphrase what I said. Okay, fine. Now, I said in my polling unit.
Yeah.
Now, I said what I saw with my eyes.
Your eyes.
APC. These two eyes. With these glasses.
You saw.
Yes. In my polling unit. I'm not talking what happened in your polling unit or in another polling unit. APC, and they have been cursing me out since I've got a ton of their messages here. They printed what looked like recharge card.
Okay.
Recharge card. So that recharge card has code in it. So when you go there, they give you the code, you scratch the code, 2005 will enter your account. So if you have law enforcement in Nigeria, all they need to do is take the list of people who voted in that place and check how many of them get 2005 multiple on that day. You don't need to tell me, go and bring DBA or anything. No. This person has made allegation. Now he mentioned it. Then it is for DSS, EFCC, everybody to just take a nominal role of that place. Now, people working for PDP had already been sharing their money, were already well known to us. They were already sharing their money on that day. Labor people, the people were talking to them like this. They were sitting in one corner, $2, $1 note, $10 note. Some people, if there are 3 or 4, they give them $10 note, they go together, they were doing it. So, and I had gone on TV after I voted. I had gone on TV to say, because I didn't see much, everything went well, everything. Then they tapped me and said, sir, you just told TV everything went well. Wait, don't go yet, see them. So I was not standing by my car and I saw what they were doing. Right there.
Prince.
So now, in the past, when we had good police, they will listen to what I've said now. They will let me finish on television and say, can you come to Alagbon, so place? This thing you said, can you please put it in writing? Then they will not tell anybody. Then they will take it and start investigating and going around. That is a country that wants to repair its brain, that wants to be a good country.
It's okay, Prince. Take Kenneth's question. It's okay. Don't worry. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So let me give you an analogy that happened in my town. There was a period in the school when the school is called Ondo Grammar School. There were truancy, drug, and all sorts of problems. And when they went to PTA meeting, and the principal of the school said, there's a new trend in this community. During school time, some of the kids will go into the bush and be taking drugs. They'll be doing this, they'll be doing that. Every mother said, it's not my child. Every mother said, it's not my child. And when I was growing up, every family would say the other person's child is going to spoil their own child. Until one day, when the principal arranged a raid in the bush in Ondo Grammar School, and the children of bishops, children of eminent people, permanent secretary, member of the royal family like me, my cousin, is now in America, was caught, part of them. All the people say it's not my child. Choir boy was there. Organist child, son, the son of the organist was there. Caught right in the bush there. So everybody will say, not my own person. Not my own person. This is part of why Nigeria entered where it is now. If EFCC lists 100 names, people will put the name of a name that sounds like Adebayo. It must be framed. But Rudolph Okonkwo is the chief. But Adebayo, it must be framed. James from Gambia, who cares about Gambia, is guilty. So that is the problem of Nigeria. Take it like that. I will show you, if I say my phone, I've been cursed out by APC, PDP people have insulted me, Labour have called me all kind of name, NMP people have not responded yet. Maybe they will start their wala when I get to Kami. So what I'm letting you know is that we will never fix this country if you take automatic defense mode for anything that touches your belief. Just to put your mind.
I'm never going to insult you. But what I'm trying to say to you is, please, maybe you need to find out, is it really jealousy that is making you answer these questions the way you've been answering it? Because we're all human beings.
I'm jealous of you. I'm jealous of you. I'm jealous of Rudolph. There's something to be jealous of somebody about. But the issue is this. If I say today is Sunday, whether I said it out of jealousy, find out if today Sunday or not. If I say that Rudolph is a journalist in New York, whether I say out of envy, it doesn't change that his father is a journalist you don't need to read motive. You get my point? The issue, that's not the issue. The issue is that even me now, when they give me report about what my party people have done, I cannot say they haven't done it. I will only investigate because I wasn't there. So how anybody who is 10,000 miles away can categorically say that will never happen? So You can only say what? What happened? Where? In my own party now, and I'm getting reports of places where I thought we were cheated. And they will give me a report and say, so person was in connivance with them. I take note of it. I will not say, it's not possible. I'll just give you a report I got on Saple that when they came to steal our vote, somebody from our party was there, colluding with the people who did it. I just took note. And I will get more information. So that is that. Do you understand my point? And this is the hazard you get. Next time somebody calls me now, if I didn't have the courage, I will say, to avoid people backing at me and do all sort of things, criticizing me, let me not stop. But in this country, I will not succumb to it. I will say what I need to say. And if everybody comes out to say what they saw, and shame, like I said, that's what I said to the media, shame on the media that they stay aloof, as if these places are not available to them, accessible. You will need somebody who wants to damage somebody to give money to the media before they will go and start investigating. They will not, on their own, say, what? This is what they said about this election. Let us now set up independent investigation. No, they will need somebody who is interested, who will bring the resources and give to them and say, help me go and find out what James did in Gambia, because I want to do something with James. But you need independent media who will not need that prompt.
All right, thank you, Prince. Let's hear from Thomas. He's been trying to join us. Thomas, can you hear me? Thomas? All right, Thomas is in Australia. I think he's already to.
No, I see it. I see image of Thomas. I think just muted. He's going to talk now.
Okay, Thomas, go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me? Good evening. Oh yes. Omoba Adewale Adebayo. I'm talking from Melbourne, Australia. Yeah. I think we are brothers in Australia. If I don't come, if I don't come, if we don't come in today, I will be an ingrate. I'm your biggest fan ever. I campaign for you many platforms. I talk about you many platforms. I appreciate you for your enthusiasm, your not relentless, and everything you've done so far. Anybody that is criticizing you, that is their own cup of tea. You have the right to congratulate the president-elect. If they don't like it, I've told them countless of times, they can approach the courts. Congratulating the candidate doesn't stop you not to approach the court, as you rightly said. But I'm not here to ask you any question. I'm just here to give you a shout out. You've done your best. Yes. And if you get any vote from your state, that will be from my family members in your state, because I campaign for you. I'm at work, but I have to come out and shout out to you. Thank you, and God bless you. Yeah, see you. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me thank you for all the thing you did. But APC went to your state and stole all the whole thing there. So, and if I keep giving the evidence now, people will start saying, why are you attacking APC after congratulations? But APC did a lot of damage in Oyo, and I'm getting the report of how they did it, and I will soon brief you. But I know what APC did in Oyo there. And nobody shares Semovita in Oyo State more than them, and all the other things, and all the pollutions there. So,
thank you. We are going to go to Kene. Kene, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Welcome back, Prince Adewale. Last time you were on this platform, some of us were opportunity to ask you some questions, and specifically, you answered the questions, and we saw the enthusiasm in you, that you are in the game to win. So you are in the contest to win. And prior to January 14th, when Obasanjo, the former head of state, endorsed P2B. The likes of APC, PDP, and even yourself kick against that. Specifically, you were on this platform and you stated that Obasanjo was a de facto DG of Obi's campaign. You even went ahead to say that it was just a scheme for Obasanjo to have endorsed P2B. However, on the January 14th, news broke out that you met with Obasanjo.
Yes.
And you begged Obasanjo to endorse you and dump P2B. I don't know if you were begging Obasanjo to also plot the same scheme that he did with Obasanjo, P2B. But this is it. The election has come and gone. And APC was declared a winner. Some of the opposition parties, like Labour Party and PDP, refused to accept the results, and they are headed to the court. I don't know if you have a problem for them challenging the results, but on this platform today, you stated that you are not against anyone challenging the result, but those other people that are challenging results should also question their own performance, that they are also liable, they are also guilty of the same accusation against APC. You categorically stated that every other party except yours, SDP, is guilty of election rigging. Now, I don't know if this is a question, but I will say that I would just want to help you out here. Since you are in the game to win, right? And these other parties were all guilty of election rigging, and you have the evidence. Is it not better for you to proceed to court with that evidence? And obviously, according to you, that you have clean evidence, you are going to win. So if you win the case, you will be announced the winner. I think it will help you to go, maybe stop criticizing those other opposition parties that want to contest the result.
Okay. Let us take it one by one. Let us start the journey back. Let's start with Obasanjo, then I'll come back to this one. I went to Abeokuta. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I went to Abeokuta to campaign. And anywhere you go, if there is a traditional ruler, former head of states, prominent governors, it is routine for political party to do your routine like that. You do your itinerary. When I got to Abeokuta, I did all my things. Everywhere I went, Alake's Palace, they will say, you should have gone to Obasanjo first before coming here. Have you gone to Obasanjo? It is normal protocol. So I will tell them, no, my itinerary does not cover going to Obasanjo. Itinerary coming here. So when we got to Olubara's Palace, and Olubara and Obasanjo were classmates. When we got to Olubara's Palace, because I got to Olowu, got to Alake, got to going around. So we got to because there are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta alone. When I got to Olubara's Palace, right there, he told me, the former president is expecting you. Right away, the former president is expecting you. Once you leave here, go there. So I went there on invitation. So now we went there with people, and we came up. And contrary to what you're hearing in the press, there's no need to beg anybody. We came up, the president came, we started talking generally. We talked, and he said so many complimentary things about my candidature. He asked me a few questions, we talked, And he said as follows that, yeah, I know, I've always known that you have a lot to offer, and so on and so. And he advised me, he criticized one or two of my ideas and said I didn't discuss this particular issue of debt, that I didn't deal with the issue of debt. So we went to some argument on debt, kind of friendly argument on debt, and I criticized a bit how he handled debt in his own time and why I think the debt is not the major issue. But he was emphatic that the issue of debt I needed to, and because he has been head of state before, if he's saying pay attention to the issue of that debt, it's crucial, and your approach to it is not sufficient. I answer that. Then we never discussed Peter Obi at all. We never discussed anything. We took photos. When we got down into the basement, to the ground, journalists were waiting for us, and they asked me, "This man has adopted Obi. Why are you there again?" And I said, "The man has not voted. Election is still ahead. I have a right to ask him to vote for me." Then that's it. They said, "What did you discover?" I didn't give them much. I said, I left. Then hold on a second. When I got on Arise TV, I was interviewed on it. That they said I went to Obasanjo, they were highly interested in it. And I said to them, yes, I am seeking the support of every Nigerian. I went to, they said Obasanjo is going to drop Obi and support me. I said, no. But I am still interested in talking to everyone, and I will talk to Obasanjo. That's that. There's nothing special about it. Even though Obasanjo himself, in the course of the meeting, never raised the issue of Obi, never raised the issue of anything, Obi. He just interacted with me, and there were many people there who were mutually known to each other that just happened to be there. And we spent more time discussing Nigeria, Ghana, this. Typical day when you are at Obasanjo, argument, this, that, that's all. We never mentioned Obi, we never mentioned anything. It was even he himself who used his mouth to say, I'm highly impressed with you. I know you have a lot to offer. And this and that and talk, but I didn't even go and tell the press that one. And I didn't say Obasanjo endorsed me. I don't want to get involved in controversy over Obasanjo or anything like that. So that is that. Then
before you proceed, right?
Yes.
After the meeting with Obasanjo, journalists accosted you and asked you questions specifically about the endorsement of P2B by Obasanjo, and this is what you responded. You said you stated that about the endorsement of P2B by Obasanjo, Baba is also a Nigerian, a free person who has the right of his mind, who has the right to his mind. The election is still far. The essence of democracy is getting people to change their minds, and it is a continuous exercise. You stated this.
Yes. Yes, I said that exactly. I know, I can remember saying it, yes. So what about it? Proceed. You have put the question now. Since you have raised, what's the question now?
You know, outrightly, you would Obasanjo to jettison P2B and support you. And you are
not getting my point. Listen, just get my point.
Endorsement is endorsement.
Listen to me, number one.
Yeah.
If I meet Mrs. Peter Obi's wife, I will talk to her that I'm running for president and I want to end poverty and insecurity.
So you ask Obasanjo to support you.
Please, can I listen to the person who went to Obasanjo, or you go and ask Obasanjo? I never discussed Peter Obi or endorsement. All I'm letting you know was that we went there on invitation. We got there. Baba was asking questions, talking about issues. We discussed extensively, not even as a candidate. We discussed extensively. Then we pivoted back. Then Baba started to show me that he has been listening. So he started questioning me on certain issues. Then we discussed certain issues. We discussed so many other things. And we started having disagreements on certain issues. So those issues that we had disagreement on took a chunk of the time. Then we pivoted back. Then when he now took me on the issue of debt, and I gave him a very simple answer. But he dug down and said, no, he wasn't satisfied with that answer. And then I questioned his own attitude to debt management. And then when it was going on, I realized this man has been president. He has finished serving. If he's talking about debt, just listen to him. So I stepped back and I listened to all he said. How I should take debt seriously and everything. And he concluded by saying, you have a lot to offer. I don't expect you not to continue to be in politics and this and that, and talk a few other things that whoever wins, I should make sure I don't reject working with that person. Because with God, what is listening, he said all sorts of things, nothing partisan. Then we took photos, they were holding my hand and everything, and we were laughing, you want to marry him or whatever. It was just all funny things like that. So, and he said, I'm not going to, no, the person I can marry is this other person, because he's very gentle. There's another gentleman there. So, we finished. We came down. It was journalists who said, why are you here when this man has endorsed somebody? And I said exactly what you read there, that democracy is about convincing people to change their mind. And he's a Nigerian. He has his vote. He has his freedom to choose who he wants. The fact that he has endorsed somebody doesn't mean I should just shun him. And that's nothing. And the other candidates, they even come to my own supporters and talk to them too. And it's nothing special. But on this occasion, the discussion with Obasanjo did not reach that level or endorse me or them. And there are other people who are supporting me, and I didn't want them to endorse me because I am not the endorsement type. So you just support me, you support me. I will see it on the day of voting. So that's that. Then let's come down to reality. If you listen to my interview with Arise TV, if you read my tweet, the right of anyone to contest is, I don't quarrel with them at all. I don't have a problem with anybody who wants to challenge the election. I'm not criticizing them for challenging the election. They should challenge it. What I am saying is that if you ask me what happened, I am not limited to the few things you are pointing to. I am supposed to tell you everything that happened. And that is where the other candidates now are having problem with me. Like, we are supposed to band together and fight this one person. But if we are looking for missing votes, stolen votes, and you have some in your warehouse, and the other one has one in warehouse, you are asking me to talk. I talked about his own already. But you, what of your own? We need to be frank. That's the only difference. I'm supposed to join them. I'm supposed to even to say, I won the election. I was cheated of it. Hey, let us go. I said I was cheated mightily. And I got my numbers. And on the issue of court, let me explain to you. This kind of thing I'm doing now, educating the public, raising the issues, raising consciousness, they are not things you can do in the court. If you don't join an electoral officer as a defendant, you cannot complain that that electoral officer did something wrong. If I see a document, photocopy of a document, if on the day of the election, my agent snap the result and send to me, it's not admissible in court. But if I show it to reasonable people, you can say, why is this result changed like this, changed like this? And people are going to write papers on it. I might decide to write a memoir. Rudolph might get bored and decide that he wants to write something on what went on with the election. He will pick all these things together. The court is not the only place where you can litigate and remedy what is wrong in society. You have other citadels, other fora that you can raise the issue. That's the point I'm making. And I have done election petition. I can go and read law report. I've done election petition countless times. I have seen that the prayer is technical. We just finished one in Ekiti now. They knock out majority of the evidence on one technical issue or the other, but they are still on record. But if I point to what is wrong, then you can now go and start asking for that. It doesn't end today. These things we are saying now, the records will be there, at last, all of us. So people should just relax, absorb, call AAC, ask them the same question, Showore, call ADC, ask them the same question, call other YPP, call other people. And you now also look at where the tribunal starts. You will see that many of the places that Labour will be challenging, there will be places where PDP won. And Labour will have to say, PDP committed, this fraud committed here, favor PDP. Many places where Labour will challenge, there will be places won by APC too. When PDP brings its own petition, to succeed, it will have to challenge those places where Labour won and show to the court.
So now, in your statement, you admitted that these other parties were involved in election manipulation, right? So why not leave them to go to court and meet themselves in the court and challenge themselves in the court instead of staying back and be criticizing the aggrieved parties or trying to...
Okay, now let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Implicate the aggrieved party. Why not leave them to go to court and challenge themselves, since you have already admitted that the election was manipulated? Now allow the aggrieved ones to go to court and challenge it. Or you may even join them if you actually meant well for the country. If you actually standing for a true change, you can actually go to court, join them, or even go on your own.
Why would I join somebody? I don't understand why
you can go on your own. That is why I say you can even go on your own and challenge the results.
Let's take it one by one. What you are saying is this: when Rudolph calls me, I should tell Rudolph, why are you calling me? Are you a court? I not come and talk. Or when he calls me and I come and talk, I should talk half of what I know and leave the others so that it doesn't hurt the other people. Do I have a mission to hurt only one person? I don't have a mission to hurt anybody. I have a mission to heal the country. So if 20 crates of Coca-Cola or Coke is missing in the shop, and one APC carry 10 crates or 12 crates, and Labour carry 4, and PDP carry 4, if they say, what happened to the crate of Coke? I will say, APC carry 12. I will keep quiet about the rest. Is that honesty?
No. You can actually say that APC carry 4, PDP carry 2. You can implicate all of them.
I will say 4 political parties came here and carried this Coke unlawfully. This one that they declare as the owner is not even the owner. He took it.
So are you willing to go to court and stand as a witness?
Listen to me. Let me tell you something. Because you are not a lawyer, so I'm patient with you. This is not how tribunal works.
But I have
common sense. Let me tell you how tribunal works. Let me tell you. Every person will speak for the polling unit where they are present. Every person who's a witness will speak for the collation center where they are present. I have done these cases many times. So let me give you one example of the case I did. There was an election we had in this country, and a lot of people were killed. Newspaper reported that they were killed. Now, many people who were in the polling unit were arrested and locked up. When the petition got to the court, they wrote, this election was marked irregularity, several persons were killed. The court, and they attached newspaper everything, the court struck out the petition and said, we are not a court of criminal court. So I will strike out all the portion where you say people were killed, because you can only do so in a criminal charge. But the family of those people who were killed, everybody wants to can come on television and say, my son was voting so place, he was killed. You are allowed, but the court will not allow you. The court will say, go and file a criminal charge. Don't come to this election petition and say someone was killed. So I understand the technicality. But you are behaving as if what I am saying now, in response to question, is blocking them from going to court. They've already gone to file the case. So it doesn't stop them. But as a participant in the election, if you are only interested, like if Rudolph had called me and said, Prince, I am a friend of Labour Party. I'm helping them to look for evidence that favor them. Can you come on my show and help me support them with one or two pieces of evidence? I will say, Rudolph, let me think about it. Because as I'm talking about this, I'm also thinking of other things they did to other people did. We can negotiate that. But he says, come and talk about what you saw, what you advised, and everything. So I'm complying with it. But there may be people who come here to try to, the full measure is to exonerate. I'm sure that if you heard this thing in Kano now, there are people who come who love Pampa so very well and who don't want anything to affect him, who will come and say, no, I need to go to body law and you are discussing this. There are people who will be jumping up and down. The election was free and fair. Who told you? We didn't do anything. The man is the best election in the world. So I see them all the same. Anybody who is running away from the truth, they are equal in my eyes. Anybody who wants to hear the whole truth, they are equal in my eyes.
People voted for you, and as you answered CM's question, you said that you would have won Northwest and North Central, right? So what you are saying is you agree that the election was rigged. However, you are not going to go to court to contest
let me give you an example.
In essence, you are telling your voters, you are telling your supporters that they wasted their time coming to vote for you, and they shouldn't do that next time. Is that what you're saying? Because you are not going to stand for them to have their mandate back.
No, that's not what I'm saying. And if you listen well,
that's the significance.
Can I answer a question?
It signifies that.
No, you don't know how to analyze, so you analyze thoughtfully. This is what I'm telling you. When you run, you know places where you can win. You go there and you work very hard. You go and score votes. Now you discover that in a particular state where all this nonsense took place, the agent of your party, they didn't bring you any support because they went to collude. So you know automatically the result I'm getting here, the quality of evidence I'm getting here is evidence that is right for the polling unit. It's not because my certified agent is not going to come to court. But if I keep talking about it, raising the issue, people who are in social sciences, who are in election monitoring, who are familiar with this or who want to get the facts, will follow it up. Now, it is not every infraction that you can take to court. I don't even want to comment on those who have gone to court because I want to reserve my comment until after you have had the outcome of the court hearing. And if I'm asked, I won't talk, but if I'm asked, and I will tell you the jurisprudence behind what led to this, what led to that. So for me, who has been to court many times, who knows this thing inside out, I know exactly how the court will be thinking. And I don't want to deny, I don't want to go and seal my mouth. I want to now use other fora to expose what happened. So that as I'm talking, somebody else on the other side can say, no, Rudolph, call him back. What he said about my party is not correct. Then we will start calling people to join. But if nobody joins it with me, I just let it rest. I've done my duty. But telling a lawyer how to go to court when I've entered my entire living on it, I know the nature of what has happened. And in any case, I'm doing computation. Even if I put all of that together, it will not give me a declaration. But I'm defending my voters now by raising these issues, by not just walking away from it and raising it. Because as I'm talking to you now, what am I gaining? I'm gaining the fact that people who are in these various places, who are giving information, they need outlets. And what I'd rather do, why some people are going to court, is to encourage some people who are in the media to go back to these communities and start talking to people and start asking what really happened in your neighborhood, what really happened in your place, how did the election go? When the election starts at 10:30 p.m. in the night, and they are counting vote and nobody could see it, they will tell you, am I going to come to court and bring the darkness to the court and show the court the darkness? It's not admissible in court. But if you go to Nasarawa, go to all those, if you go, they will tell you that the electoral officer came at 4:30 and the beavers did not work for 5 hours. And we didn't start voting until 10 o'clock. And it was around 2 o'clock in the morning, they started counting. And none of us could see the person counting. So we don't know what they counted there.
So basically, you have no evidence against APC, PDP.
That's enough.
I have evidence. The evidence, all I'm telling you, there are classification of evidence. I have evidence. And I've brought out a lot of the evidence. And even they have evidence against one another, I don't even need to disturb myself. Having raised the issue, you only need to pick the evidence that Labour brings. It will indict NNPP, it will indict APC, it will indict PDP. You only need to pick the evidence APC brings if they file a cross petition. It will indict Labour, it will indict NNPP, it will indict APC. You need to see it. And with the places where we won for Senate, I'm waiting for evidence. I've asked people for information and everything. Everything looks like nobody's complaining. But if Labour, for example, or APC or PDP file evidence about where we won, I will not say because it's my party. I will open my mind and go through the evidence carefully. And I will ask my party agent, what happened? Did we buy vote there? Did we share something there? If it's just the youth leader who said, sir, let me tell you the truth, we did it all. I'm not going to hide it. That is why where my party people went and gave our tag to Labour, I said it. Where our party people gave our tag to APC, I said it. Where they gave the tag to, I didn't say PDP, our people were going innocently and PDP used thugs to collect our tax. I didn't say that. I said the people in our party went and gave it. So my party people, when we hold meeting now, many people on our forum are saying, you're not supposed to talk about your party like that. That's not correct now. How can you be talking about us like that? I don't care. All I know is that you're asking me a question, I answer you truthfully. What you do with it is your business.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prince. Okija, you're next.
Hi, Prince Adebayo. Welcome back. I don't know. I don't know if you remember the first time you came here. How actually I said you were a good candidate and said a lot of things. The reason why people run for or the highest office in the land is to provide leadership. That's all. It's not about because of all the programs you have in your head or your manifesto. Leadership is more important. And for someone who liked you, who was thinking, probably down the line, probably I'm gonna support your candidacy and they work for you. I haven't said it to people, offline. You believe that this election was rigged, and can I ask you a question? But you keep running, going from place to place. You said you had evidence, 72 hours, what they did, and then you said all of us, guilty. But all of us were not running for presidency, for the president of the land. You ran.
Okija, please let us start on a good note. Yeah. Did I say you were guilty?
No, you said all of us. You said all of us.
I said all the political parties.
Yeah.
Let me just get it clear so that you don't go on the wrong tangent. All the political parties that are complaining.
Yeah.
Each of them, and you can be not like me now, but in 1 month's time, you will come back and say I was right. I'm saying to you that each of them did wrongdoing where they won.
Okay.
It's a fact that you should keep in a cooler and wait for surplusage of evidence, you will see it. Now, that's why I said on Arise, I pray and I pray to God that they should go to court. Because then you will see exactly what I'm saying. And very soon, the man who knows how to get document from everywhere, Rudolph, will soon bring the document that they file in court. And you will all come back here and see what NFP say, see what you will analyze it together, and you will see that it's not beyond what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that me, every Nigerian, 200 million. No, I am saying that these political parties, and I am not exonerating any of them, and that is my point.
Okay. I mean,
go ahead.
Voting is like a civil right. Okay, so and you know that in like in US. I mean, the reason why voting right activists they go to court, it's not just because they want to win, because they must win, because they have to go to court, to take a stand, and then sometimes they lose, sometimes they win. You have all this evidence, or because you wanted to provide leadership. Can I ask you a question? You keep running around it. When you
which of the question I want running around? See, I don't like loose comments. Say particularly, this one question. Listen, I may have given an answer that you don't like, and I don't owe you an answer you like. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. If there is one question which can I ask and I have not answered, just point and say, when can I ask you this and this? You said this. I'm not satisfied. Now let me ask you again. That is how to do civilized conversation. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not claiming that I want to go now. No. If there is a question, can I ask, and I didn't satisfy you, just bring it back. Okay. And let me say something about civil rights. Take it from me. Majority of civil rights cases don't go to court. A lot of them is resolved by advocacy. So naming and shaming, bringing it up, is all part of it. So it is not every civil rights case that goes to court. And there are enough people going to court. Why are there no other people coming out to expose? Not every Nigerian will be following the court case. There have been, Nigeria will be the media. And as I'm talking now, it could inspire other people who will say, in my community, what I saw. Why don't we start a movement of what I saw on election day and get ordinary people to all come out? Okay. Even the evidence is not sufficient. So you cannot now tell me, who is an expert in law, that this is what I should do. And I'm telling you that I have looked at it and I'm pursuing this line of at least saying the truth, bringing it out. If I had not mentioned people's favorite parties now, and I've mentioned only one or two, people will be jumping up and down and say, I'm going to go to heaven immediately. You see? But I am doing my duty. Leadership is about saying things even when the followership doesn't want to hear it. Leadership is about making sacrifices. Even if the number of people like me will reduce by half or 80%, when the time machine of truth catches up with them, they will say, oh, I remember, this was what he said and we didn't understand him. So I'm not in the beach to please or displease. I have a duty. There are people who are telling me now that, oh, it is not presidential. Why you don't talk again? Just leave them. The Nigerians don't want to hear the truth. Just go your way. Don't let them insult you. Don't. I said, no. If I'm called, I will speak. If I am not called, I stay to my house. But you can't call me and choose what I'm going to say. It's never done.
Okay. The problem with Nigeria is that we talk too much. That's the problem. Just like you're talking too much now. Talk about it. Do something about it. Don't tell us about it. We want to see you take action, and then we follow you. I don't care as long as the election is free and fair. Even if my candidate, was Obi, even if I don't care, but like show leadership. Okay.
The election was not free and fair, and we are not talking too much in Nigeria. We're not talking enough.
Okay,
let me tell you.
If I had voted for you and you're telling me that I wasted my time, maybe I know from I live in US, I came back to vote for you, and then you're telling me you cannot challenge it anymore. So why did I waste all my time? for you to talk about it. But anyway, because
we are. Let me say something, if you don't mind. We are not talking enough in Nigeria. Don't say we are. We are not talking enough. There are a lot of things happening in our country. We are not talking. If you listen to our media, it doesn't reflect what is happening on the street. So to say we are talking too much in this country, we are not talking. We are not talking enough. So if I bring this up, let me talk about it. Let others talk about it. If you are only interested in litigation, face litigation. There are others who are interested to know what actually happened. Why is our election like this?
All right, Ekene, you are muted. You're muted. Hold on. I want this to be very cordial, in like the conversation. I'll come back to you, Ekene.
No, I want to ask a follow-up question. I need to go. Okay, now you have you don't want to challenge it. Tinubu, rigged the APC, whatever, all of them rigged. So what I'm asking you, whatever, May 29th, Tinubu swear in. If they offer you, if they offer you a position in a government that you know that they stole the people's mandate, will you serve?
All right. Prince, can you hear?
Yeah, I'm listening to him.
No, he's done.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm listening to him.
Okay.
So which government?
Okay. You believe that this election was rigged, that the votes allocated, were wrong, were not the right vote. So if Tinubu comes in May 29th and the party appoints you into one office,
why will I? Okay, let me say something clearly. I ran for president. I have a lot of work to do. I am highly employed, and I'm an employer of thousands of people, not hundreds, thousands of people. So I'm very busy. The fact that I took time to run for president doesn't mean I'm idle. I know what it costs me. So any service I give to the country is public service. I'm not looking for a job. So this is not the first government that is in place in Nigeria. I'm not looking for a job. So that question, I'm not even going to answer it. It doesn't matter. I'm facing my work. I know millions that I've lost. But what moved me to come to government is that we need to eradicate poverty and insecurity. And if we cannot do that, we're in soup. And that is what brought me out. I'm not idle. I'm not looking for a job.
Okay.
So if anybody is thinking of offering me a job, I will react to it at the time. I'm not putting my mind on that. Since the election ended, I have been trying to put my head together to put my business, to see. Today I had meeting, choosing new management for my TV company, my investment in all over the world. Very soon I'll go to East Africa and go to have board meetings. I have things to do.
All right. Thank you, Prince. One more question from the comment section is from Pansat. And he wants to know, for people that voted for you, when you say that you are not going to challenge the outcome,
yes,
what is their reaction? Are they not disappointed that they voted for you and you're not challenging it? And then he has this follow-up question about when you talk about OB and LP, that's Labour Party, he said you talk in prose, but when you talk about INEC and Tinubu, you talk in poetry. I don't know.
That person is highly educated. And the answer is this. Because when you talk about INEC, APC, whatever, INEC, when they heard what I said, they didn't abuse me, they didn't challenge me. They said they admitted that they did wrong. Because on Arise TV, I address all of them. I address INEC that they must confess and they must do what is right. If you go and play that tape. INEC had a meeting. They didn't issue a statement insulting me, saying, why are you lying against us? Everything was okay with no. So that matter will not be prolonged. APC has sent people to be insulting me underneath, but nobody among them came up this night to join this forum. But they are sending people to call me all kinds of names. So they are insulting me underneath. cowardly, but they didn't come forward. So I won't expand on them because they're not the one asking me questions. They just admit publicly that they are doing all their poking behind. So if you look at how many questions I got here now, you will see that obedient consume 80% of the time. So 80% of my response will also be to them. But nobody has come here now on behalf of NMPP to come and be ventilating. So you have to react with an engagement. None of it I'm against. But I'm just explaining to the gentleman or lady or Pansad that said that talking pros. Yes, because the question comes like that. It's not another person will still come back to that one. You know? So that is why the emphasis on it. But even on Arise, I didn't mention anybody's name. I only mentioned what I saw. It is the obedient in Arise who started mentioning one thing. Nobody said, how can you do this to Tinubu? Why did you say you rigged election? No, they are not interested in that one. Why did you say, what can you talk about INEC like this? A whole professor is heading INEC with all the commissioner. Why are you accusing? They're not agreeing with that one. It is the one that they like, and I could sympathize with them. But a good doctor who wants to cure a pandemic must inoculate everybody. You cannot say, I don't want my children to cry. So you go and give the injection to the other people. The people you don't give injection to will infect the people you gave it to. If I want to stop election malpractice in Nigeria, I should not only attack the winners, I should attack everybody who is involved in it. Because those who rig and fail today may succeed in rigging tomorrow and successfully. So we must stop it all. I'm not against anybody.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know how much. I think we've done 4 hours and 30 minutes.
I think we're halfway now. Let's have time.
Half time.
Let me just put in something. Not a question. Just to tell you one
take
thing.
your time. We're not in a hurry.
Please. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Prince Adebayo, when you want to cure, I know you're a lawyer. When you want to cure a pandemic, it's not inoculate, you vaccinate. Inoculate, inoculate, you give in childhood, like measles vaccination, but vaccination like COVID-19 vaccine. And
exactly. So you vaccinate everybody. You don't leave some people, even though the pain will catch everybody, but at least you vaccinate everybody.
So James, you owe me something for it.
Yeah, I will pay the tuition fee.
Okay, James will be last before we take a break, and then when we come back, we'll continue with the questions. James, go ahead.
Yeah, mine is on a very light note. I just want to find out something because I'm neither law learned nor law lettered. There's what you lawyers call locus standi.
Yes.
If A and B are fighting and they go to court, the matter is in court. If I'm not invited as a witness, I have no locus standi to interfere in their matter in court. I think there's something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Clearly, if two parties are in court and none of them makes allegation against you,
yes,
and the subject matter is of no interest to you,
yes,
and you don't have none of the decision can affect you,
yes,
and if you come to court and you talk, the court will not see how the case connects to you.
Correct.
They will say you have no locus standi.
Okay.
However, if you know anything about the relevant fact of it, even though the case does not concern you have no locus standi, if they say that you were there that day or document was kept with you or whatever, you can still call you as a witness.
They can call you, not you going there.
No, you can also go there. By law, you are also required. If you know how to help the court, in rare cases, if you think you can help the court, you can come to the court and apply and say you want to be a friend of the court or something. Justice is flexible.
Nigeria these days is a funny country because it's a country now where a lie that binds is not, a lie that binds is better than a truth that divides. That is the country we live in these days. And the courts are not helping us at all. For a matter of this nature, of this magnitude, we are grappling with to erupt. And nationwide, from north to south, east to west, they are saying categorically that we don't have confidence in the judiciary. That is a very serious matter because it means the country sliding into anarchy. They can even pass a judgment tomorrow saying that they will not nullify the election. And that is enough to set the country on fire because people don't have confidence in the courts anymore. I remember what happened in Ghana on June 30th, 1982, when 3 judges were executed extrajudicially. That shook Ghana to its foundation because they believed that the judges were misbehaving. We don't want such a thing to happen in Nigeria.
What I can say, if I'm allowed to jump at this point, is that one.
How can we avert a catastrophe?
You see,
judges in Nigeria.
Okay, let me say something clearly. And I said it on Arise, and it became a problem. So sometimes Nigeria, maybe they are teaching you how to stop. One is that historically, people have had concerns with the courts and different judgments of the court. I've been in the Supreme Court myself, and they gave a judgment, like when they gave judgment on River State in favor of Rotimi Amechi. I was kind of shocked, because that judgment it's shocking to me. It's new kind of judgment, where the president says to court, I was nominated by a party, but I was not allowed to contest. The court said, well, it doesn't matter. You are the governor now. People also commented on the judgment, for example, in Imo State, for example, where the person who came forth somehow became number one, and the quality of evidence. But there are many, many cases that the judges have given that have helped the country. Labour Party in Ondo State, even Peter Obi becoming governor of Anambra State, it was still the same court that gave judgment. Whereas Peter Obi was impeached, it was still the same court that brought him back. Ladoja was impeached, same court brought him back. Ladoja was the person brought back by the court. Oshomole, when they cheated him and gave the position to Osumbo, it was the same court that got him. So we should not assume that the court would never be useful to you. So don't discredit the court, don't ruin the institution ahead.
Okay.
Second thing I will say is that it is not, a court does not become a good court only when they meet your expectation. Because the same way the court can be wrong, so can you be wrong in your perception of an issue. So if 7 justices of Supreme Court give a judgment and you think they are wrong, like in the case of Imo State, in the case of River State, I think, with due respect to the court, that they are wrong. But I must accommodate the possibility that I'm wrong and they are right, because it's jurisprudence. So we will test it over time and realize that they are risky. We'll see, and we can easily see it if they themselves start departing from that same precedent. Then you can know that, because even they themselves are not following it again.
Okay.
So if you, I'm sure you remember the 12th to 3rd.
Yes.
Remember the 12th to 3rd.
Richard Akinjide.
Exactly. People were suspecting that the court was wrong, but they were able to confirm it when the court said this case shall not be a precedent for other cases. People don't realize that, so they do know that they are wrong. The third thing I will say is that what happens to you, it is not what the court determines. It is what you tell the court that happened to you. For example, if you were sexually molested and you go to court and say you were raped, you may not get judgment for rape, and you will not get judgment for molestation because you have said you were raped, whereas you were just molested. So the court will free the person and say you were not raped because the element of rape is there. And even though you shout to the world, you were raped. Because you are angry with the person who molested you. Maybe the person just touched you inappropriately and started shouting rape. And you get sympathy of the whole community for rape. When you now go to court, and the court says this is not a rape case, and throw the case out, the community will say the court is not favorable to the rape victim. But in the jurisprudence of the court, what actually happened to that person is not rape. So you may want to counsel that next time, if you are just molested, just go and say you're molested. Don't exaggerate the situation. So, and when I raise the issue on Arise, those who are going to court don't have to go to court and say what exactly they told their people in press conference. You must go to court based on what the evidence tells you. So that if the evidence that you were rigged, but you didn't win anyway, don't say you won. Because when you go to court, you can say it, but when you go to court, the court will be looking for elements that show that you won, not the elements that were rigged. Because you came to court that you are the winner, you won, you were robbed. So the court will be looking like, what does it take to become a winner of an election? So the court will look through, say, if you were not robbed, you are not the winner. So the court will dismiss your case. Now, in that situation, people who are not inside the court might just be crestfallen. And I raised the second issue, where an election was rigged. And there are two people claiming that they won. That would technically give the court suspicion of the petitioners. Because one person was declared as a winner, and then two strong parties, each one is claiming that they won. So the court already looks at them like, these people are liars. How can let me even forget the person who was declared? How can you win and you win the same election? I don't know if you get my point. So, but after saying it, I realized that what's your business? Just leave it. Because even though you are saying it now, people might think that maybe you are saying it to criticize or demoralize, but I was guiding because the case has not been filed. I was guiding that it is easier for you to have an election nullified and say these are all the irregularities. If the irregularities are substantial enough, they will nullify it. But if you come and say you are the winner, you have to prove that you won. And if you can't prove, they will just dismiss your case. So that, because you raised the issue of law and the judiciary, that's why I kind of expatiated on it.
No, James, hold on. Our guest is willing to stay longer. Okay.
I'm about to go.
James, hold on. It's been more than 4 hours, and he's been here 4 hours, and we got to take a break. 3 minutes. We'll come back. So if you want to ask follow-up question, you can stay by. Okay. We have 3 minutes break. And
all my politics has come to fight over Kano.
Yeah, you are going to get
Rudolph is not warn you that to be careful what you ask for. You'll be asking for Composia to come and give you water. I'm here.
Okay.
So we are going to take a break. We'll be right back.
All right.
Making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been fooling around for too like prince and princess. Remember, remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
Nigerians. The election that we just witnessed have been conducted and results announced as programmed. It is a clear vision from electoral rules and guidelines as we were promised. This election, as you know, did not meet the minimum standard expected of a free, transparent, credible, fair election. It will go down as one of the most controversial elections ever conducted in Nigeria. The good and hardworking people of
and announcement of the results, given the number of complaints and irregularities of bypassing of the beavers, failure of uploading to the IRV, and unprecedented cancellations and disfranchisement of millions of voters in breach of the Electoral Act and the Commission's own guidelines. It was indeed a rape of democracy. Having consulted with leaders of our party who are seated here with me, and Nigerians from different walks of life, I have come to the conclusion that the processes and outcome of the presidential and National Assembly elections of last Saturday was grossly flawed in every material particular.
There is nothing like electronic transmission, because transmission is when you vote and it goes to the server. What we have passed, and I can recollect this vividly because I read that act when it was a bill several times, is to transfer After all the paperwork that we normally do are done, the agents and everybody there, security, everybody will have the papers. INEC will snap the or scan, will scan or snap the result sheet and transmit or transfer or whatever it is. That whether it is transmit or transfer is that thing that is captured with beavers, the results. And for me, my understanding is if any result
opportunity to respond to a story emanating from a section of the media that the Commission has decided to jettison the uploading of polling unit level results in real time on election day. It should please be disregarded as fake news. The Commission will upload polling unit level results, and citizens will have access to those results in real time as we upload to the polling units. This innovation was introduced by the Commission. The Commission cannot turn around and undermine itself. So this technology has come to stay. We'll upload polling unit level results from the polling unit. Citizens will have the right to view these results. After all, who are we serving? The citizens. How can we deprive citizens from access to the results of the process conducted by them at the level of polling units? So I welcome you to the Commission. I want to assure you and reassure you that the 2023 general election is going to be our best ever elections. We are committed, and that the votes cast by Nigerians will determine the outcome of elections. Nothing more, nothing less.
He asked for NNPP. Now he don't run away.
No, he didn't run away.
I see NNP. I see the Labour Party just give on from every nook and cranny.
No,
is NNPP still on the ballot?
All right.
I listen to you.
Please, I have to. Please.
Okay. James, finish up your question.
Yeah, it's already that. I mean, late in the Gambia. Thank you. It's not on. Okay, good. There's so much foreign interference. Good. There's so much foreign interference with the election and with the process in Nigeria. When I was in South Africa, I witnessed 2 elections. In fact, they have no time for the foreigners, let alone interfering. They can come as casual observers. In Zimbabwe, of course, their position was clear. No foreign interference in the internal affairs. But in the case of Nigeria, Britain in particular took this election as if we are part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain. Nigeria is an independent and sovereign state. Foreigners should wash their dirty hands of our internal affairs. Here in West Africa, we don't interfere with the internal politics of any of these West African countries, not even the Gambia, our very good friend. We don't interfere at all with the internal affairs. Why can't we pursue the same policy? And secondly, please do me a favor. How do I get in touch with Mr. Ebenezer Babatope? I need his email address.
I will help you look for it. This is the 11 million time you've asked me. I will look for it and send it to Rudolph. Rudolph is a good courier. He carried things to get to you. But let me just say something about this external affairs. There are 5 reasons for it. One is that our people like their money. With all the money INEC collected from us, INEC collected money from them. The Peace Committee collected money from them. NGOs cannot go from Djibouti to Djibouti without donor agency giving them money. So, if you love their money, they have the right to put their amount. So that is money. That's number one. And so our people don't know the limit of what foreigners can put money in or not. So when they say to you that a foreign person, remember the time when some candidates were going abroad to do fundraising. INEC said, everybody said you cannot collect money from outside. But INEC is collecting money from outside. Peace committees collecting money from outside. Different agencies are collecting money from outside. So that's one. Second is that many people in our national life are foreign agents. So if you are running for office, they will tell you, do you have anybody backing you? Is Washington backing you? Is person backing you? So some of the political parties, they are backed by you. Some are backed by other people. So they too have their sponsors. And they will come as if they are neutral, but they are coming to support the people they are backing. That's that. Three is that our media don't know what to criticize. So even now, they'll be prominently placing it. So person as congratulated so person. So because of this discussion, now somebody was asking me, we should be ashamed. One foreign newspaper wrote something. But what is my business with that? Why am I not interested in what Daily Times or Sahara Reporters or Roots has done? So we have that media is not nationalistic enough. Fourth, we ourselves have inferiority complex. So we like to follow Yibo. So when we went for peace accord, I said it on TV. Now I felt humiliated. So people coming from Zambia, coming from here, coming and lecturing me about democracy, about this and that. So I think that's the problem. Lastly, left on our own, we misbehave. Like all this we are discussing now, tongue printing, buying votes, and people are still shameless enough to be defending it. So I have to say, well, it's true. This is wrong. Anybody who does it, you should condemn. They will say, why are you mentioning it now? So that is the issue. If you keep the foreigners away and just look at what we report in our paper and our radio, our TV about our conduct, it is shameful during election. The whole process, breaking bottle here, beating somebody there. So on our own, we need to have internal mechanism to do the moderation that these outsiders think they want to do. We need to do the moderation. Even Nigerians will be telling you overseas, hey, don't give visa to somebody who during the election in Nigeria. Don't do this, don't do that. So that is the problem. So we need to now start to wake up our institutions and believe in them, make them work, and then expose bad behavior at even elementary level. For example, when I was shouting that these political parties were spending beyond the spending limit, media was asking me, if you have money, won't you spend? They don't even know how to do research. You will have checked my background to know the amount of money I have, to know that it's not because I don't have, that I just want to be lawful. So when the media is not able to catch all these infractions, they say all of us should spend 5 billion and below cumulatively. You will see parties that have overshot it 3 times over. And the media will not talk about it. So the internal mechanism here to do these things that these foreigners are being called upon to do is where the problem lies. But with a good government and with a conscious civil society, and our civil society itself, we must interrogate it. Go and check 100, randomly selected 100 civil society program. Whether it's a seminar, whether it's a study, whether it's a press conference, they are all foreign funded. If you do that in China, you go to jail immediately. If you are in China and you collect money from outside to do something inside China that has to do with their politics, they will sentence you to jail. So we should be able to say, when it comes to fixing our country, getting this done, we will not take foreign money. Starting from INEC, political parties, candidates, NGOs, media. But will people accept that? So you can't take their money and say they should shut their mouth.
All right, thank you. We go to man of prestige. James, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man of prestige. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good night, everybody.
All right.
Can I go ahead? Oh, yeah, let me talk, please. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good day, good afternoon, everybody. I believe it's good evening. Prince Adewale. Nice for coming on this platform. I greet you. My question is going to be a two-part question. The first, before
Are you able to get man of prestige? I can't get the. I don't think the prestige of his internet is up to the man.
we all know that it's a common problem with man of prestige.
Thank you, Prince Adewale. I respect your credential and I respect your somehow integrity. You see, with the word I use, somehow, because nobody say moon to be 100% integrity. You know, you have your own sentiment to any kind of presidential candidate you prefer. I know you're a candidate, so I give you those two kudos: somehow integrity, and I respect your credential 100%. So my first question is that I heard you stated earlier, that was before I left, so I have to go and do some white duty. I was here earlier, so I don't know what other panelists has asked you since I left. I just came back. My first question is the process of this election. Forget about other shenanigans like vote buying.
I'm not getting bit of it, so Rudolph, please be my secretary.
All right.
Help me.
All right. Go ahead, man of prestige.
Okay, so my question to him is that it's about the process. That's where I'm going to lay my emphasis on. You have stated before I left that you're not going to pursue any kind of lawsuit because you don't have any chance of winning in terms of vote or other kind of things. But as a lawyer and a patriotic Nigeria, don't you think you're supposed to, take it to the court in order to see what the process, because if the process doesn't work, then there's nothing work because the process is everything. For example, the annex chairman came before the election on November, like Rudolph just played, that is going to be electronically transmitted. And I think about 2 or 3 days ago, he came up to the channel and said that there's a lot of fraud, there's a lot of vote buying and everything, that he's going to make sure everybody that's connected to the annex is punished. He has already confessed on national TV that everything is faulty. So that's a good parameter for other candidates like Obi and the Atiku to pursue, because if the process is wrong, that kind of diminish anything you're going to say about, about the vote or who win or who don't win. So that's an automatic disqualification of everything and restart and redo everything, in my own opinion, because the process is what is going to give a legitimate to anything. It's not about who win or who don't win or how many votes is, So that's my. I want you to, I want you to make some statement on that. Then my last question is, I want you to tell me about the news media, because you have been saying about the news media in Nigeria, that none of them is good or whatever. Can you tell me the best, maybe the number one media that's kind of right in the middle, because everybody has their own biased opinion. So for the whole media we have in Nigeria, can you just give us at least one that is a little bit in the middle? I'm not saying they're not right or left. There has to be somebody in the middle in the Nigerian media. So if you can tell me about that, thank you.
All right. So Prince.
Okay. Let me just deal with the media.
Okay.
And I won't mention my own media because that will be self-serving. And I won't mention Rudolph because you will say we swear and we cannot see his face again. What I can say is that for print media, you still have the Guardian, for example, that in terms, because when you're analyzing media, you don't use only one parameter. There are many parameters. There are some media houses that they have objectivity, but they may not have coverage. So like Guardian has, I think, is one of those that have the most objectivity. And if you count a lot of fake news, sensational news, you won't find it on them. But you can say that they look a bit antiseptic. They don't want to dwell in so many issues. A little drawn back, and elitist, but they can't. They don't. They're not available to be used anyhow. For print, for electronic media, I would say that Channels TV is at least showing the most restraint in terms of they don't have talking point memo and agenda that they're pursuing. But individual journalists may vary within the channels. But if you go there, they would ask you questions openly. They won't twist your words. They won't take sides. So, of course, they too have room for improvement. But at least you have a chance of, like, for example, one of the reports they made in that SDP has stormed out of the collection center. I got in touch with them, and they said, "Oh, really? Sorry, we didn't know." So I saw it as an honest error, not like somebody planted the story there. But you cannot say it for the others. If you tell them, they will still not change their mind because the story is planted there. So at the beginning of election time, election season, politicians go to this. Either some politicians own them and they use them for this. You can know. However, some they do these deals with them ahead. Help me push my case. Help me push my case. So that's just what they are doing. They're not serving the public. But all of us can improve if we want to. So that's basically regarding that. Then regarding what INEC chairman said, like I said earlier, at least he's admitting, he's not arguing. So he's not sending all my politics to come and intimidate anybody here. He's actually saying things went wrong. But man of prestige is extrapolating that to mean that the court will automatically conclude from that. You have to remember that in 2007, Yaradua, he said openly that the election that brought him was not perfect. It was fraught with problems, anomalies, and all of that. And this will make him to do electoral reform. But we were in the Supreme Court. They still upheld the election, even though the person himself said it. So I just want you to consider that factor that a court is another world. So things that would appeal to you and influence you would not automatically influence the court because they have their protocol. However, that mere statement by the INEC chairman is similar to what I'm doing now. And what I was expecting is that somebody will come from APC and say, we have had, and we are looking into our own process, and we will reform ourselves. And some of NMP come and say, we're also looking into our process, we'll see, and we'll change this. Somebody from PDP will come and say, oh, we see that in some areas that people went overboard. And somebody will come from Labour and say the same thing and say, yes, we're open. If there's anything that is in our favor that is done by anybody on our behalf or for us that is not proper, we too denounce it and will not occur. So that is kind of thing that I expect. It is not just that everybody sees their mouth and then we go to court. What happens if for one technical reason or the other, the court doesn't satisfy everybody? Are we going to shut our mouth? So even after the Yaradua judgment was in his favor, both the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court held in his favor, with only one judge dissenting, and so forth. With that, we still had the Ways panel that was going to go and do electoral reform for us. And it is part of the Ways panel report that led to this Electoral Act 2021 that we passed. or 2022 Electoral Act. So what I'm saying to people is that why don't you do all of the above? Why don't some people go to court? Some people do advocacy. Some people, they can hire a lawyer to go and do the case for them. But if they don't have the feeling that they can win the case, they're not going to be interested anymore because they can only do something that works for them, that favors them. They're not interested in the public side. Some are interested, but they don't want to talk. There are people who are telling me at your level, all these things you are saying, not necessary. You are bringing yourself down. The whole presidential candidate, you go on media and be talking on WhatsApp. What is, no, just preserve yourself, preserve your brand, don't offend anybody. But if we all do that, then we'll have a country that has conspiracy of silence. People must be talking about it. It's not everything that you cure in the court. Some will go to court. Some will talk about it. Even the Me Too movement, not all of them went to court. Some were just talking about it and raising the issue. And the institutions started changing. And some went to court and lost. And some went to court and won. In a civil society, every medium should be used. That's my point.
That's very good. All right.
Yeah, hold on. Let me hold on.
No. I'm not
No,
he has prestige now. Let him use the prestige.
Hold on. I'm going to put you on a spot. I wanted you to answer this question as a lawyer, a reputable lawyer. I understand you to be. I wanted you to answer. Don't you think if the process is wrong, there should be a redo again as a lawyer? Forget about a candidate.
What?
I'm putting you on a spot as a lawyer. Give me that answer, yes or no?
No, like ask the question again. If the process is wrong, what happened?
Don't you think there should be a redo again? Because the process is what manifests to a particular situation. If the process is wrong, don't you think there should be a redo again?
Of course. If the process is wrong, there ought to be a fresh election. But because I'm a lawyer, I know the concept of constitutional succession. You must have a government in place unless you want to have interim government, which immediately will arrest Rudolph, remove your prestige, and end the politics. So what you now do in that situation is you do constitutional continuity. They say Mr. Lagbaja has won. Congratulations. He gets warning. He says you have national assembly. If you now go to court, the court says the election is null and void. You have Senate President acting. Provided that Senate President himself, there's no tribunal waiting to remove him from where he claimed his own mandate. So this is so check the constitution. So what you want in your country is that there must always be continuity. Otherwise your democracy will collapse. If you give me interim government for 2 days, I can extend it for 20 years. It was what we did in June 12th, where we had interim government, and in the end, Abacha took over, and even those who were part of the interim government, they got dissolved as governors, and everything went haywire. And we didn't taste it again until 1999, and we have not recovered from it up to today. So that's why we say, okay, you say this is the winner, congratulations, go. Now we will now go and take our pen. Those who will shout in the market will shout. Those who will go to court will go. We put everything together to put pressure on the system to see that they don't forget the irregularity that took place. And you could see that in my interviews, I always say, we are talking about this presidential now. If you don't quickly pay attention to the governorship, if they go and do the same thing, the noise of the governorship will make us forget this one. Because that's what happens in Nigeria. We pile problem, the new problem will overtake the earlier one. Like all the stealing of using dollar to buy delegates in the primaries. People have forgotten that one now. People have completely forgotten that one. Because a new one has climbed over that one. So that's why I say let us pause. Let's engage INEC, engage political parties, engage everybody, and say, this March 11, INEC, you say you have launched your election, okay, prove it. Political party, you are still pretending that you didn't read, you didn't buy food. Stop lying. You better change now. So that if we do that, and you voter who is saying that your mandate, you sold your vote, so you should not sell your vote also. If you're anybody, and so one of those things, if we now do this one well, then we can now know that we don't have more problems. But I can tell you, that's what my focus is.
All right. So,
Can
Ovie, before you go, let me add a similar thing from the comment section. The guideline of INEC is that a law? Must they follow it? That is in terms of the one that says they must electronic transmission, as in clause 2038. I think that's what he wrote. So, what do you think about that? Is that
The
something?
guideline there is the law. INEC is supposed to follow it. That is why it's written there. More so, INEC uses its own hand to write your guideline. They're supposed to follow it.
Okay.
Now, I've argued that case in the Supreme Court. I used my mouth to argue it in Supreme Court over card reader. The court says, so what? Even you must go beyond. You must show that INEC has this guideline. They didn't follow it. The court will say, okay, fine. Show me how they are not following it has substantially affected the result. That is how the court reasons. So when you have red lights, you must stop by the red light. It's the law. So anybody who round the red light has broken the law. If you take him to the court and he tells the court that he is the only pediatric surgeon in San Francisco and a child is due for surgery, and that is why he ran it, the court must see for him. So I'm just giving you an extreme example that, which is the law. INEC has already violated the law. That was not an issue. The issue is what would the court do about
ask
it?
a question, please? Please.
No, CM, I'll come to you. Let's go to Ovie. Ovie has not had a chance at all today. Go ahead, Ovie, and Adewale, then I'll come to you, CM. Ovie.
Adewale from Texas. This your city boy look is intimidating, but I'm not intimidated. Rudolph, I've been listening for the past 5 hours. And within that 5 hours, 62 questions was asked. And Prince, within that 62 questions, mentioned NNPP and Concoso 60 times. But I'm not here to ask 60 questions. I'll ask just 2 simple questions. Before I congratulate Prince Adewale, what are the chances of a prince who failed to honor his promise to the king? What are his chances of becoming the king?
Well, it's not based on the community, but usually the king is no longer relevant. When you want to become king, you'll be dead by that time.
Okay. Now, now you are a prince. I am Ovie.
Yes.
I'm a king. I'm king of Ososo.
Yes. Yes.
You owe me. You promised to honor my invitation. The palaces were ready. And
I think we are going to castrate. We are going to castrate Rudolph because it's the court messenger who was supposed to come and deliver the message, and I think it got carried away by something else.
You ditched the king invitation to attend the APC and INEC show, and at the end of the day, we both of us collect water. So in Ososo we say midoke ye eweta mame, means you have gone into the depth of the ocean. You came out without any stain of mud. So congratulations, you are among the 12 people out of 200 million Nigerians. You are among the 2 people that they casted votes for. So I'm not here to question the source of everything you'll be saying because you are the source. I don't understand why people will be asking you to provide evidence, which in history we cited you as one of those evidence. So I'm not here to question that, but I have two simple questions for you. You mentioned, as I said, you mentioned NPP and Konkoso 60 times. Are we likely to see Dr. Rabi Musa Konkoso and Prince Adewale tickets come 2027? That's the first question. You make a very fine argument for the Nigerian youth. Who is an average Nigerian youth? Is it a Southern, somebody from Ososo who is 25 years old on Twitter with a master's degree, or a Musa from Gomburungala who is 25 years old with three wives and 4 kids who is not on Twitter? Now, I totally agree with you on that. I made the argument all the time. Now, as somebody who still have future ambition to govern this country, we agree with me that ability for you to bridge that gap between these youth will give you advantage and maybe other candidates in the future. So what are your plans, or what are you doing to bridge that gap? I'm here to work with you if you have if you are open for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Go to honor the king. Are you going to honor
Yeah,
the invitation?
I will take note of that. Now let me just say something, and that's part of what I say about the first person I congratulated was Rabi Musa Kwangwaso, because we met a lot during the campaign, and we met in many places where these people will never be there. They will be flying up and down and guarding Musa Stadium, but they will not be there. And I know how hard it worked. So, and travel very hard. So when I saw the results in Kano, and I had really worked against him in Kano to eat into his followership there, even though sometimes I would be Kano, he would call me, "You are here again," and things like that. So when I saw him when he was able to hold his own, I congratulated him. Then I started getting questions, what happened, what happened? And I got a lot of, NPP, they showed these people, they occupied the town. They gave more things than any other person. So I started getting from all the local government. What happened? How did they not able to keep? They said, they don't know where they got it from. NPP, they showed town. They started bringing rapper, you go food, everything, spaghetti. They had this stock up. So they were prepared. So now, Kwangwaso, is like a senior brother to me. He loves me a lot. We are very friendly. So will I say, not to offend him? So that if I go to his house, the timer here, he will be frowning at me. I won't say so. I will say, NPP, this is how they managed to. That's why I said they did to spend the defensive bribery. They made sure that these people are going to entice our followers with rapper. So we'll get the rapper too. They're going to entice our follower with food. We'll get the food too. So they were able to defend their territory by saying, what you are looking for there, we have it here. But my own understanding of what I can sacrifice in politics does not include that. Because in my community, people came to me and said, these people you see look innocent. They are waiting to collect money. This is what they are doing. What should we do? I could have said, okay, I release also amount of money. Go and give to them. I said it. I can't do it. I'd rather go back to my university in law in Park Avenue, New York. And I'll be okay. I can't say I want to rescue the poor. Then I now commit what I can all live with. So I'm not. But if you call anybody, you are to come. If you call people there quietly and ask them, how did you do it? They will be telling you that there's nothing hidden. It's only those who don't want to hear the truth that will say they want the witness to come like Iron Man through the sky. Because
I wasn't questioning you as a teacher. I was asking if we are going to.
No, I'm just using that to show example of how we from the left behave. You could have come here and start forming the mouth or raising your head. How can you do this to us? You are dialectical about that. Is what happened, or it could have happened. Let me find out. So now back to the issue. The revolution in this country is looking like a democratic revolution. And to do democratic revolution, you need number. And I don't want to psychoanalyze Labour Party, but Because if you say too much, they will say, you are jealous of their structure. But if you study it, you will see that the leverage of structures that are there, and it worked for them. They work on the structure of the church system. The entire church, everywhere they are in church, they work with them because these are places where you can gather people under leadership. And if you study conquensial politics, you will see that they also rely on the ulamas. Because those ones are the ones giving guidance. So labor rely on the church system, all the churches, all of them. And then rely on also town union, trader union, whatever. So those who say they have no structure, they don't understand that they have more structure because they are leveraging on structure that are already there, well established. So they have demographics. And then other people join from outside society adding their own. So if we want to do it, we must look for a way by which we can match these different structures together on a nationwide basis. Because when your structure is based on the church system, your footprint will start thinning out as the church influence is thinning out. And when you have heavy church presence, you will do well heavily, whether you cheat or not. Cheating can make you overdo, in which case you will end up where you are now. Or you can do moderately well. But as soon as you start going to where the church is not that strong, you will not have problem. That is why if a strong network in these places where the church is not that strong had joined, two things will have happened. It would not have been an ethno-religious core. There will have been no ethno-religious core. There will have been a kind of nationwide. And that was what happened with Buhari. Through this same network or Council of Ulama groups, he had these Talakawas of the North. And whether they have seen Buhari before, whether he has said a word or not, they will say Buhari, say Buhari. Then he joined with people from the South. So the ethno-religious component did not become the core of it. The core of it was anti-Jonathan, which they will use different language, that they will call it war against corruption. But the religious and ethnic core was not there. So that's where we need to go. But even at that, we will still have to interrogate the messaging to see that the messaging is such that if you say one thing in Safara, you can say that exact thing in Port Harcourt. If you say one thing in Calabar, you can say in Maiduguri. That is why I came up with the idea that if we all agree that we need to deal with poverty and insecurity. So there's nowhere in Nigeria that I'm talking that if you record what I say, I'm going to play it in another part of the country. I have not to apologize to our men. So but in some of the people's campaign, what Atiku will say in Kaduna, he dare not say it in Asaba. Because in Kaduna, when I was there with him, I spoke after him. And he said that the North should know that it's still their turn, and the North should vote for another man. He can't say such a thing in Owerri. They will not be happy with it. Now, if you take the message of APC, it's my turn, our local, it be local. You can say it in Abeokuta. You cannot say it in Owerri, that is your local. They will say, why? Why should you say so? If you take the message, you will find something in Labour. Take your country back, and this and that. You can say it in the church. Christian, take your country back. Because I was in the church when he said it. I spoke before him. And when he said that, you can't say that in Sokoto, they will not be happy to hear that. So what lesson we've all learned now is that in 2015, the enthusiasm was in the North. In 2011, enthusiasm was not only. Sorry, in 2011. In 2012, 2007, it was in the north only. 2003 was in the north only. But in 2015, the fever was both north and south. Only that Buhari was lying, Tinubu was lying, all of them were lying. But people believed the lies. And the thing was nationwide. In 2023, the noise was in one section only, not up there. And that is why you don't have that little energy. So next time, we will have to, between now and that time, devise ways by which we can get a common message that will cut across all sections of Nigeria. And I suspect and I recommend that to be around issue of poverty and insecurity, depending on what the government that's coming in now does. That may also add content to it. But the way they are behaving, if they govern the way they preach, they will just allocate position to themselves and say, when you did not rule, you were treated us like this. Now we are ruling, we also treat you fine like that. So that next time, we will rotate it back there. They will be talking about how to share rotation. They will not deal with the issues. But God can help them, God can help anyone, and they can have epiphany and change. So I suspect that poverty, hopefully not insecurity, because I believe that we might all be dead if we're not careful with insecurity. So I believe they will succeed, but if they don't succeed, or they don't finish it off, these issues will still be common to everybody. And you can raise, it is, I don't know whether it's Zulus, I don't know, one of the ethnic groups in Africa said, if you want to travel fast, go alone. If you want to travel far, go together. So you want to put together a coalition, do it together, and then you are all Johnson and get a quick result. You will get only one section. But if you want to get a nationwide one, you will now have to start getting a lot of people, other people's input. And you will see that the more you do that, the less people from your side start liking your message. You will see that your message will start to reflect other people's perspective. And then they won't like your message. And you may end up losing your home state, then winning elsewhere. Or just managing moderately your home state, because as you are going, they will start to see that your message is not for them again. You are now talking about other people's interests. But this narrow tailoring to your religion or your ethnicity, you will get quick results, but you will get the backlash as well. So, but in this country today, we need to, very soon we will do census. And if we have time to analyze the census, you will see the true demographics of our country. You will see what the country looks like. Lagos is not representative. Port Harcourt is not representative. Ibadan have representative. Even Abakaliki, all those places now are getting better and better. They're no longer representative. So you will see that what represents the average Nigeria is no longer available in these cities, because these cities are also catching up faster than other cities. But the vote is in those areas where the conversation should be different. And the conversation cannot be had using this medium. The conversation has to be had in medium which people understand. And that is how I think you should do it.
What about Konkoso and Adewale 2027?
It's too far because right now, what I can say is that people I don't mind. Kwankwaso, I like him a lot. I don't mind Peter Obi, but on one condition. He has to remove the program of PDP, the program, this neoliberal program, which is similar to Tiku's program, go to sell this, sell that. No. So if we change the content, it's also acceptable. You get my point? So there are people who can, Malik Ado Ibrahim, Showore, if he's not going to frighten everybody, I can understand where he's going, but if he's not going to frighten babies, so, and then we start to, so we can be having conversations. Even Moalu, who went away, I expect him to come back into the frame. To kind of, so we have this time to start polishing things, and we will now look at ourselves. Everybody has run for office now, we're satisfying ourselves. We will now start looking for a way to build a coalition of that will cost across the country. Because the people who you want to remove, they too, whether you like them or not, they built a coalition across the country. So you will see that they do so well, whether they rig for them or whatever, but they have the support base to do whatever they like in places far away from where they come from. So you need to build that, and that is the missing link. And I may be a candidate then, I may not even be a candidate. So it might be Kwankwaso and Obi, I will recommend. It may be Kwankwaso and another person that I will recommend, maybe with Mogadu. It could be anything. The important thing is that you must first negotiate the agenda and negotiate the manifesto. And then look at how to build a nationwide framework that doesn't make it susceptible to looking sectional, looking regional, looking sectarian. But that's without prejudice to the outcome of the case. So the people you're talking about now may still win if they go to court. It's a possibility, But in case they don't, and the current status remains to the end, then what are you doing in 20? And it also depends on how these other people govern. Unlike people in politics who have permanent enemies, permanent friends, I don't have any. My only is I have permanent agenda. And that agenda is to make sure that we implement Chapter 2 of the Constitution. We fight poverty and insecurity, we have accountable government. So if a person is totally bad, if he starts to do what is good, I am not going to say, I'm not going to use Niger Bridge because Buhari constructed it. It's a good thing to have Niger Bridge, second Niger Bridge. Even though I oppose Buhari's government, but that bridge is a good thing. I may say the contract is inflated, this and that, but the bridge is a good one. So I will support that idea. So from time to time, I might support the idea of the government because they are the government. And if they do what is good, if, for example, you give autonomy to ASU, to the universities, you pay ASU, you give them their trust fund back, you invest sufficient amount of money in education, and you guarantee that industrial strike will not. It doesn't matter what government you are. It doesn't matter what I didn't like you before. I will start like you on that one, and I'll start fighting on something else. If you discipline the military and you put order, and you within 6 months, 1 year, you end the Boko Haram war, I will also be on your side. So I don't have permanent enemy. Unlike people who say this one, I don't like him. So they want me to come and inherit their enemy. I don't have enemy. I criticize on points.
All right. Very good. Adebayo, you're next.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Prince, thank you for doing this. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you for doing this. I've listened to the question being asked since you've been on the show. It seems that we are not being fair to you in the sense that you put yourself out there as the Nigerian, to step out as a leader, and that you've done, and you've done honorably. I think the only cardinal sin you've committed is for you to come to the public and congratulating the governor-elect, and you've done that, and you've explained that, and some are still accusing you of you perpetrating lies against the preferred candidate or preferred party. And by your analysis, you've shown that the irregularities and malpractice cut across party lines. Even you admitted that some of your agents, colluded with some of the other political parties to put money in their own pocket against you, that's their principal. And that to me is an honorable thing you've done, and you've done that. However, in some same environment, some media houses will organize a post-election, symposium where the election will be, analyzed and from top to bottom, what happens and all that. Unfortunately, we haven't done that. I'm glad Dr. Damajid is doing this so we could ask you questions and give your own perspective. Now, my only question that I need to ask you is this. You've been on the field, you're out there, you know what happens. Majority of the people on this show are in diaspora. We only hear, the hearsay, the second-hand information. Now, Do you think our electoral law should be strengthened enough by breaking this election instead of having it in one day into a regional section where some state in each region will conduct the election on certain day, whereby the INEC will be able to allocate the resources and manage and control it in order to mitigate all these malpractices that we've seen that was prevalent in this last election. Do you think that is possible? Because if you look at the American system during the primary, they conduct primaries and caucuses, state by state. It would take time, but do you think that happening or it can be introduced into our electoral process? That's all I need to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Let me say something. None of the attacks, question, interrogation that has been done has offended me in any way. In fact, that's why I prefer the parliamentary system of government, because it strengthens you to be able to make your point. Because if I was presenting this report now in the British Parliament, people have been saying, shame on you, coward, shame on you, shame on you. You get my point. And I will still have to maintain my stand and still continue. Mr. Speaker, this is a liar. See his face. So with his sorry face. So they will say us all up. So heckling and all of that is part of democracy. We should not be too sensitive. More so, this was me begging to be the president of Nigeria, leader of Nigeria. So all their frustration, it should be on me. Those who got disappointed, it is me. There's your face. Those whose candidate lost, it is me. Those who are emotional, it is me. I'm the only one not allowed to show emotion. That was how I was sensitive when Nne said that I was angry at Arise. I wasn't angry, but I noticed that, okay, maybe next time I'll kind of mellow a bit because she assumed that I was angry. And she might be up to 100,000 people who assume so. So that I took into consideration. But this work we are doing is necessary because Nigerians don't care for free and fair election, even they say so. They care more for their own favorite person to win. If exactly what happened now, nothing changed, happened, and they declare Peter Obi, they will be rejoicing everywhere. And if you criticize it, you are a devil. Then the people who are saying nothing is wrong now, APC people, they will be the one making noise too. So I have studied my country very well that we need to develop to a point where we have common standards and you don't care whether the truth favors you or not. We just love the truth. And that's my mission in politics. As to whether we can do staggered election, we have done it before in Nigeria. That's what led to June 12th. Option A4. You go and do this stagger, step by step. You finish, anything can work. However, if you look at off-season elections, Oshu, Ekiti, Edo, Anambra, a few places where they do election off-season, INEC hasn't done better in some of them. And they're only doing one state. Because people call INEC. In a proper election, INEC is like 20% of the election. INEC controls only 20% of the election. Because INEC can only register you to vote. But even to INEC to do that, INEC cannot use only its own staff. They have to hire UCOM members, other Nigerians. And those ones too, from the voter registration, they will say the machine is faulty. They will carry it to somebody's house to go and use to register for that person. Right from there. INEC chairman will not know that. So when INEC is recruiting people to register you to vote, churches will gather money together, go and give to somebody and say, come and register my church. So whether the person lives in Oyo State, they will come and register in Ogun State if they are interested in Ogun State election. If somebody lives in Nasarawa, they'll go and register in Abuja, and they will carry that thing and go to. Whereas under INEC rules, INEC wants you to register where you belong. But they will do what we call a common registration. So I can be targeting Rudolph's polling unit, and I'll bring people from Asaba to go to his village in Anambra and go and register there. So they start all of that. INEC will not do all of that. In some places, people are targeting, oh, this is the voting block where I lose vote. So they will start to go and steal their cards, give money to people. So they will bring the card will be missing. Those are the cards you'll be finding in the bushes and everywhere. Then people will say, I went there, I can't find my card. So the sabotage starts from there. Then when you now go into police will be waiting for different instruction, whether the government wants them to favor somebody or not. Same thing with all security agencies. INEC has no control over that. In one of the elections conducted in the past, not this one, I was privy to a situation where INEC had the ballot in another country, and they were advising INEC to postpone the election. INEC met and said they are not going to postpone the election. But the powers that be made sure that the ballots were not airlifted from the country. Till the morning of the election, they didn't tell INEC that one. It was during the eve of the election, they said, sorry, we have a problem. The thing is still in Johannesburg at the airport, and the election is already taking place. They were thinking that INEC was going to postpone the election. But they were so stubborn. So that was why INEC in that year used ballot paper without serial number. And we went all the way to Supreme Court that this paper has no serial number. So there are so many factors. So what I can say to you is that not talk of election day, logistic issue, and then political party have INEC staff on consultancy. So when INEC says uploading of agents has finished, and that's when INEC staff will be opening the portal to upload for some other people. When they say collection of cards is over, that's when they will be carrying cards. So all sorts of things. The same way policemen and litigants sabotage police station. The same way. So that's why I'm resorting to this appeal that we ought to generally agree among ourselves that we should be honest at each level. And when something doesn't favor us, and we are doing wrong, we should admit it. Because if you can get away with your own wrong, the other person will get away with his own. In this election now, my thesis is that every one of them went to try to help themselves where they have sway. But the person who had more sway in more places succeeded more than the others. And it is right for those who didn't succeed to say this thing should be cancelled, this is not correct. And it is right for observers to also point out that this thing you say this other person did, you also did it. So let us all admit. Then we'll not know what to do about our politics next time. That is my
Thank
point.
you.
For INEC rotating up and down, if they want to do what is right, if we this national election, INEC staff, if they keep to their out of office. But it is difficult for you to tell your electoral officer not to collect 50 million in a territorial district when you, REC, has collected 500 million from the governor. And your admin officer, electoral officer, they know that one already. So if you now start to talk, they are not going to be able to discipline anybody seriously. Because those people will start pointing and say, what of you, sir? Did the governor not send you money? Did you not go to this particular church and collect money? And so on and so on and so forth. So that is the dilemma, but we can resolve it by just opening our mouth and just like they did South Africa. You saw, I was on the Truth and Reconciliation in Liberia. I cannot disclose some of the confidential part of it, but I can tell you that we also did a panel. But of put a panel in Nigeria, people were defensive. They were coming with lawyers. They were, if you say they did something wrong, they were defensive. They didn't understand the meaning of truth and reconciliation. Whereas in South Africa, even people who were not summoned to the place, people who were not invited, they came voluntarily to say, in my neighborhood one time, I saw a white man, I killed him, I threw him inside the water. So that man that you said drowned, I actually killed him. Nobody even knew that he did it. Because they have now got an epiphany across the country that doing bad is bad. So if people who were not accused came voluntarily to volunteer, they were confessing. But when we did our own, they came with lawyers. Not me, I was not there. They were getting injunction. So you could see why it didn't work for us. That's what I'm saying. You could see from this parliament we had here now that people were still coming defensive of even things they know nothing about. So how can you ever get justice and progress in the country? That's what I'm saying.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Thank you so much. Let me say before we continue that when I watched your interview on Arise, I felt there were a lot of things that they didn't have the time for you to explain. And I thought that for our audience here, that it would be something beneficial for them where we have long formats, long time, and you can explain things more. And it's always good to hear from people who were actually in the field and their experiences. Sometimes TV, the structure of TV today is just the sound bites that we have time for. So I appreciate the time you are spending with us. There's a question here from the comments. I think you touched on this, but I wanted to, for those who just joined, the question is getting 25% in the Federal Capital Territory a prerequisite for being declared the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Okay, let me answer that question by asking, on whose side are you? Because the answer depends on whose side you are.
Yeah, but what is the law? Because I don't know the person. I don't know if.
Okay, well, I've listened to many interpretations, and by the interpretation they give, you will know which side they are. But assuming, and it's a live issue, but it's a live issue, so you cannot give a theoretical answer without the context that all I know is as follows. Let me give you a scenario that will answer that question for anybody. Let's say you conduct election and the election becomes very popular. The movement is big. And Peter Obi wins in 33 states. And came second in 3 states. But he didn't have 25% in FPT. So the fact that he won 33 states, hands down, he will not be president. Or you will say he can't be president. Or we could do election. Kwankwaso wins 33 states and came second in 3 states, but doesn't win 25% in FCT. So Kwankwaso will not be president. Or Atiku wins 33 states, but he didn't win 5%, 25% FCT. He cannot become president. Think about that. Whatever your answer is the answer.
But the people that wrote the law, what did they have in mind? Why did they write it that way?
What I suspect they have in mind is this: that when you are counting, they are having in mind the problem that Washington had, which is called taxation without representation, where nobody counts Washington, D.C. in the computation of the national election. So it's called taxation without representation. So the drafters of the Constitution don't want Abuja people to become orphans, and they will be non-influential on the election. So they are saying that if you are calculating 2/3, you must also count Abuja in among those states you use to calculate 2/3. Don't just base your 2/3 on 36 states only. Add Abuja into the basket before you calculate your 2/3. That's just basically what I think with my reading. But if I was in my law firm and Peter Obi walks up to me or Atiku walks up to me and says, "What can you do?" It's one of the arguments you can raise in court.
But that's not what the statement says. If you read the statement literally, it does mean that you have to have Abuja. I know that the courts can interpret it. However, there is a runoff election that is meant
that's
to
why I
happen
didn't want to get involved in it. That's why I didn't want to get involved in it. But I'm saying that you get 20 lawyers. What you should do, get 20 lawyers. Forget about me. Get 20 lawyers. And take 20 lawyers.
Let me just add something.
Let me just finish. You will still come in for fathers. What I'm saying is, get 20 lawyers.
See,
bring them here. You will see that the 20 lawyers will be split into two. They may not be equal half, but they will split into two. Some will say, you don't have to specifically get 35% FCT. As long as you get 35% in 2/3 of all the states added to FCT. Some will say, no, you must get it FCT. So that argument will never end. But if you go behind, you will find out that everyone is giving the argument according to the side that they are sympathetic to. But why are you in a hurry? If such is added as a ground in the petition, you will hear Supreme Court rule on it. And at least that question will last for some time. But it doesn't mean that in 5 years' time, somebody will not bring it up again. So, but that's why I'm abstaining from that argument. I don't participate.
See,
because people will interpret according to which side they want to go.
No, there's something I need to add. I needed to add this stuff because when you were asking if somebody got 23 states and they didn't get Abuja, the constitution itself makes provision for all that. That's why it has runoff election. Then he said the third round, whoever gets the highest number of votes. He took that into account because he knows that sometimes some people will not get some states that they are supposed to get. Then he ended up with the third round, meaning that the total number of votes, the person that has the highest number of votes.
I'm not supposed to ask a question, but can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Frank.
You are a lawyer, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I'm guilty because arguing law with a non-lawyer makes me guilty already. I apologize. But what I can tell you is that
let me ask a question.
If you're not a lawyer,
it's logical.
Let me ask a question.
I'm coming to you, sir. Let me just say something.
You were CM. Hold on.
Well,
no. What we say?
What you should do? Write anonymous questions and give it to somebody in your office. Anonymous question. Don't write your name. Don't let them know where the question comes from. Target 20 lawyers in different parts. Just write the anonymous question and send to all of them. And then they bring the question back to you. And then we'll the thing and you'll see the interpretation different way. You know?
The writers of the constitution knew that. That is why they allowed for the third round to mean the person that has the highest number of votes. They didn't allow that before the third round. They knew all this. That's why
you are right.
There.
You are right until you are wrong. So you are right. You get my point? What I can say is that it's not what just ask lawyers, and you can see the media. The media has been dazed. They will ask this lawyer. This lawyer will say it's this. They will ask that lawyer. That is the nature of lawyers. Lawyers don't interpret statute. Lawyers advocate with statute. So you can never get a lawyer to tell you what the law says. The lawyer can tell you what the law says in your favor and what the law says against you. But what the law says generally is not for lawyers. It's for judges. Okay. But a lawyer will only use the lawyer will take position and say, This is the person I want to help. Let me find something in the law that helps you. In fact, by the time you get to court, you will discover that if you listen to what is going on in the court, they will mention electronic voting, they will mention Abuja to touch, they will be mentioning things like whether you disclose, whether it was filed wrongly, not filed wrongly. Most of what you'll be hearing in court will be, was it filed on time? This deposition language. In court is different from what is happening in town. Most you will see, as if we follow it, most of the argument in the court will not resemble polling unit, no polling unit, election result, no election result. It will be you file it wrongly, you file it on time, the deposition in this paragraph is not. This is what they will do 60% of the time. That's law.
I think that some people are saying that I'm arguing with a lawyer. I think what is wrong with our people is that they don't simply use logic. The spirit of the law clearly shows the intentions. Even after the first and second round, it shows the intention that they are aware that they put that stipulation.
Let me give you advice, since I cannot give scholarship to study law. But let me give you advice. In our jurisprudence, lawyers don't argue. Lawyers just make their statement and cite a Supreme Court judgment. You see, when you go before Supreme Court, I'm just saying this, they don't care what you say. They're not interested. They only want you to say, what should we do? And why should we do it? Based on what we have decided before. That's all. So you can't go to the court and be giving interpretation. No. You will say, my lord, in so case you heard before, you yourself interpreted it like this. So follow what you said before. Today, it's called precedent. So, like when Andoka was talking on TV, one of the stations, he said in 2018, Supreme Court interpreted it like this. Now, you people were expected to bring that judgment out. Now, the other side will tell you, will give 4 judgments where Supreme Court interpreted it like that. So they will not bring it before the Supreme Court and say, you, 7 years ago, said that Abuja is a different place and it's unique and must get 25%. The other person will say, no, you didn't say so. That was not what you said. That's what they will be saying. The idea that you can use logic to convince Supreme Court, don't try it. You only use their precedent. You go to them and say, you yourself decided like this before. Therefore, decide like that today. You sit down, your colleague on the other side will come and say, this man who says decide like this doesn't understand what you decided. What you decided that time was not like this. What you decided was like this. So they will take the argument and go back to what they decided before. Then they will come back and say, what we decided before does not have anything to do with this. We will now decide as follows. Both of you are wrong. Or they will say, what we decided before is what this other side correctly stated, and we will restate it again.
Can I just ask this then? I agree with your argument for precedence, and if precedence has shown, but is there any precedence that showed that they treated Abuja as a state in terms of the electoral matter?
In fact, just Google or you will see it, a lot of it. But it doesn't resolve it. That's what I'm saying. You will see a lot of judgments, countless, not even one, countless judgments, where the court has said similar things. But when you get to court, you have to apply it to the current facts. That's why I don't want to be said that I'm arguing my case before Justice Rudolph Okonkwo, who has no license anywhere. You know my point? But we're just enlightening ourselves that I'm not making an argument one way or the other, that the way the court reasons is not for highly educated people to assume that logic will help them in that regard. Because the court doesn't follow logic.
So are you saying that the court has judged in both directions, like made Abuja a state and not made Abuja a state in both ways?
First and foremost, they will have something called the Supreme Court. It is supreme because it's the final court. It doesn't have to be correct. Supreme Court is the only court that can state the law the way it wants. It doesn't have to be correct. That's the final court. So they can say anything. They can look at it and say, Abuja is, in fact, you must call not only 25% now, you must call 35%. What can you do? We can't do anything. You just say, my Lord, rise, and they go their way. So, there's something you can do about it. And they can, 3 years' time, come back and say, oh, we acted by Korea. Now our judgment of 3 years ago is not correct.
So if the Supreme Court says a president can run for a third term, is that all right?
If you go, listen, it's a good question. Courts don't do what is all right. Courts do what is appears to them according to the law. I want to understand that this what we have are courts of law, they're not courts of justice. So they are courts of law. So if now you go to the court to say, I was there, they rigged election in front of me, and they beat me up. I am the electoral officer, they rigged election in front of me, because they won't listen to you. Because the court is not going to listen to somebody
I guess what
who
I'm
is not
trying
a
to
party,
ask is that
who is not a party, who is not a candidate. But in that justice, what I'm saying to you, if you were a returning officer or electoral officer in the polling unit, and they come there and beat you up, tear your paper, and do everything, and you go to court to say they should set aside what happened in your polling unit and they should compensate you, the court will not answer you. Is that just? It's not just. But they are not to do justice, they are to do justice according to the law.
Yeah, but from
Not
what you're
according to what is right.
saying, how far does the court have to stray from the literal and objective meaning of a constitutional this is law, and before people start undermining the judiciary arm of the government itself?
No court below the Supreme Court, no court below the Supreme Court can deviate from the Supreme Court. A court cannot deviate from Supreme Court by interpreting the Constitution better than Supreme Court.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Supreme Court itself. How
No,
far can the Supreme Court deviate?
I'm coming to you. I'm saying that from magistrate court, customary court, high court, court of appeal to that level. If the 5 justices of court of appeal find a better interpretation, a more logical interpretation, a more sensible interpretation, a more just interpretation of the law, if it is contrary to what Supreme Court rule, they have to say, this is what we think the law looks like, that we are bound by what Supreme Court says. I'm just telling you how it works court below. Now, the Supreme Court itself is now the alpha and omega of what the law is. So, if you say before them, my Lord, see, that's why we go back to 12 to 3rd in 1979. Chike Obi, everybody, they came there and calculated what is 12 to 3rd. The Supreme Court ruled exactly that 12 to 3rd of
19
is stop at, there's no fraction. So if it's more than 18, they will stop at 18. And they stop. People who talk and talk and talk, there's nothing you can do about it. So what I'm saying, generally speaking, is that you can write a thesis, you can write a book criticizing the Supreme Court, but it won't have the force of law. It can only be for law reform. I did a case in the Supreme Court of Australia in Melbourne, where they say, oh, it can never be done. And I will try until the Supreme Court agreed that the earlier position was not correct by themselves. That's how they admitted the case. And they did that like warning. People told me, oh, they've never done this in almost a generation. So it is possible. But what you realize that if they say, go and take Dred versus Scott, do you understand the case, Dred versus Scott? Dred versus Scott is one case that was US.
Prince, sorry, I'm not trying to, I know you're a lawyer, I've Googled your name. You are authorized to practice law in California, New York, Canada, Australia, and the UK, and in all the high courts in America. So you are not coming cheap. All of us here, we are not lawyers. If you continue to lecture us on jurisprudence, some of us are scientists. We can't sort of, it's like bamboozling us. You are quite right.
Okay.
We can't detect. So that is your own. That is your area of specialization. It's like if I start to discuss diabetes with you, you may get confused with the biochemistry. So what I want us to stick is just understand that you are talking to lay people. We are discussing about election
No,
because
sorry,
you
it's because of the
participated
expert.
in it.
It's because of the
I'm coming.
expert,
I'm coming.
forefather. Sorry, I got carried away by
I
forefather
know.
expertise.
I
No,
Yes.
wanted to
I'm
say
trying to be
we are
logical. See,
discussing.
I don't
We
subscribe
are
to this idea
discussing.
that just because
Just,
somebody's specialist in some area, then you can't be logical.
no,
Just because a
no,
doctor says
no. You
something,
can
it doesn't mean
excuse me
you
because
can. There are certain simple deductions you can make.
the more he goes on, he gets what I'm saying. The more you go, this jurisprudence. I don't think we have strength of jurisprudence. Like you said, you a lawyer discussing with a non-lawyer, you're already guilty. To me, I call it nailing a jelly. You can nail a jelly, if you understand what I mean. So
Yes.
yes, exactly. What I want us to stick to is because you participated in the election. That's why you were invited here. You weren't
Yes.
invited here as a lawyer. You were
That's
invited as
correct.
SDP candidate. Just to yes,
Yes.
exactly. So please let us just to help us because the more I listen to you, I may be tempted to go and study law to be able to comprehend. But since I didn't study it, it's called bamboozling me personally. So the question I want to take up is this. I'm a layman. We've all understood by INEC admission, they did not follow their procedure, which is uploading the result from the polling unit. They didn't do it, at least for the presidential election. That gave rise to all this buhaha we are hearing. Now, the question I want to put to you, not putting to you, sorry, I can't put to you because I'm not a lawyer.
No, put
The
it
question
there.
I want to,
Doesn't matter.
no. Okay, the question I want to ask you, because let me use because you see now, the question I want to ask you is this. Do you agree that on Saturday, 11th March, for the gubernatorial election and the House of Assembly election, if INEC is not prepared to upload the result, they shouldn't conduct it? I mean, uploading the result from the polling unit. If they cannot upload any result not uploaded from the polling unit before the party agents, the way it should be done, such that you or anybody all over the world can be seeing it on INEC server or website anytime. Just, you know what I mean? So if it
Yes.
cannot be done, they should stop henceforth. Let them not conduct it. Because at that point, I believe that in a procedure, you could say you come to a court. On the day you are coming, they say, please, this thing won't sit. You say, why? You say, because the fan is not working. We lost the key to this thing, so and so. In that case, you can say, okay, you can, because the condition is not conducive for you to adjudicate that day or to do your duty. You can say, okay, let's postpone it until the day maybe there is not, something like that. So
Okay, let me
let's
tell
agree
you a
if
few
you can
things.
put this forward.
Let me tell you a few things in the real world. One, let's start with this. INEC now is uploading the result of Saturday of February 25.
That is too late.
They are uploading it now.
Yes.
So when you go anywhere to complain, you will not be able to complain of not uploading. You could complain
I
of
say
not
in real
uploading on
time,
time.
the date
No,
was,
I'm coming. I'm coming
I mean,
to that.
okay.
I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. I'm just saying that if you go anywhere to complain now, you will change your story from not uploading to not uploading in real time.
Yeah, that's
You
real
get my
time. Yeah,
point?
that's yeah.
And then the next question they will ask you, okay, upload in real time, upload later. Did you change what you got there? You get my point?
You
That's
say
one
yes.
question. If you say, no, I got 13, and they uploaded 13, 3 weeks later, they will say, what have you lost? The 13 remains there. You get my point? So, but if you say, I got 13, but they uploaded instantly, right there. But when I check, I got 10, not 13 anymore. The instant
You
uploading
cannot.
doesn't save anything. Because
No,
that's
no. No. That is
no, I'm
no.
coming now.
You
Let
get
me finish
no,
first.
no. You see,
If I don't get to what you
this
are,
is
let
this.
me finish.
No, you
Let me
retain.
finish.
Yeah,
It
let
can.
him
I'm
finish.
It
let
cannot.
me
It can.
finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. I'm just trying to emphasize to you that instantaneity of the uploading, people may discover later that it's not even the issue, but that the accuracy of what's in the server at the end of the day. Now, second, we now go to March 11. I will tell INEC that you must upload instantly. That one is not a problem. INEC will say yes, sir. Now, when they get to Enugu, they will upload instantly. Now, when they now get to Agulu, they will say the thing has no signal. So you can now say, okay, cancel, because people already, before you realize whether you can upload or not, people have voted already. They've counted the vote already. So the winner already knows himself right there. So we now have Rudolph contesting against Man of Prestige and Forefathers. So Rudolph, of course, people don't like Rudolph that much. So he gets like 2 votes. Forefathers gets 80 votes. Man of Prestige gets 85 votes. Now you say, we try to upload. You cannot upload it, people the thing to every agent. You say, let's cancel it, let's cancel it. I can guarantee you, Rudolph will say, yes, let's cancel it. Because he's got 2 votes. And it's in such shit, he can say he has 2 votes. So he wants it to be cancelled because you cannot upload it instantly.
No.
But
No, you see,
none of Prestige,
Prince,
who have got, I've just put to you.
Prince,
You will have,
yes,
when
because you are a
I
lawyer,
finish now, no,
Prince, excuse me,
let me
Prince,
just, okay, let me
no,
wait for you.
wait, so that, Prince, because you are a lawyer, that's why you are
Yes.
arguing it that way. What should be done is to invite an IT expert who will tell you that what you upload, the moment you upload it, irrespective of whether you look at it 1 week or so after, the figure cannot change. It's only an IT expert that can say that, not
No,
you as a
that's a
lawyer.
different argument.
No, I'm coming.
What I'm saying,
I'm coming.
okay.
I'm coming because I know where you're headed. You've already made it. It's only an IT expert that could explain that what you have uploaded, when you uploaded 3, it can never give you 15 at the other end. Every time you check it, it must give you exactly that 3. It is only also an IT expert that will confirm whether the time you uploaded it, whether it is hanging, because they have to look through the trail, whether it is hanging because of no, what's it called? No reception or network. The moment there is no network, just like WhatsApp message, it will give one tick. If the other end, the network comes, it gives you 2 tick, meaning that it has been delivered. It cannot be forever. So what we are arguing is just because you are a lawyer, you are looking at it
No,
this
you
way.
don't
This is
understand me.
pure science. No,
No,
I'm
you don't
coming.
understand me.
At the point of uploading, I'm coming. At the point of uploading, there is no law there. What is taking place is pure science, pure IT,
Okay, now
information
let me say
technology.
something. Let
So
me say
there's no
something.
law coming in there.
Let me say something. Let me say something clearly. Let me just say something so that we can understand it.
Okay.
What I'm saying is this: take one polling unit. Don't take too many. Take your favorite polling unit. Let's say it's a polling unit somewhere in Asaba. So let me say community primary school, Asaba. You take the polling, you go there. There are 300 voters, and one candidate, say Labour, got 220. PDP got 30. I want to understand something there. You have to understand, INEC, that uploading doesn't come until after you have voted and seen the result. That's what we call uploading. So when you come, no, I'm just telling you that when you come, this is procedure in polling unit. You come there, you use the paper to identify yourself. So they will accredit you. They give you the ballot sheet. You go to the place, put ink on it, you vote. At that time, nothing to upload. It's just the traditional thing going on. When they finish voting, when they want to count, no technology involved in counting. They bring it out one, two, people start shouting, shouting. Now, when they want to record it, no technology involved in recording. They take the pencil or pen, they write against each person. Then they come and sign. No technology in signing. You sign, everybody signs. Now, they will now give the copy to every person there. Now, where technology comes in is that the electoral officer now will take his own copy and put it out and scan it and send to INEC. Now, when they scan it, it will go to the website, it will go to other things. What I'm saying to you now, if technology fails, after we have voted, we have accredited, we have voted, we have counted, and whether by sabotage, by lack of signal, by factory fault, by anything, the thing doesn't work. Your recommendation is that that result that has been declared to everybody, which everybody has a copy, should be cancelled. I will come back next week or next year to come and vote again because we couldn't upload there. Now, I'm saying to you that at that point, it's not a scientific problem because right there now is a policy decision. Whether this election that we have now got the winner in this polling unit and Labour Party is the winner, we should now cancel it because we can't scan the copy to the website, or it's scanning slowly, or it says sent, it doesn't go, or whatever. So INEC might say, now, where will I get the money to do another polling unit again, to come back again? So if I say, okay, keep your copy, we'll keep trying to upload it again, overnight. But whether it goes that day, it goes 7 days later, it goes whatever. When eventually it gets to that IRF, that website server, you can now take the copy you got for the polling unit and go there and say, oh, finally, after 75 days, you have now uploaded it. Let me check in that community primary school server where I got 270. Let me get whether 270 is still there. You go and see that your 270 is still there. That's what they recorded for you. The party that got 20 came there and checked, my 20 is intact. What do you need science for again? There's nothing scientific there, it's just common sense.
No. I allow you to finish because I know when you deviated. Do you know what happened? It is impossible for between the whole of Nigeria. So when you want to transmit, remember this thing happened at different time between 8 in the morning till 4 in the evening. In some places they started 12 midday, some places started 10, different time, ended by 6. It's impossible, scientifically impossible, that the network will fail all through the whole country at the same time. It's impossible. Very, very impossible. Given the fact that the National Communication Commission said that from their signal, there is signal everywhere. That's today in time. That is the science coming in. That's one. Secondly,
I don't see. Excuse me. Sorry, let me pause you here.
No, because I know you're a
saying,
lawyer. You will listen.
No, wait. I don't want to spend too much time on it. No, science is relevant. Listen to me now. Let me say something. Let me say something to you. No, let me say something to you. Science, audit trail, they are useful. But you have to understand that election process is a legal process. And there are things that are relevant or not relevant. And I'm telling you now that INEC on March 11, if you ask them to upload now, they will say you will upload automatically. But I'm letting you know that on that day, I will remind you that they will have problems. It's guaranteed. They may not have as many problems as they have now.
I can admit, I can agree.
Yes.
Technology could fail, maybe in some state, but the whole 36 states and
I'm coming to
result.
I'm coming to something now.
For presidential, none of them was
I'm coming to
uploaded.
something. I'm coming to something. March 11 is
went through.
Listen, now let me take it easy. March 11 is not presidential. Let us go back and forth. March 11 is governorship and House of Assembly. And Oka has 2 House of Assembly. Constituency 1, Constituency 2. You take one, maybe part of Amobia is there, whatever. Now, signal can fail from Oka to Amobia up to Enugu. It's possible. You can be going around there, there's no signal. I'm not excusing, I'm just creating scenario. That will affect a whole constituency. So in that constituency now,
but not here
now
and Inewi and the Orumba. That's what we're saying. So you see, on the presidential, it happened that Oyo State didn't.
Are you back to presidential now? Are you back to presidential now, or you are still talking?
I'm saying, if you want Saturday on, let's say on the day of on Saturday, it failed in Lagos to upload, failed in Edo. It does not necessarily mean it will fail in Jigawa and the Adamawa.
Yeah, but when you analyze it, okay, I'm coming to that. But when you analyze, when INEC is taking decision, he's not taking decision state by across the state. Every state is voting differently under a different legal regime. So the success in Jigawa does not concern the person in Enugu, because the Enugu, they are facing their own. It's a complete problem for them, 100% for them. So what I'm saying to you in the end is that 2 things. One, INEC will say yes to upload. They will even be boasting that they have audited their system. But on that day, don't be shocked if they still don't do it, or they don't do it all over the place. That's number 1. Number 2, don't now say that the best advice is to cancel the election. Because if it's a failure at the beginning, for example, where BIFAS doesn't work, they usually cancel the election, they usually postpone the election. If you come to a place where the switch on the BIFAS doesn't work, I cannot accredit, there's no manual accreditation, they will say, stop, don't conduct the election. Because we cannot know who is the right candidate, who is not. Like right voter, or who is not the right voter. So they will stop. They will say, we'll do it another day. Or they will go get another BIFAS from somewhere and start late. But after voting has been done, and the winner has been declared there in that polling unit, and agents have signed, the election is concluded. At that point, you cannot tell the person who got 270 that his 270 is gone now because the machine cannot upload it, and he has it in his hand. He will go to court. So what I can do in that situation is to make sure that you keep your copy. So when they go to the place in the world where they want to collect it, your agent who signed in that polling unit, satisfied with the result, will now warn them in the world that, look, this result has got 270 in this polling unit. So in this result sheet here now, you are supposed to upload, according to the rule of INEC, you are supposed to upload it to the IRF before you collate in this word, so that you can be sure that nobody can change it. They can say, the IRF has not loaded up to now. And there are 75 polling units. 10 have loaded. 65 have not loaded. What do we do?
Anyway,
so the returning officer may say, the returning officer may say, let us record it manually. You will object. You will say, well, I will record it. Your figure is not complete. Stand against it.
Prince, you're a lawyer. Let me end on this. Abuja plus, okay. 36 states plus Abuja, to me, means 36 oranges plus an apple. Whatever it means, that is what it 36 states plus Abuja, to me, means 36 oranges plus 1 apple. So
okay, fine. You are right. You are right.
36 oranges
Rufus,
and 1 apple. As a scientist, that is the way I see
are right.
36 oranges and 1 apple. So if you are taking apple to make it 37 oranges, it's up to you. If you want to leave it at 36 oranges and then 1 apple, you divide it what it means. So that, as I'm a scientist, that's the way I look at it. But as a lawyer, you can always.
You are perfectly right.
As a lawyer.
You are perfectly right. And another person who will say they are cocoyam and cocoyam is also right. At the end of the day, if you attend the court, when you get to the court and you listen to the person who is on the side of apple and oranges, when you listen to him, you will be fantastically impressed. When you listen to the person who says orange versus orange, you will also be fantastically impressed. There's a man called
No, because
King
Abuja
James.
is not a state. Abuja
What
is
I'm
not a
saying to
state.
you, is this: there used to be a
Abuja
king
can
in
never
England.
be a state.
Listen, sir, there used to be a king in England called King James. King James, when he ascended the throne, because there's the king's court, and he was told that it's the king's court. So if it's the king's court, let me judge my case by myself. Because under the English constitution, the judges act on behalf of the king. So he said, I will sit on my own court. Then he started sitting on his court. After a while, he said, no. Let them take the cases back to the judges. They asked him, Your Majesty, why? He said, look, when this one will come and make his case, I will say, I will give judgment for this person. Then when the second person makes his case, I will say, I'll give judgment for this person. I'm tired. Go. So what I can say is that you are right. Any other person who says the opposite is right. When you get to the court will now give interpretation. What you have just done here is advocating.
All right, thank you, Prince. Ike, you're next.
Thank you. This is seriously, what do you call it in the American Congress when somebody stand and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk?
Filibuster.
What do you call it again?
Filibuster.
Filibuster. That is what both of you are doing. For me, I think before the election, there's a lawyer. I think he's in Lagos that raised this issue, and I think he filed a lawsuit about this issue. If Abuja is if you get to the 24 state plus Abuja or not, if it's what the rule, he was trying to get the clarification on the law, but I don't know where that was, where that went before the election. But my question is this: if what you're saying that the polling booth agent recorded 270, for example, on the IREV,
yes.
On IREV, he came back on IREV as not 270, but 27. No, 27 or 70. Does the person that's supposed to have gotten 270 that was recorded have the right to have a lawsuit for that? Because I think this is what we are talking about. We are not talking about, the idea of if I recorded Apple here, on the other side is Apple. Because you're saying that the results are still coming, but already presidency is declared already. How do they get the numbers that they use to declare the presidency?
Okay, let me not be defending them. Let me just give an answer, just a simple answer. Would the argument in the hall, if you follow them, was that they should wait for the IRF before they declare. The argument of INEC, rightly or wrongly, is that leave IRF first. That one is not working. But here, we have the result sheets. So if only your result sheet has a different figure from the one we are declaring, then you can draw attention to it. But don't insist that we must wait for IRF that is slowly uploading. It can take a long time to do it, to upload. But if you see that you got 270 somewhere and they record less than that for you, bring it to our attention.
Okay.
We will question the person. That's the argument that they were having.
Okay.
So you get my point. Yeah, go ahead.
My next thing is that if everything that is happening in polling unit is the real time information, I don't care about what happened at the end, because if they're claiming that the server is not working, this is where I have a fundamental issue with that. Why would the server work for National House of Assembly, work for Senate position, but when it comes to presidency, all of a sudden, AWS is not working anymore. I work in the cloud.
Let me say something. You are trying to turn me to INEC spokesperson. But what I know is that in the elections that I noticed, that I monitor, the senatorial also were not uploading. In some places, some senatorial were uploading partially. But presidential election is nationwide. So any failure in one place affects presidential. But if, for example, the one say the one in Aguata is not uploading well, it does not stop them declaring the winner in Anambra Central, Oka, and all those places.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. The problem.
But what I'm saying is that for the presidential, anywhere it does not upload, anywhere affects it because it's one constituency.
Then how do they get the numbers that give rise to?
You went to the bathroom. You went to the bathroom when I was answering that question. The way when they got it was that listen to the argument. Go and play the tape. What they were saying, the argument between Dino Melaye and the people who are committing the fraud there was that Dino Melaye was saying, and all the people who were in his caucus were saying, wait for the IRF to upload before you compute. And INEC is saying, IRF is not the only source we have. We have the resource sheet, physical resource sheets. And what we computed here is from the physical resource sheet. So if you have a resource sheet from your agent that is contradicting this one, bring it now. So their argument was not an accuracy argument. The dispute between them was on due process. The argument of Dino Melaye is that by your regulation, the IRF ought to have come up first, instantaneously. And we should all have this result now, before you go and they're not saying what you are declaring there is not correct. No, they didn't go to that. They said, you are jumping the gun. As per your regulation, after we finish, we upload first. And the results you are reading now that are sent to you from different states, they are not all uploaded. They're not uploaded. So why are you relying on them? You are supposed to use the IRF to cross-check. The IRF is saying, no, the IRF is for public consumption, so that every Nigerian can go there and see it. But you, who has an agent, we are giving your agent an original copy. So use that original copy to compare what we are doing here.
Yeah.
See, are you getting my point? So in the end now, from what is being uploaded, we are now seeing inaccuracies. And people will see this result, it doesn't match that result. So I'm not telling people, since IRF was not available that day, IRF is available now. Forget about the argument that you didn't use it that day. You yourself now start using the IRF now and start comparing the result inside it with the result that you have. And then compute and see if there are substantial inaccuracies. Are you getting my point? Then that's how you can nail these people. But don't start quarreling on the fact that the day I needed the IRF, it was not up. Therefore, I'm permanently angry. And this IRF that is there now, I will not use it. You should use it. Because it may help you now to find out that you were right, you were cheated that day. And then you start comparing. And I've seen some online where people are saying in Rivers, in social place, we score this, But if you check the IRF, it's called less for us. So you can put all of them together. You will now be able to show. You can even print the IRF sheets and get INEC to certify it, like they did in Osho State. You can even get INEC to give you in the disc and certify it. So there are many options, and the court has given, I don't want to comment on the court anyway, but the court has given order for them to inspect INEC. It includes inspecting INEC electronic record and carrying these scientists here to go and do audit trail and see what happened. All of that will now come together and can be used there. So that's what I'm making, but I'm not commenting on what happened. I am saying that because of this reason, INEC may not cancel an election next Saturday, even if the IRF has a problem. Because before they discover whether IRF has a problem or not, they will have already declared the results, and the result should be unchangeable. For me now, in places where I had agents, there's nothing INEC does that can change it. Because my agent signed, other party agents signed, I have my original copy with me. So if INEC lies to not change it anytime once, I will be able to put it in any litigation I want to do and say, I voted in this place, or I scored so number of votes in polling, so and so. But look at it, INEC has changed it. Therefore, that result is void. That collation INEC did is void. We will recollate. So the court will now recalculate it and now declare. Because everything INEC does, the court can do it. The court can recalculate, the court can recollate, the court can cancel, the court can restate what you canceled before. The court has all powers.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ike. Let's go to Fatai. Fatai, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm a fan of you, by the way. Mr. Prince Adewale, nice to see you, meet you. I don't know how to say it. Actually, the reason I came in the conversation is that I've not been able to understand where this notion about real-time upload from the polling unit comes from, because I don't understand how it makes any organizational sense that the result will be uploaded directly from the polling unit. Because if you see an organization, imagine you have a farm, right? You have your workers who goes to the farm, and you are saying they should upload to your stock market the price or whatever it is of the product. This thing needs to get approval. So
No. Sorry to cut you. It is not. Don't imagine. INEC itself uses mouth to say that they will upload from every polling unit. It's INEC. Nobody said INEC. Okay. It is INEC itself that said we will upload in each polling unit to give confidence to you that between the polling unit and the place where they want to collate, nobody goes to mutilate it. Because the problem we used to solve before was that you go to a polling unit, everything looks normal there. Then they give it to an electoral officer to go by hand to the headquarters to go to the local government or ward to go and collate. You will go enter one bush somewhere, collect money, and start to write a new one. So you who got 270 in your hand, they will change it to 20. And then they will go and collect that 20. And then they will replace the result sheet with another one that favors the mischief they want to do. Then you will go to court and...
Okay, I get it. This is my point. I have in front of me the guideline. I think there is a confusion. So it says the commission will also upload polling unit level results.
Are you getting my point? So
I understand the point.
You will not be arguing with INEC. You will not be arguing with INEC, and by law, there's something called regularity. If there's an argument between you and INEC, the law is supposed to believe INEC. So that's why I think it's okay. Where that place is done, upload it right there. Then it will be known by everybody. Nobody can change it again. So it was INEC promise, and INEC must keep to it.
All right.
No. Sorry, Dr. Zami. I think that I disagree. I don't think that is what INEC said. I listened to the Chatham House presentation by Professor Mahmood. It did not say that the results will be uploaded from polling unit to the server, to the IREV. It will, because there are three things involved. There is the polling unit, beavers, whatever. There is a backend server, and there is a HiRev. So they are going to upload the polling unit result to the backend server. Then INEC is going to process it and upload and publish it to the IREV. So it is this publishing that INEC was hoping it will be done in the same day. Professor Mahmoud said.
Okay, I get your point now. I get your point. You made a good point.
I have the regulation in front of me.
You make a good point. I understand you now. I didn't understand you before.
Yeah.
You have made a point. But the issue is this: internal process of INEC. You take it to the back end. From back end, it goes to the IRF. What people are expecting is that before you end up declaring the winner, you will have.
Mr. Prince, let me just finish because your internet is freezing. I'll just land it so that then you can.
Hold on, Fatai, just to make sure that he can hear you. Let me play this while we.
I can hear him. I can hear him. I can hear Fatai.
Okay.
All right. So that is what Professor Mahmoud said.
Professor
Mahmoud
hold on. Let me stop.
To respond to a story emanating from a section of the media that the Commission has decided to jettison the uploading of polling unit level results in real time on election day. It should please be disregarded as fake news. The Commission will upload polling unit level results, and citizens will have access to those results in real time as we upload to the polling units. This innovation was introduced by the Commission. The Commission cannot turn around and undermine itself. So this technology has come to stay. We'll upload polling unit level results from the polling unit. Citizens will have the right to view these results. After all, who are we serving? The citizens. How can we deprive citizens from access to the results of the process conducted by them at the level of polling units? So I welcome you to the Commission. I want to assure you and reassure you that the 2023 general election is going to be our best ever elections. We are committed, and that the votes cast by Nigerians will determine the outcome of elections. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay.
Can I respond? I've listened to that. What I am telling you, I am saying to you that, okay, if they are going to upload it real time, they are not going to upload from polling unit to the IREV. They are going to upload it to the server. Now,
don't worry about that.
You understand? The point I want to make is this: they are going to make it faster for it to be uploaded to the IREV from the backend server, because somebody needs to approve.
We don't have a problem.
My problem is this real time.
No problem.
I understand. Let me just land it. Just 1 second. I'll just land it. My point is this: uploading polling unit level result is different from uploading from polling unit, right? If Professor Mahmoud is...
We have understood you now. We've got you. What you are saying is that...
technical sense that it will be uploaded from polling unit direct to IREV. It makes
we understand what...
We did not say that.
Sir, Fatai, we understand you. What you are saying, you are describing INEC internal process. That when you upload, you go to their server, and the IRF is the interface where you're going to see it. That is not going to resolve the problem. The issue is this: whether INEC takes it to the server sends it to INEC chairman's house, INEC chairman's wife finishes cooking, looks into it. At the end of the day, voters want a situation where if they finish voting, they can't vote by 5 p.m. They will at least see it at night or see the next morning. But at any point in time, when you now go to the headquarters, before you disclose the winner, the public will already know the winner. That's the idea. That it's no longer news to the public who is the winner. Even before you finish doing the paperwork, everything, they will already have known that APC has won. Bala Blue forever now. They will have known.
That I understand. That I understand.
Okay, so that is the problem people have. That you promise us that we will see it before you declare.
Before declare, no, okay, I have no argument there.
So, but you are now trying to declare. So you are now trying to declare somebody that once you declare him, is now a big man. We will now go and find out later that you declare him wrongly. You now force us to go to court.
Okay,
that is the argument. You now go to court, we get stuck there while the man is chopping the money and flying the jet. You will now be in court.
But you admit it's different from the other argument. It's two different.
Yes, but what I am now saying is that even that, it is still possible for a political party without IREF to collect the results and aggregate it together and compute it and know. So in the number of days we were waiting for INEC and all of that, a political party will already know. For example, before INEC released the result in Nasarawa, but people already told me, we have won, we have won, we have won. And they computed everything. So now I'm still waiting for IRF to bring it out. So when I check the IRF, it may be that the number reaching for us is less than the number we got. But we already won anyway, so it makes no sense. It may be that we got 34,000 actually, and they wrote 38,000 for us. But the next person to us got 12 anyway, so it makes no difference. So that which brings to the next stage. The next stage is that even when you pinpoint cheating in different polling units, the court will still compute all the cheating. If it does not, if you remove all the cheating from the winner and you reduce it from 8 million to 7 million, and the next person is still about 6 million, and it does not affect the 25% regular places, the court will still say continue. There is cheating, but it doesn't affect everything. That's what I'm saying. So that is how the law works. But we can now be shouting Barawo on the person as it's passing by. But the court will still say it is only the infractions and errors and cheating that affect the outcome. So if a person won by, he said to have won by 8 million, and the court removed 1 million from it, he now won by 7 million. The court will say he still won. But if you add the one you took for him and added it to the person who is second to him, and that person now becomes number one, they will remove him and put that second person as number one.
Okay. Fatai, thank you so much. We have to move on.
I think if he has something to say, because she's shaking her head.
Yeah, I know. I'll get to it. Ify and Chooks, they've not said anything. We have to, unfortunately, I know that Prince wants, so he can stay here for another 3 hours, but I have to leave in 30 minutes.
I know.
Ify, you go next.
Prince, I'm going to put you on a spot. It's just a yes or no answer. I don't need no explanation.
Okay? No.
No. It's going to be yes or no.
I've already said no now.
Okay, don't worry. Then don't worry then. Don't worry.
Okay, go ahead. You can ask your question.
Okay. Thank you so much. You've been here for like almost 7 hours. Oh my God. Thank you so much. But anyway, I've been listening, from the background. And we are all saying the same thing about this election. But let me ask you, yes or no. Do you believe that this election was rigged?
Yes, now it was rigged. Now I've been saying it. How many times will I say it? I said it was rigged. The only argument they have with me is that they say, why do I say it was rigged? not only by the winner, that other people who lost to rigged. That's the only thing that took the time now. That's why Rudolph is aging prematurely. It's over that issue. If I had limited it to the fact that only the winner rigged, by now I'll be a hero. They would have been offering me wives in Anambra, Imo, Plateau, everywhere. But because I said the winner rigged, first it was rigged, yes. But the winner rigged, other people also rigged. You know?
Okay, final question. I heard when you were talking about everybody rigged, LP, PDP.
No, not everybody. I said LP, NPP, and I'm also saying that like now I'm hearing rumors that, or feedback that YPP in Anambra South, that there's some issue. But because my party did not contest there, I'm not able to get accurate information. So the people who lost to YPP, including Labour, they are complaining that the YPP man rigged.
You mean that senatorial or presidential
Senatorial.
Okay. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know. I'm not going to speak of that because the guy that won the election is from my place. So I don't know anything about that. I'm not going to go into. I am so much into this presidential election. I told you I haven't slept since last week, Saturday. I haven't barely gotten 5 hours sleep. That is the passion I have for I have never been involved in my life like I was involved in this election. So that's why everybody felt like, if we don't get it right now, when will we get it right again? Look at you, you're in the darkness. I think they've taken the light. That's part of the problem I'm talking about. 43 years.
Yeah, this one, I think I think it's an equipment fault. This may not be with them because I'm on solar. So usually it should come automatically. Yes.
Okay. All right. But anyway, let's see what's going to happen. I heard what you said about the law and the 2/3 and P2P going to the court. Unfortunately, I don't trust the Nigeria's system of judiciary. Anything can happen.
Try to trust it. It's our court system. Trust it. Just that everybody going there, the court is run by human beings. That's why I said on Arise that this thing that we're waiting for 93 million voters to decide is now going to be decided by 12 people. 5 in the Court of Appeal, 7 in the Supreme Court. So we didn't trust 93 million people to decide. Now we are forced to trust 7 people finally.
Okay.
So you get my point, and that as we are going to the court, I was recommending that people should go there with honesty. Don't overplead. Where you didn't win, don't say you won, because the expectation of your supporters will be that you won. Because, for example, I've had people calling me out in Adamawa that how can I say Atiku did not win? Because the people in Adamawa have not been to Anambra State before. That if you say in Anambra that Atiku won, you can get a slap if the person is not gentle. But if you get to a place like Katsina and say that Peter Obi won, they may also want to give you a slap there. So anywhere where you have the leader, the followers of that leader will believe what that leader says. And that's what they will.
I disagree with you. For example, Rivers State election.
Yes.
We all know live and direct that election was rigged by Wike. We know that P2B won that election.
Okay, now, hold on 1 second. You are looking for what to disagree with me with, or that you don't have. I am not saying that the report in Rivers State is accurate. I'm saying that overall, if you go to say Ogun State or Oyo State and say that if you go to Ogumosho and say that Peter Obi won and Tinubu did not win, it may be the grace of God that you won't have your friends breaking bottle and they want to fight you because they believe that their man will win election even if it's conducted in Jamaica. He's a magical guy, popular. If you go to Asaba and say Peter Obi won, they will say yes, it's correct. But don't assume that if you get to Maiduguri, they will say they will agree with you. Therefore, anywhere you have followership, once the leaders say I won, your followers are following you because they believe in you. They will automatically start crying that you won. Now, when you go to court, and the court it says you didn't win, they will say the court is evil, is biased. Whereas, if we use the approach I'm using to try to expose cheating across the country, we will have a common understanding of our electoral system, who cheated, and what we need to get right. But I don't want to comment more on those who went to court because they will succeed where they should succeed, and where they cannot succeed, they will understand. But the important thing we have to agree in common is that the election was rigged nationwide, including the one in Rivers State. But you cannot say, you can say that Wike rigged in Rivers. That one is logical to say. But to say that it was Wike that rigged in Lagos would be unfair.
No, that's not
So
what I'm
if
saying.
Wike didn't come to Lagos and they rig in Lagos too, that means somebody else rigged in that Lagos.
Okay.
And since they rig in Abia, and Wike did not go to Abia, somebody also rig in Abia. So, and they rig in Kano, and Wike did not go to Kano. So, why don't we do an inquiry about what happened in every state, in every local government, and pull everything together in an unbiased way, and then look into it? Because when you want to know what happened to the rigging in Kano, any people will say, switch off the mic. But Labour will not accept. Labour will bring evidence out, APC will bring evidence out. But when you want to open Labour too, PDP will bring evidence out. That's how you can get it. By making sure that this one bring the fault of this one brings fault of this one, then you now have an aggregate picture of the tapestry of the rigging.
Okay. Thank you. That's enough. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. You see, she just said thank you. Others will want to keep going. So what we're going to do now is we go to Chooks. He hasn't said anything. And then finally we go to Forefathers because he hasn't officially asked a question. He just jumped in when he came. He didn't even introduce himself. I didn't even call his name. But anyway, Chooks, you are going first.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, Prince Adewale Adebayo. And good evening, everyone. Prince, this is just between you and I. A technical question, please. Is the law an inclusion of delusion? Because if I try to understand you when you were communicating with the CM, right? You said when we go to the court, right? It is decided based on what the judges think, based on past cases. That is what your judgment will be based on, not necessarily what the law at that point is talking about. I want you to clear me on that, please.
All right. Okay. Prince, did you hear him?
Yes, he hasn't finished, I suppose. He's saying that.
Hello?
Yeah, said again. I think Chooks.
Hello,
can you hear me now?
Can you hear me, Prince? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I can hear you. The law is code letters reaching down. So when you read it.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove some people from the studio, and maybe that will help.
Just don't remove EP because it's making me happy.
She removed herself, not me. I didn't remove her. But I just want few people so that the bandwidth you are using will be less. That's all I am doing. If you remove herself, I didn't remove her. Okay, go ahead, Chooks.
So what I'm asking is, if justice is delivered based on previous cases, and if you check that previous cases, it might not necessarily be because the justice was based on the law itself, but based on if you're rich, you can get away with certain things, and you won clearly, or based on objective. Let's say you have a good lawyer, right? Because why I'm saying that is, these 25% of FTC, 25% of not being, get what I mean? So that means for law, it's not basically based on law. Then, even when we think it's like we have to follow the law, so it's based on the justice, the judge itself, not the law itself. That's how the justice is delivered.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Judges are like DBS.
Okay.
Everybody knows that we need to listen to the gods.
Yes.
But it's the DBS that will tell you what the gods said.
Okay.
You can be hearing the voice of the gods, but you don't know what they are saying. It's one who will tell you, this is what they said. You are only hoping that it's an honest DBS. He will not go and tell you what they didn't say.
Okay.
So if you now say, the chief priest of our community, the chief priest of our community is not an honest chief priest. If we go and ask him what the God say, he will say what somebody has told him to say. Then you start to look for another religion. So what is happening is that the law is subject to, because it is an imperfect state written by human beings. People don't write. I don't know, depending on the tension. If you send a text message to your wife, I love you. Sometimes she will say, I love you too. Sometimes she will say, what do you mean by that? What are you writing? Because she's interpreting I love you differently based on what she thinks. So if you, like I'm doing now, my wife is waiting for me to come, I'm online for hours. If I say I love you, you might not answer me. Her attitude to I love you, but you love me. If you love me, will you be with the damages forever? And all of that. So in essence is that, to make it on a serious note, the law requires you to read and give meaning. The only person who can read and give a meaning that is acceptable to all of us, whether we like it or not, is the judge. Because the meaning I give has consequences. Therefore, I will want to give a meaning that gives me pleasant consequences. So let's say there's a lecturer who has been teaching in law school for the past 20 years, and has been teaching that Abuja is like any other state. He has been teaching it for the past 20 years. He has even written a textbook on it. If Atiku hires him, from that day, he will say Abuja is not a state, it's on his own, and he must get 25% of the state. Because at that moment, he's not teaching students, he's now helping somebody. So he's going to court now to go and help somebody. So when he's arguing before the judge does not believe what he said. The judge knows that he's just making a case for the person who paid him to come here. And the other person is also giving, so the court is not listening. The court will now go, the 5 judges will now sit together. Even among the judges, they may disagree at the beginning. 3 may say the other one is right. 2 may say the other one is not. They will meet again, keep meeting and meeting and meeting, showing evidence to each other. Eventually, they may end up all agreeing. Or they may be split into 3 and 2. And they can't convince each other. They will go to the court and read. This one will say this one is right. That one will say that one is right. You see the point I'm making? So it's not precise science.
Yeah. So in that case,
we have to.
But just one, please. Please. So in that case, if I'm benevolent enough, the gods can, if I happen to appease the gods very well with the chief priest, the gods can listen to me and answer my prayer. Is that the case?
When it comes to this spiritual matter like this, only Rudolph is licensed and an ancestor, forefather. But what I can say to you is that the closest approximation to what you say is that if you pay a lawyer well,
Good.
if you pay a lawyer well, that's a lawyer, not the judge. The judge may not change his mind. But if you pay a lawyer well, he can find something for you in the book that can make Abuja orange or apple, depending on which side you are. He would spend more time looking for, if he doesn't find, he will find one authority in Australia, he will find authority in Canada. He will use anything to convince the court because you paid him a lot of money and he wants to make sure he tries his best for you. And if you are lucky, the court believes you, he will be very happy with himself. If on the other hand, he try all his best and the court doesn't listen to you, say, see, I've tried my best. But it is not the lawyer I'm worried about. It is the followers. Because the followers will now say, the court is biased, the court is bad. And the other side who wins, you say, they believe in rule of law. Judiciary is the last rule of common man, and things like that. So it's a never-ending issue.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
We're going to forefathers, and then CM will round it up for us. Forefathers.
Yeah, greetings. Thank you for having me. I just noticed that I didn't even greet. Greetings to this Adewale for coming in. Sorry, I don't know titles. I know, with all due respect, I'm glad that you're able to come in.
The forefather, we're all your children. Continue.
No, it's just a name. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. I think I resorted to AI and I decided to ask AI this question, and it boils down to two critical facts in terms of the state, how they describe Abuja. Is whether they describe Abuja as a state. If the constitution describes Abuja as a state, then you can say that, okay, Abuja is included. It doesn't have to, nobody has to win Abuja. But if Abuja is not described as a state, it is clear logically that you require Abuja to win, and I think the writers of
hold on 1 second. That's why you and I in our session. If Abuja is not a state, it still doesn't follow. The way legal interpretation is done is not done that way. That one is newspaper argument I'm making. That if you say Abuja is like a state, if you say it's not like a state, it still doesn't follow.
Okay, let me read
the way the court looks at conjunction. It's still that issue. If the court agrees with you that Abuja is not a state, is just a unique entity by itself, the court will still not agree with you that you need 25% of Abuja.
Okay,
that's why the man selling apple and oranges will not work in the court because the court is not interested in fruits. You get my point?
See, this is why I like AI. Artificial intelligence doesn't care about personal feelings. So what I wrote, I asked this question, and the AI said, you know what? The national capital is not regarded. If the national capital is not regarded as a state in this context, then a candidate would still need to win 24 states and the national capital to win the election. But if it is not a state, if it is regarded as a state, then you can include the Abuja as part of the whole permutation. You see what I mean? And this is why we always beat about the bush. And I was asking about, in the Nigerian context, whether Abuja is regarded as a state. And some arguments are saying that Abuja is actually regarded as a state from the point of view of the constitution. But from the point of view of the writers of that law about how to win an election, if they knew Abuja was a state, then why would they differentiate it? They could have just said win 17 states and that's it.
That's what I'm saying generally speaking. What I can tell you generally is there are some arguments that people make. When you get to the court, you can have written arguments that consume more than 17 pages. And when I get to the court, they will not look at it at all. And I suspect that some of the arguments are being made. We can be disagreeing. It's not every disagreement that's relevant. So whether you call Abuja, if you divide yourself into two, some will say Abuja is like a state, some will say Abuja is not like a state. You can argue for 25 years. When you get to the court may not join you that argument. The court can listen to you and say, okay, you spend 20 pages of your brief arguing whether Abuja is a state, Abuja is not a state. I'm not interested in it. For me to determine Whether you need to score 25% in Abuja, I don't need this argument. It doesn't concern me. I just go and tell me the meaning of and. And they just take a law dictionary, black law dictionary, and say and is a conjunction. So if you have to, and then they decide for you. So that's why I say don't waste your time. But since you have friends who don't eat food, who don't have fuel scarcity, artificial intelligence, you can simulate with them for a long time. You get my point? And you lose nothing. You know? But in the courts, in the final analysis, don't be surprised when the court decides the way it wants to decide. The court can say, Abuja, you do 25%. Then they go and conduct the election again. Abuja, the court may say, no, it's not relevant. You don't do 25%. As long as you mature to a point where you can learn from that judgment without setting bonfire and say, hey, the judge has killed my dream. Oh, I don't know. You can understand that the judge can determine one way or the other based on how you look at that conjunction and don't let that be the determining factor for you as to whether Nigeria is a good country or not.
See, for me anyway, you know my opinion on that based on from what you said, whoever you support determines how you look at it. But personally, I also look at it from the other aspects of the rules. And the other aspects of the rules boils it down to actually winning majority, because they know that sometimes you may not be able to get Abuja anyway. But to do that, you have to get to second and third round before they boil it down to it. But I will leave it that. You
leave it and then you will see that there are even people come from what they call golden vote rule. So there will be a lot of arguments, beautiful arguments that will be raised in court. Just enjoy the argument and listen to the argument. Because there will be those who have the golden vote doctrine, that your interpretation introduces golden vote, and that in the constitution there should be no golden vote. That is to say, you get my point. That is to say, if you say that if I have enough majority, even if I don't win 25% in a boy, doesn't matter. But if I don't win 25% of Abuja particularly, it matters. It means that Abuja voters have a voting vote that the boy voters don't have. So there will be, as long as it's an argument, lawyers, you will see that day when the lawyer will be talking, it will be beautiful. But the final analysis, it may not resolve the question, why do Nigerians like to cheat in an election? And that's why I'm interested in. Why do they like to cheat?
That's the area I was trying to get to. Sorry, I just asked one question so far. I think the area I wanted to get to was the human factor. The idea of introducing digital system in terms of facial recognition and fingerprinting to verify voters was to remove the human factor. And then they just brought it back in again by saying, oh, you know what, you can write whatever the people have voted. Why would they subscribe to that? Instead of to say, capture a photograph of the screen that shows the total votes for each candidate, so that everybody has a photograph of it, then once they all have it, they can all
if we follow your argument, why don't we, if we follow your argument, this is what I'm making. If we follow your argument, why don't we just, that moment, my wife brought an idea which didn't occur to me before when she went to vote. She went to vote with me. And on our way back, she said, why are we punishing ourselves in this country? If I have to put my finger on the beaver to identify me, why don't they just make a digital version of the
exactly, that's what I'm saying.
And I just put my finger, I put there at the tally pump, and every party has a dashboard in front of them. And as I'm voting, it's counting, and the party, every voting party is saying it. Why do you have to go through all of these things?
And you can even print out a receipt to show people to show what they voted for.
Exactly. So those are the things which the future INEC chairman will use to award contract. These things you are saying now. When they listen to it, they will use to award contract, and on that day they will say the ink inside the thing didn't work, and they can't just recognize your finger. And because the evil is in the heart of the human who is involved in it.
Yeah, but isn't that the whole essence of this process? How did they bring human beings? The moment you just say, okay, after authentication, then the human being can write it down, you know everything is going to go pear-shaped then. How did they
What
not, how did
I'm
anybody
saying
allow this to go
to
ahead?
you is this. Let's remove the writing and you go to a polling unit and you can vote directly. In fact, you can vote directly. There was a time in England when it was discovered that in some city councils, if you voted, they vote by mail. If you voted for Labour, conservative operatives there will go and hide that vote. You go and Google and search for that report. Over the years, they discovered many elections have been decided. Discovered that people will vote, and then the electoral officer in the county will collect it and go and hide votes for those who predominantly vote because you mail your card. So they won't open it. It's an offense to open a mail. It's a criminal offense. But they know that in this house they are pro-labor. So they will go and hide that. I read that report about 12-22 years ago. I read that report. And I saw how the English dealt with it. And they have started to reduce it. What I'm saying basically is that there is a general intention to cheat. Even when they appoint INEC chairman, appoint INEC commissioners, appoint REC, hire staff, right from the beginning, the intention is to cheat. Therefore, if as you are removing the human element, for example, in this election now, the economic element has been removed. You cannot just say 500,000 voters voted in this place, 2 million voters voted in River State, because you must now accredit each voter. But there's something that I know, which I didn't want to alarm the public about. I knew before the election. There is a function in the Beavers that if you press and apply, if you accredit one person, you will accredit everybody on that list, whether they come or not. INEC knows about that one. But
okay, and look
I
at
didn't
this.
raise it.
Sorry, can I just add to what you are saying? The biggest flaw in the system there was, even if somebody goes in to vote with the Beavers, because once they have been accredited, it doesn't record what they actually voted. I don't know
exactly.
It doesn't record. So it means the officials have the human factor comes in again. It's almost like there is no change really. There not much has changed.
What they have, let me say what they have achieved. From manual attendance sheets, they took to electronic attendance sheet. Even that attendance sheet, that's all. So it's like you go to Costco or and then you go and instead of writing who came first, who came second, you just go there. It's like when you go to get your US passport in the post office, as you arrive in, you press the button and take your receipt, it gives your number. But whether they give somebody,
how did they allow this? Why did they allow it? Because in my mind, I thought they took the human factor out of it. I didn't know that it is basically still the same.
They don't want to lose control of the system. They don't want to lose control of the system. Ideally, you should be able to have a unique number, unique ID. You are supposed to even be able to vote on your phone. Download INEC app and vote from your phone with your unique number. The same way you can transfer money from your account and your bank will know that you are the one. That's all. That's all they need to do. But they just complicate it for no reason. But this one will cheat here, that one will cheat here, then they will wait for who's cheating succeeded.
Yeah.
It's like robbing the casino. It's like robbing the casino. You rob the casino this machine, I rob the casino that machine. If I don't discover that you hit a jackpot and you have $2 million, I will not go and report and say, sir, this person. But you who took $20,000 from the other machine, you all robbed the casino. So that is why I'm starting this conversation, not to determine the winner or loser of this one. To say that if I keep talking this will be the last election that can be rigged. And all of us will now start to find solutions like this that will make everybody now to know that they can't rig again. Then we will now face the issue of whether they are going to buy vote or not. That's another matter. Because you may still not have a fair vote where the voter is being given 10,000 naira to go and vote. That's still not a correct vote. But that's another layer of the problem. But it's a long problem which we need to now discuss. It's not about who won here. I've already given up on that one. I'm thinking of what do we do? What do we do to ensure that the culture of cheating ends?
All right, Prince, thank you so much. There's a question before CM concludes. There's a question from Alexander. It says, will you accept AG position if selected by APC? Will you accept to be the Attorney General?
Well, if they want to lose half of their ministers in the course of the government, and the First Lady will be facing trial while the President is there, because there's no immunity for the First Lady. If they want to face all of that, why would they go and buy their Attorney General and give to the person who they cannot influence? But if they do that, it means that they are ready to now abolish criminality, because the Attorney General, the way I understand it, if I was to appoint an Attorney General, he will not be going to the villa to see the President from the day he gets the appointment. He will not be going to the villa. So if you leave the condition to have an Attorney General doesn't go to the villa. So because you have State House Counsel whose job is to be advising the President, this Attorney General is for the Federation. So if there's a dispute between Anambra State and federal government, Attorney General is not supposed to automatically defend federal government. Attorney General is supposed to look into it and say, Anambra is right. I don't think they will even dream of that one at all. Because that Attorney General will be the undoing of the government if they do anything wrong. Or the Attorney General will last 1 week, they will fire him, whatever like that. That's what you can get.
All right, thank you. CM, round up the question.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Prince. You've been a... Well, the thing is that I'm not a lawyer, but from what you've said today, I wish if you can empower me, I would have gone to study laws and be under your chamber. But that is a story for another day. The thing is,
that's good.
The thing is,
I always thought that Attorney General, they want to offer somebody that is enticing you. It takes a while.
No, okay. Never. The thing is, we've all agreed that this February 25th election was rigged. You see, one thing I've noticed, because
I had the word massively.
Yes, yes, and it was widespread. One thing I've noticed is this: INEC is just telling lies when they say they cannot upload the result from the polling unit because of maybe they don't have network or whatever. Have they forgotten that all the people that came to vote in that same place, we are sending messages all over the world with the result, which means there is network. That has shown that there is network. So the issue of saying that somebody sitting next to you, you are standing together, the person is sending and you are not sending, the network is there. The thing is, they deliberately, like some polling agents said, gave them that when they want to upload, it won't go through. So the BFAS was set in a way that it cannot transmit results. They deliberately did that. An IT expert confirmed it. So going forward, INEC is culpable. It was a deliberate mischief. Again, in that same polling unit, that of House of Reps, we sort of transmitted, or the way they do it. Senators, the same. It's only presidential. So whatever reason they are giving, I'm not the lawyer that will argue it in court, but from a layman's point of view, you can't tell me the issue of a no network should be discounted. As simple as that. Now, let me conclude by saying, I know I can't ask you a question. You're a lawyer, you can always rigmarole and then get out of it. But one thing I want to say is this.
I only clarify the law. If it sounds arcane, I'm sorry. But my job is to present in a way that will be accurate, and law is not that simple.
I know. No, you're a lawyer. I can't dribble you. You dribble me. The thing is this. The thing is this. Going forward on Saturday for this governorship and something election, I want to see if you have to advise Nigerians, INEC, regarding to have a smooth, free um, governorship and the House of Assembly election. Just like you are not participating, you are party. Just like a layman, you are not interested in who wins. You don't have any. You don't belong to any party. And given what happened on 25th, what will your honest advice be? What will your honest advice be?
My
That's what I
honest
want to
advice
know.
would be as follows. One, INEC should check their infrastructure well, maybe test it even before that day. Test it, try to send random information from it, upload, check it. So they can test run issues, especially test run in the location, so that they don't say, oh, work here, do work there. Second, the political parties should just listen to me and cut up all this idea of trying to cheat. So don't go to where you have strength and corner the INEC person and let them write 300 over 300 for you. Just all this nonsense. So and the youth should talk to themselves. I will not be used by anybody. However much I believe in your cause, you cannot recruit me and use me to commit crime. Because I saw some of the tapes where they caught NYC when they were crying. Oh, I didn't know it was my supervisor, I didn't know, or I just did it, and things like that. So if everybody gives orientation to everybody, I think, I don't know whether you are interested in vote buying issue. I think that one is the most difficult part because some people are just used to it. And in some place, I argue with my advisors in those states, and they said it's called appreciation. They just, even however valueless, started it. However, even if it's open, just give them. So, and things like that. So that may be more difficult. But if you watch out, don't limit it to issue of money. Watch out for other things that people might be using to do it. Then the issue of violence, that needs to be watched out because there are some places where they're not just trying to elect a governor. They're trying to make a statement, do or die. For example, Lagos is one of them. I don't know, Lagos, they like to talk hot, but well, that day they won't do anything difficult. But if based on how hot they are, if people who don't live in Lagos, who are not registered to vote, they have joined their debate there. So in those hotbeds, security and other people should watch out more to see that nobody uses violence to try to influence or block people from voting and things like that. But INEC has no excuse. INEC has no excuse at all. And there are three problems INEC need to face. One, the technology which they introduce. Two, this shall be one, the character and behavior of their personnel, whether ad hoc staff, whether permanent staff, that is a major issue. Three, they should bring transparency so that all issues are resolved before you go to collation center. If you get to collation center and the issues have not been resolved, don't start and stop. And tension is rising. You sort all those issues out before you start counting it. So that's why I did. But the rest, the political party, law enforcement, but if you advise a DPO not to collect bribe and look away when somebody will be threatening somebody, if you are a legal officer and a law enforcement officer, and somebody, whether prominent or not, comes to a polling unit and say, if you don't vote for my party, get out of here. And you, the law officer, you do nothing. That is absolutely wrong. A polling unit where I saw that they were doing all this trade by barter, the police look away like this. In one particular area, which is, I don't, maybe I should even tell you. So one particular area, I asked the question, they said, even the law enforcement went and collected their own spaghetti, their own semofita, their own thing there, and went and put inside their car. So you get my point. So it is so that's the general advice to everybody, to be on the lookout. And now people have their phone. Please, if you are a polling agent, immediately forget about this. Immediately they give you the result. Immediately upload it. In our political party, we actually had this plan where our agents everywhere will upload our result sheet and send to us immediately, and we'll be seeing it. So, but we didn't end up getting that done. But we would see whether I can get it up on my party. But other parties too can try that too, where you have a center. Any of your agents, immediately they get the result, they snap it there, their own copy. Whether the INEC is snapping his own or they snap their own and send to you immediately. And you can circulate it. There's no law because you are not announcing results, already announced. And you can circulate it everywhere. And I expect that was part of the argument I had with Arise TV. And that you are a media house. By now, you ought to have a desk for election where you will contact all these political parties. As you are getting the results sent to us, we'll be comparing. You'll be taking notes. You ought to have your own record. Same thing with the super houses. You should be getting things and comparing too. After all, in America, is it not this TV station that will announce the result? But our own, they say we should not announce because our people like to abuse. So if you allow them, somebody will go and give money to one station to announce them, the other will give money to that one to announce them. But you should be able to have access to it. You should be able to have access to it, whereby you will have it at hand. So if anybody comes, you will say, but the result your own party agent got is also played, says this. Why are you saying this? Things like that. So it's a collective effort.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prince. It's been wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Asiam. It's been over 7 hours and 30 something minutes. So we thank you for joining us. What we're going to do, we'll let you go and then we do a recap. I'm sorry, Loco. Next time.
Not Loco. It's the first bearded man. It's the first bearded man to ask questions today.
Okay, Loco, go ahead.
Dr. Damages.
Yeah, you already spoke now. Why you already spoke?
No, after Loco, we hear Mama. Maybe she wants to.
All right, Loco, go ahead.
Okay, so quick question. I don't know. Dr. Dame, which are they? All these men not there yet for this 7 hours. I was in your 1 hour and I left. See.
No, you will sit up. Don't worry. Loco, yes, go ahead.
You know they tell me that I don't spoke. Which can spoke? All these people know they spoke since. How many hours did they spend with you?
But I just spark.
This is what you do. And me and you, they
It is your time to spark.
So you send people for the time.
But I was spark.
I hate this, your injustice. Your injustice is becoming unbearable for me.
What's that?
All these men have been with you more than 6 hours. I was with you in your first 1 hour to avoid trouble. As I make a live on a month, I do nothing. I can't come back now. You jump me. They tell me say you don't spoke. Spoke waiting.
Okay, so you will speak. Loco, after you, Mama Echo will speak.
Look, before you say something, Prince, you see, if you won this election, I would have been packing my things. I'll go to Nigeria.
Now, Doctor,
I have to deal with this.
Okay. The Prince, thank you, sir, for coming anyway. I don't know if you have, because I have both questions and comments anyway. I don't know if you have answered this. You see, in the law, right? I don't know where in the law anyway. What Buhari did, right, after voting,
then sampled is who he voted
It's against the law. It's against the law. That one's a clear breach of the law.
So is the court going to do anything about that, or is INEC going to do anything about that?
He has immunity. Can't do anything.
Yes, okay. Secondly, for me, then the thing about the beavers is a device, right? Just like a mobile phone that has the ability to snap, right?
Oh yes, only it's not as clever as the mobile phone.
No. You think that it's not as clever. The thing is that it has ability to snap. What's going to the camera, the pixel will be 1 megapixel. What's going to the lowest? 1 megapixel.
It's not even fantastic.
So even if it's snap, at least you can still see the writing. It won't be blurred. You can still see the writing. You understand? So it's a device. It has camera function. You understand? So whether there's network or there's pin number or no pin number, you can snap it anytime, any day. There's nothing like, okay, we need pin to snap. What's going to the worst? You only need additional access, maybe network or pin access to transfer data. You say data. By the time you capture it, it's saved as a file in the Beaver's device, just like a camera. So when you put pin number to allow access to transfer or network comes in, it goes, but it's there already. So I think that one is the game plan for the INEC. I think you yourself, if you are suing, your party is suing, and other members should use that in the courts. And if the court will do the needful, if they are sincere to themselves, because for me, we know who the court is. You understand? Another thing, because like the issue of you made mention of INEC, their character, they should change their character. The thing is, I think it will be hard. Why? Because considering the amount that was given to their chairman, you understand, to run the election, and this Nigerian thinking, like the guy, he must have had his own in his court in that amount. So now me can go work for free, enter boat, go crick, go duty. I know collect my own. So at the long run, it still put them into a bad situation whereby they can still be compromised. Some even be the one to go and meet you, Oga Presido. The contest, so you know what this election, more do for you now. They'll even be the one to approach you without even you approaching them. So by so doing, you want to win, then you might be tempted to say, okay, let me give you something. And this is where all this Wola Balu, Balabu, Blue starts happening. Then before we know, it's an election come from nowhere. So the last one is according to you right now, do you think, just in case, fairness, if they want to do the right thing, the judiciary, do you think this election should be cancelled, or some certain place where we have issues should be rerun?
My thinking, and the case is in court already, so it limits what I can say. Okay, my thinking is that, because it's already in court and I'm a lawyer, so you lose election and lose your license the same day. They will say, which level is facing you now? But what I can say generally is that a good case can be made for the election to be cancelled if, at the end of the day, all these infractions here and there affect the outcome. But you need to listen to the arguments. The arguments so far, but I know that later when you settle down, like because all this complaint, Dino was shouting there, that's not how a lawyer will handle it.
Yeah, of course.
So when they file the petition, it may not resemble what people are saying now, because lawyers are now in charge of that.
Okay.
They will now know that IREV was delayed. That's not relevant. They may now find more substantive to worry about.
Oh, okay.
But this one you are doing now is not what's going to go to court. This is just what the laymen are quarreling over. So when you get to a lawyer, the lawyer will tell you, IREV, which you are holding on your head, it's not that important. Keep it aside. I've even found a stronger ground for you. You may even find out that one of the candidates forged certificate long ago and is not qualified. And things like that. So many things will come into it. Yeah, so when it gets to lawyers will know what to do. In fact, they may come upon what hot evidence in the course of this their inspection that they didn't even know exists now. They may fall into it and say, wow, we found a smoking gun. So we should not stimulate the court.
So should that depend on the lawyer, sound lawyer?
That when it comes to election matter, we have sound lawyers in Nigeria. I think we are #1 world expert. Because where the election crooks are, that's where the election lawyers will be. If you want to be a good election lawyer in England, you won't see work now because maybe only 1% of their election is rigged in 100 years.
Yeah.
100 years. But here is the rig here every hour.
So lawyers are gymming. They are gymming waiting for that kind of case.
Exactly, because with experience, with experience, you will know more. Within the first 10 years of me practicing law, I've done over hundreds of election petitions.
Wow.
If you go to law report, chat my name, you'll see. But whereas a lawyer in California who will spend like 35 years and experience only one case, election that goes to court.
Wow.
So I have more experience than all the lawyers practicing with me because I come from a land of leaders.
All right, Mama. Mama H.O., you're next.
Dr. Daniel,
Spark, Spark.
Let me address one issue. I don't work with people that tolerate me. Do you understand? If your channel is becoming a tolerant channel for me, I'm not going to come because it's going to be affecting me here. Did you understand? I know where I'm coming from. And I know where I am right now. I'm only trying to contribute my voice for positive change. If it's becoming unbecoming in this your channel, you will never see me again. Your commenter insults me, and I come here. What you don't do to other people, you do it to me.
Okay, hold on, Mama H. Let me respond to you because sometimes people misunderstand things. That you came back after some hours and saw these people. That does not mean that they spoke more than once. Austin spoke only once. Okija spoke only once. Mirai didn't even say anything. So there are a lot of assumptions you make. It's not what you think. That you are seeing these people here doesn't mean they've been talking. So I don't like when people assume things, but it's okay.
It's not assumption. Your channel, I have been with you behind the scene. Did you understand? I have been watching this channel all this while. So don't tell me what I'm not doing assumption. I am telling you facts because I didn't off your channel. I have been watching. So I know those who have stayed here for a long time. Did you understand? I don't want, anytime I want to talk, that is why you will bring your 2 minutes through. When others talk and somebody is asking, if I enter, that is where you have problem. I cannot live and stay in an environment that people tolerate me. I reject it. Did you understand? I know where I am coming from and I know what I have done for myself. So if you and your people want to be tolerating me, I will not take that. In your channel, one man has called me this woman 2 times and you never did anything about it. I have to be the one addressing it. What kind of behavior is all this? When I talk, your people will be writing stupid comments about me. She calls, she shouts. If you don't want me to do that, treat me like a human being and don't treat me like somebody you tolerate.
Sorry, ma.
I apologize, ma. Sorry.
Echo, go ahead. You can ask a question.
Please, from every education, you are a lawyer who knows the law. And from every education, you know our electoral process is a total mess. We can't continue like this. We can't. So it is either we bring up laws, policy that will address this so that we can remove this shameless behavior from us. And we've also known that people who rig their way into power, they are not going there to serve the people. They are going there to recoup their money with interest. And at the end of the day, what we are supposed to benefit as citizens, we don't benefit. Our social amenity is a mess. Why? Because people rig their way into power and they turn Nigeria to Nigeria PLC. So as a lawyer, not as a candidate, how do you think, or what do you think we need to put in place from those who are buying vote Because when we want to put the law in place, it must address all these things we have identified. And punishment must be served when it happens, undermining whoever that does it. So what do we need to put in place so that if you are caught buying vote and you are caught receiving money for buying vote, you need to be prosecuted and sent to prison? Because if we don't put all these things in place, we cannot get out of this mess. It has to be stopped. It does not speak of us in the global world, especially this shameless one that is all over everywhere. So what do you think? Not as a candidate, remember what I said. As a lawyer who wants this nonsense to be stopped in Nigeria, what can we do to address this? Because it mustn't repeat itself again. That's my question, sir.
Okay. It's a complex issue because to make law is the easiest. In fact, in the existing law, vote buying is against the law already. But go and check political parties. I can speak for my own, where as the leader I said we're not doing it. They go and check political parties. They will still put budget for police, budget for all sorts of things. Now, if a good attorney general works with a good police IG, with a good DSS director, EFCC, all of them together, the first thing you have to do is to have law enforcement that does not take instruction from politicians. Nigeria, so far, our law enforcement take direct instructions from politicians. And that is why we have a problem. That is the problem. And politicians have interest in trying to affect the outcome of the election. It is not only the incumbent. Political group, they made up their mind that you can't succeed unless you have people in INEC. So they lobby INEC people to give them money. They lobby them at national level. They lobby them at state level. Even from political party registration to register your party. Even leadership of party. If Rudolph and I belong to Apple Party, and I want to remove Rudolph, INEC can help me to remove Rudolph. I just go to the political party monitoring department, give money to somebody there. They will say, go and write one petition. They will suspend and remove person and put another person's name. Even if you go to court, they will say, oh, it's the Supreme Court. So all sorts of things. So the general atmosphere is that almost all the political parties believe that they can't win without cheating. And where they are popular, they still want to cheat there. But if you have law enforcement that is independent, so since 1999, we've not had a single attorney general as independent that does not follow the president up and down, help him carry out his assignment. So if the president says, I don't like Sahara reporters, he will take Sahara reporters to court. Just because the president says, I don't want Sahara reporters. He will not say, it's in my business. Even under military rule, the police used to be even independent. Because I remember, I know that under Obasanjo had problems with Fela. Adebayo put it in decision. But MD Yusuf was the IG of police. And each time Obasanjo raised the issue in government, the MD Yusuf used to answer Obasanjo, Mr. Head of State, I am the head of police. You don't tell me who's a criminal. If Fela is a criminal, I will have known. Fela is not a criminal. Don't raise Fela issue here. It was when police refused to go arrest Fela or do anything with Fela that they sent on those soldiers to go and do the job. Because MD Yusuf would not take instruction from head of state to know who's a criminal or who's not a criminal. So you need that level of independence for law enforcement, where First Lady will pick a phone and say, IG, somebody insulted me and said I'm this and that, commented on my body. And the IG will say, very unfortunate. Maybe you should go to court and sue them for slander or libel. Maybe I'm not in for that kind of thing. Sorry. That is the only time you can now start to enforce this. I give you an example why I say so. In Ekiti, especially in Oye and in Ado Ekiti, a weak palace. In a weak palace, there are some polling units there. So as I'm raising this issue many times, police should know by now which officer they send to that polling unit during the election time. Because I've mentioned it everywhere. It is the police who will tell the person who wants to give the bribe whether the voter voted for them or not. Because they will say vote number 5, come and collect money. So the policeman will do like this if the person voted for you, and like this if they didn't vote for you. That is the person you send there to go and arrest vote buyer and vote seller. Is now the middleman doing hand like this, doing hand like this. And find out police who are attached to election duty, they are only going there for the allowance. They are not saying, this is a national duty, let me go and do it. No. They are only going there for the allowance. And if you look at police budget, because police has no general budget, and police has election budget, and NSA office has budget for police, then INEC has its own police budget. And every political party will have something in their budget to settle police. And candidates also have. All of these things is that police can be hired, just like you can hire INEC staff, to create a cordon of territory for you, where you, the party, or the candidate, you are the INEC yourself. So whatever goes on in that place, only you. Did you listen to Natasha Akpoti when she talked about what happened to her? It's not, she cannot call police about what happened to her, because police was there, army was there, Navy was there. The only people who were not serious enough to attend were Boy Scouts. They didn't show up. But all other people showed up there. So at the corner of the place, and they continue to do the atrocity there. Natasha is PDP. It's not from my party. She's PDP. And who was doing that to her? APC. But as she was suffering under APC, PDP was doing it to another person in another place. So if you now say, if Natasha calls me now, let us go and protest against what APC did to me, I will say, okay, I'm going with you, but what of what your PDP did to others as well? You also should mention that one, so that we can now address this issue holistically. Because as I'm sympathizing with Natasha now, why will I not remember that Wike is PDP and Wike did it to somebody elsewhere? Yeah. That is why I'm not a friend of anybody. All of them are abusing me now, which I don't mind. I am saying if you want to address national disease, don't join town criers as they are crying for their own. As they finish crying, you say thank you. But out of you, what did you do elsewhere there? So that we can now have a general family meeting where you will say, you pick my pocket. Even you call, you pick my pocket. You pick my pocket. Then we'll discuss it. Because what the court will determine is not likely to be close enough to what happened that day, given the framework of evidence in court. Court will only determine narrow issues. So by the time we are writing our legal opinion, they will say there are 5 issues. All the other issues that can affect us in the future may not show up there. They can even determine the issue as to whether the petition was properly drafted or not. And if the court says the petition was not properly drafted, they are not even going to inside the content. They will just throw it out and say that forget it. So imagine if you put all this evidence inside the affidavit and they made a mistake, the affidavit is not properly signed, properly executed. And the lawyer comes to court and says, well, the Lord, Evidence Act, Section 88. See, this affidavit is violating it. They will look at it. They look at it. That's true. They will say, we rise, come back, read the speech and throw it away. So that's why I said, beyond the court, we must be able to create a situation. The way you were talking to Rudolph now, if you try it with the President Court of Appeal, you won't get the same result. So it's an area where you are free as a citizen. You can participate in it. You can ask questions in it. You can expand it. And police, if they have a good leadership, police can say, please come. Let us ask you more questions. Political parties can say, let's come, ask questions. Because I'm going to raise, I've asked my fellow presidential candidate now, we should hold a meeting. All of us address the press. But once the case is in court, people will say, I cannot address the press, so what is in court? So we need to address the court and address the public on all these issues so that we can make it like a truth commission. This one will say, where I voted, we didn't start until 10 p.m. And this, what happened there? This one will say, in my place, they carried the thing to the church. It was inside the church, they were doing the voting. This one will say, somebody told me about what happened in her estate, and she's a lawyer. She said in her estate, they used one whole church to do a ECOMOC, where they went to gather voters from wherever they gathered them from, and park them inside the church there. And her landlord association, because she sent to me by text, it's still there. Her landlord association president called her and said, have you noticed that this church is full of some people they brought from wherever? And on the day of election, they all lined up and they started seeing people, 90-something% of whom never live in the neighborhood, who they went to ECOMOC from one place to that place. So all these things will come up. But you cannot go to court and raise that. Who will listen to you? But all of this can come up. She will mention the estate where it happened, mention the church where it happened. So all these things will now be part of it.
Please, sir, now that we have identified all this, as citizens, what do you think we need to do to put a stop to this?
The first thing we need to do is to hate election rigging without taking sides. Don't hate election rigging because your candidate was cheated out. Hate election rigging even when your candidate wins. Just hate election rigging generally. So, and then open your mind to receive universal truth, not just the truth or information that favors your side. So if you were a ratified person before the election, you are articulate before the election, you are adequate before the election, you are obedient before the election. Now that we're discussing election rigging, don't be any of those. Open your mind and start saying, this disease of election rigging, it has brought us to this place. Okay, so if you have given evidence that shows that obedient lady people rig somewhere, I will listen to you with open mind. Show me where. I won't be agitated trying to argue. If you are celebrating your bad, if they are talking about it, you still come and say, really? Where? But I'm not sure that every citizen is against election rigging. This can only apply to those who are not against it. There are those who cannot feed without election rigging. The house they are living in, it is money for rigging that they use to build the house. They have their children schooling abroad. They are working in Ireland. Their salary cannot sustain it. It is election rigging that they used to do it. So if you are sitting down in your house, they will tell you, sir, I've been posted to your state. If you need help, let me know. So they are already feeding from it. So those ones will not easily just forget about it because that is their own NFPC. It is you who say, I love the country and I don't want lecture again, and I don't benefit from it. You are the one now who should not be emotionally attached and who will put your mind and allow the process to go.
But sir, can we put law in place so that these people can be persecuted? Because if people are not punished for an offense, it will continue.
We have put law in place already. I'm just saying that in some instances, the people who are supposed to come and enforce the law also join the case. Like policemen, instead of arresting those who are collecting spaghetti, and they collected their own and went and put inside their pickup first before they continued the missionary journey that brought them there. So it is leadership.
Sorry, sir. Can civil organization, if civil organization
they can expose it. There was a group.
Police,
there was a group. There was a group.
Involved
there was a group.
Address this.
There was a group that spoke to me before the election. They said they had cameras and that they will go to every polling unit and they had some cloud somewhere where they will be storing the information. That they will go to all the polling units and they will start to film what is going on there. They are busy now. I've not seen them. I don't know whether somebody didn't give them money. Maybe they no funding from any agency. But I bet there are enough citizens to actually cordon off their polling units. Even from this March 11, there are enough citizens. For example, in a community, it's more effective in the villages. When I went campaigning to some villages, they will tell you that the night before the election, we usually go to our traditional rulers' palace and we decide how we are going to vote. This is another thing we may not know. Let me just say this to you so that you can study it later. It is not every part of Nigeria that a voter votes one by one vote. In some places, one village, one vote. They will go and hold a meeting and say, all of us will vote for party A tomorrow. Do you understand? They will say yes. They will all go there and vote like that. It's not in accordance with the Electoral Act or anything, but that's the culture in many places. They go to whether church or mosque or the palace of the chief, and they sit down there and determine that all of us will vote like this.
But that is not breaking the law, though. That is not breaking the law. That is collective decision to vote for a particular party. It's different from people buying votes.
No, well, I know it's different. I'm just letting you know that in such a community, it is easier for them to say the same way they took that attitude. It's easier for any community, any polling unit, to have leadership there. And all of you agree that this is our polling unit, nobody cheats for anybody.
But sir, if we Nigeria who agree with this, now say you, now that the election is over, can you coordinate us so that we can put things in place?
I will be happy to receive. I'm jobless now. I'm ready to receive the appointment. I can do it, provided that we agree among ourselves that we are not partisan and we are not going to cover for anybody, and we start to investigate. We can do it. We can select people. We start to say anybody. We do it, and the process, if we have integrity, it will work across.
Then I would like to have your contact so that we put such in place and we work towards 2020.
No problem. Your best friend, Rudolph, if he has finished serving the yellow card and you give to him, You can do it. But we can do it. We can even create a website. And people, you can do it. The idea is, and we can even write a study on it. Polling units that are susceptible to fraud, susceptible to abuse, we can start to talk about it. But I can tell you that the way we hold landlord association meeting, you can have a polling unit meeting where, if it is possible for people to even tell you how to vote, at least in your community, if you don't want to do that, it is possible for you to say, in this community, we will not allow Labour to rig here, APC to rig here, and none of the 18 political party will rig here, APC will not rig here. We all agreed. But you will see some videos where somebody went to vote in one particular community, and they were shouting, bad guy, you want to vote for APC, nonsense, and all of that. So if you can collectively lynch that person verbally, you can at least collectively do good by saying anybody who comes here to buy votes, to cheat, we will shout on him like that.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We have to end it here.
Prince, I have my phone number on the private. I would like to have yours because I need to work with you.
Rudolph, I know I came late. Can I just have the similar questions I asked yesterday? I don't know if I could be given.
Did you listen to the whole talk? It's 8
no,
hours.
I'm just turning up right now.
What if you are asking a question that we've been talking about?
No, it's the same. No, I don't think anybody asked that question. It's a software question as it
He's not a
to...
software engineer. Why do you?
No. I'm just gathering. Okay, so whatever it is, software is not about. It's not geekish. You have to You have to make software.
He doesn't want me to. He doesn't want me to get a job. How does he know I don't know how to code?
No. That's not what I said, Prince.
No, I'm even saying that I know how to code. Why is he trying to amend my resume for me?
Please, Prince. I promise it's going to be really snappy. So my questions.
Rudolph, I will allow you to let him ask that question. Later, I will ask you the question I want to ask Prince. Then you will answer it.
Okay. Do I wait for Mirage to go?
No, go ahead. Are you talking about Mirage? Okay. I'm cutting you off now. You're talking about Mirage.
Okay. No. I just want, maybe there was an existing agreement. So, okay. So, Prince, thank you so much.
Mr. Scribe, just so you know, we ended the show. I just wanted you to, not the show itself, but the Prince. It's 8 hours. He's been here for 8 hours.
I know. This guy he's really strong. That's why I was about to commend him.
You guys have to be nice, you know.
Yes, sir. Prince, look, what you do, it's amazing. Like giving the, Prince has gone.
No, he will come back. He'll come back.
Okay.
Come on. I know that, just think about it. I don't even think we had only one break, so.
So Rudolph, can I ask you the question I have?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So, I just have two simple questions I wanted to ask him. And the first one is it legally permissible for someone who is declared a president-elect to already move on into the defense house in Abuja when he still has a legal case against him on the results of the election? Is it legally permissible for him to move into the defense house? That's the first question. And the second question is the congratulatory message the British Prime Minister sent to Tinubu. What do you think is the intention of that? Is he trying to gather up legal and international support for Tinubu, or because personally I think that's something he wouldn't have done it if that was to be an American president or presidential election, which is still having legal case on it. So what do you think is his intention for already congratulating Tinubu on that? Those are the two questions I want to ask.
Okay, remind me, the first one is, that one was easy, but I forgot immediately.
Whether it's legally permissible
Okay, all right. Let's say I get a feedback. Let me see it from you. Okay, so that one is very easy. Virtually all the elections we had in the long 1999, they were all challenged. Buhari's election was challenging. but he moved in there. So it's not about, this is not the first time. They're all moving there. So that's one. The other one about the diplomatic one, it's a very tricky thing that is going on. When Trump lost to Biden, there was that question about who will call first, other countries in the world. The problem is this: if the country's political process says that this person is the president, and other countries start to say, call and say, we accept this, your process, and you don't call, then you are creating a diplomatic problem for you and that country. And they all know that, Prince Adebayo said, if tomorrow they change it and say that Atiku is now the president because the court ruled for Atiku, they will also call and say we are accepting this. So the safest thing is not to hold back and say you're not going to send a message. There are other things they do. Some countries didn't send, the president did not call because of the controversies. But the country will say that there's an election in this country and the body in charge said that this person is the winner, and we accept that this person is the winner. We say congrats for winning. So that's how I think he will answer it. But I think he's back. He can answer you directly if that works for you. Prince, I've taken over your role. I answered a question for you or two.
Okay, good. You have a better answer than me any day.
So Miraj, you can ask me your question. Let's see if it will be different. Unmute yourself, Miraj.
So the question I asked in your absence was, the first one was whether it's legally permissible for a presidential candidate, or let's say president-elect, who still has a legal case on his election, move into the Defense House, Abuja, whether it's legally permissible for him to do so. And the second question is the intention or the motive behind the British Prime Minister congratulating Tinubu, whether he's trying to gather up international support for him, because by so doing, other countries might be influenced to do the same, and that may also influence the decision of the court. I think so. That's what I'm asking.
Well, we're in the realm of speculation. That's the first law. There's a principle of continuity, and there's a principle of regularity. Once you are given certificate of return, anything that you are entitled to will be given to you. So you can move to Defense House, which is our own player house. You can move to Defense House, and if the court order says you are not the one, they will move you out. Remember, there was one that was inspecting guard of honor in Bayelsa. Before he could collect his last salute, court judgment came. He has to leave. So it's the Defense House is not anything. If you are, until you are removed by the court, that is your house. And on May 29, the same person will still be sworn in. He will still go and become president and be commander-in-chief until the Supreme Court says otherwise. Even if the Court of Appeal says he's not the one, he will still remain there until the Supreme Court says so. Then, for the ambassadors, it's called committee. If you are declared president-elect of Nigeria, there's nothing unusual for all the heads of state to congratulate you. They can do it directly, they can do it through the mission. It is when they don't do so that is unusual. Ideally, they should do it. It's under the principle of committee. You must congratulate the person. They are not interested in your internal issues. Your agency in charge of the change says it's the one. Remember that of the US. UK, others congratulated Biden, but Russia did not. Then it was an issue in American media until they went and asked Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, And Lavrov gave an answer that the reason why Russia did not congratulate Biden is that they studied the U.S. Constitution. They realized that being elected, scoring the highest vote and all of that, and having the highest electoral college is not enough. You must go to the Congress and have it confirmed. And on the day Congress, Pence presided over the Congress and they had confirmed it, that same day, Russia congratulated Biden. But until that time, Americans started to instigate that, oh, maybe Russia did not want to congratulate him, but it's not their business. And I don't think Nigerian court will care in their decision making. How many people congratulated you? It's not relevant.
All right. I have to formally end this by thanking Prince.
I haven't. My question is very brief.
What happened? You didn't get a chance. Okay, go ahead.
You know, Prince left when I was about to.
Okay, I forgot.
So
Prince, internet left, not me.
Huh?
The internet left.
Yeah. It's understandable. So, Prince, my question is around elections. So, from these elections that we followed, we've tried this electronic thing, and I've been, in my own personal time, analyzing some of the things that I found whilst tracking, the elections. I mean, apart from handling a beaver's machine, I pretty much have certain conclusions. So, but my question is around anonymity, trust, and immutability. And I want to know, from your perspective as a presidential candidate, is an anonymity important to you? Because I listened to your Arise, interview, and I could share in your worries, and I feel like, because I feel anonymity was an issue. I think you said something about Buhari raising his card, something like that, and everyone knew where you. I don't know if it was you or someone else, but I'm just wondering what your opinion is around elections, electronic elections. Is anonymity going to be an important thing to you? Trust, and then immutability. Immutability is like, once the voter has voted, it can't be changed. You know what I mean? Like, it's there, it's important. So I just want to see what it doesn't have to be, speak freely. It's just for me to just have something to go back to my drawing board with. Thank you.
All right. So I'm doing consultancy now, so clock the time. The issue is this. Electronic voting has 3 stages. First, you need to get a legal framework for it. And that is why I'm concerned about some people who are going to court and talking about IRF, server. They are assuming that judges have spent all their time trying to mine crypto. And their judges are tech savvy and all of that. So, as much as I try to avoid into technological and all of this, so that judges don't tune off. So, there's a lot of tech training that is required for lawmakers so that they can understand how the process works. The same reason why some people in Nigeria, if they have a lot of money in their account, they will not agree to online banking because of trust and this immutability issue. So if the lawmakers, who are supposed to be the most sophisticated people, are having issues understanding the technological environment, then you now go to Baga in Borno State and say that they should start doing electronic voting from Baga. There are communities in this country that if you carry a laptop to the place, they can say you are trying to do witchcraft and step back a bit. So that is why And anything based on technology, Nigeria also has issues. So as you can see with simple things like beavers. So all these issues will come up. And that's why I'm thinking, maybe wrong, but I'm thinking that raising the quality of human being should not be as hard as trying to master technology you can produce. Because there are countries in Africa where they conduct elections and they just put a basket under a tree. And they just, you come out, they put it there, they put it there. And they are still honest about it. But these technologies are not designed for people who want to cheat. These technologies are designed for people who want to do things right. And the technology is meant to facilitate doing it right. But we are bringing it to an environment where people are trying to cheat. Before banks started having fences, people used to go to the bank with a knife to rob the bank. As soon as the bank started having fences, people started going to the bank with guns. So a society that raises defenses against crime usually challenges the criminals to up their game. There have been allegations, account allegations, which I'm investigating because of that I've not joined the fray, where they look like it is even some malware or some malicious attack against election infrastructure. So it is possible that the more sophisticated you make your election technology-wise, the more the rigging will come by way of hacking and other things. So that's why, and I know that this country, we don't have access to homegrown technology along this line. So the next election may cost you 1 trillion instead of 300 something billion. Because you are now layering and layering technology that are not procured at home. You are layering them on top and on top. And all you are trying to do is to choose somebody who's going to preside over these poor people of this country. So INEC is now more sophisticated than our universities. INEC is now more sophisticated than our courts. INEC is now more sophisticated than all other, maybe even our technology institutes. At the end of the day, you are still relying on Bolue and Danfo and rickety boats to carry your technology be fast to the place where they will use it. You are still going to court as to whether you are going to hire Oluomo or not hire Oluomo to carry your goods. There are a lot of places where they didn't vote because the driver carried the beepers and everything, said that he didn't have 1,000 naira to buy fuel. Or the tire punctured. Or the engine of the tuke knocked. So those are the problems. So you carry beavers that cost the country $800,000 and you put it in somebody's one chance vehicle to take it to the place. And then when you get to the riverine area, you rely on the fisherman to bring his canoe for you. And then when you get to the other side, you forgot the battery where you came from. Then you rush back to go and get it. And all sorts of things. So why don't you just do something very simple? That we all say as a community, we don't want to cheat. And we start forming alliances. All these churches, mosques that are now interfering in politics, let them come from that angle alone.
I think it's a sliding scale. Like, I don't know how many car thefts happen in Nigeria based on, especially if the car is sophisticated and have GPS trackers. If you use sophisticated enough technology, there are very, very few people that can overcome that technology if it is done properly. And I think that to just throw our hands up and say, "Oh, let's just change," Nigerians will not change until you overcome the human factor.
I'm not asking us to throw our hand up. What I'm saying, you cannot afford the cost over time. You know that we can conduct election with 3something billion, and the court can set it aside, and you go and get another money to conduct another one. I can just tell you that. And if you do accounting of how much we have spent conducting elections in 1999, when you sum it together, with even this poor outcome, when you sum it together, it might be enough to launch Nigeria to the moon. So I'm taking a general look at it that we are spending all this money trying to bypass our mutual criminality as a people, mutual fraud as a people. It's not really improving anything generally. And at the end of the day, we will still find out that with all that spending, something we didn't think about, somebody will think about it and render the whole system useless. And that's why I said people should go back to my speech on October 1, 2021. I think Rockview Hotel or somewhere. And all the wise people gathered. I said I should come and speak. And I told you, all these wise people, that you are talking electronic voting, that's what, you go and get it, you see it. Every expert came there talking with Atari Ujaga, everybody there, and I said, let me state my own. This electronic voting, this thing you are doing, won't save you. We are dishonest INEC, remain dishonest. And what happened if on that day you are relying on that technology to show you that server, and that server is switched off? What will you do then? What are they doing now?
Prince Adebayo, thank you so much for being with us and spending.
Let me just say something to you, as Americans. Yeah. Were you not there? Are you not there in America when they started saying that voting machine company started taking journalists to court? When they started saying voting machine, they rigged it from the beginning. That is America.
Let me know.
And yes, they started saying the voting machine was rigged from there. And from the White House, they already say, yeah, they rigged it. This machine, and Americans believe in large that it was rigged. So if that can happen in America, not talk of here where we have mutual suspicion already.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the time. I know that a lot of our people may not value this, but I hope they do, because sometimes we look at things on the sound bites. We don't go into details, and I hope I will continue to invite people who have real experiences to come here and relax atmosphere, not these 30 minutes they give you on TV in Nigeria, and tell the stories so that people who watch it will get away enriched the more. And I thank you for that. And hopefully, whenever we call on you, you will answer us. And
long as not tomorrow. If you give me like 2 days, I will come back.
I know.
But I'm going to Kwara to go and campaign for my governorship candidate, and I will do all the around the country campaigning till I end up in Delta State. After the election, then I will be free.
All right, we'll do that.
When you get to Delta State, tell my sister to cook you owo and starch.
I will tell them. Next time, Rudolph will not taste it. I can guarantee you that.
I know. I will give to him.
All right.
Because you are not even respecting me. You people from Mumbai marry my younger sister, and you people are here. Is that how you treat your in-law, Igbo people?
All right. Thank you, Madam Rachel. Prince, thank you so much. And
thank you.
When we
Prince, I will be getting in touch with you soon so that we can put something together and address this.
So
yes, WhatsApp. Yes.
Forefathers is here, and Scribe is here. You guys can have a take on all that happened. But until then, thank you everybody.
Yeah, forefathers can go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you.
Shit. Yeah.
Thank you, Prince. Thank you.
That is about to get heated.
All right. So, forefathers, it's over to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I disagree with a lot of things he said, and I think HO is the only one that actually said something that implies action. I don't know, understand how we just settle for people that just tell us, well, let's just hold our hands and let's pray that our people change somehow. That's not how it's going to work. Technology changes stuff. We've seen it demonstrable in history, and somehow because he's being shielded, we are not allowed to question him deeply about the assertions he's making, and he's somebody of authority. I don't understand it. Technology has made bank robbery basically extinct in the West, and the car theft almost extinct in this thing. Behavior in public spaces has changed because of CCTV presence. The technology changes stuff. It's a war of attrition. If sooner or later, if you advance the technology enough, people are not going to be able to rig the election because it takes a higher level of intelligence to overcome the technology. Only a few people can do that then, and you'll be able to track those people down. This thing that it was like, oh, we have to rely on Nigerians to change. We'll never change. It didn't change since 1960 till today. What makes it think Nigerians are going to change? If the UK said, oh, let's just fold our hands and wait for the people to change, they will not change. Burglary will still be there today. Car theft will still be there today. Bank robberies will still be there today in the UK. They stopped it because of technology. And we employ technology and bring human beings back into the equation again. The moment you bring human beings back into it, they will destroy it. That's what they do.
The truth is that
that
technology of a thing is still controlled by humans. It doesn't control itself. It's not robots. You understand? So
it controls itself. Actually, the system takes care of itself. That's your point.
No, because like if CCTV,
no, the thing is,
somebody is behind the
the
cameras
thing is,
watching the screen, right? Somebody will, even in America, it happens when they are looking for evidence. Somebody will be in the screen, will delete the recordings. You understand? Delete that section, or will pause the camera from recording that section. It still happens. Like you said, I don't think
they go to other cameras and check it because you can review multiple cameras.
It depends on the angle. You understand? There are some where you have the central, like let's say security right now. Maybe somebody wants to rob a bank, for instance. Then there's a room, security room, where the whole screen, like 50, 60 screens, are in one room with 3 security personnel watching everything. You understand? If they're involved, if they're not sincere and they want to be corrupt, they can decide to just press pause and so camera that wants to record that particular scene where the crime will take place. They will not record it. So, like, I think
then they will be culpable. That's the point. You've already caught them. That's the point. By stopping it, they've already been caught.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, no, I'm giving you scenario in some cases, but like in INEC right now, right? If INEC decides to be insincere, you yourself will only know, yes, Mahmoud, you are insincere, but who is going to punish Mahmoud?
That is what Mo was trying to highlight.
Refuse to punish Mahmoud. Where does that leave us? Where there's
enforcement. We have an enforcement issue that we need to change.
Exactly, which is human.
No, the thing is, the last election that was held, there is no doubting it that INEC set out to sabotage itself.
It was okay. The system
INEC,
was okay.
because
the candidates accepted it, so they are all culpable.
And you can understand why Prince Adewale was answering, because he's a participant. Remember, he's a presidential candidate.
Yeah.
That's why when I asked him, because all these things is traceable to the fact that INEC did not upload whatever. Exactly. First, they said there was a glitch. They haven't got a network. Why the people around you, all the agents, even all of people there, we are sending messages all over the world with the same network you say you didn't get. You, the INEC chap, in their midst. So all these things is just that the lie is that they didn't do it very well. And you look at the way they cook up results. The thing to ask, I keep telling people, is that INEC has no justification to tell Nigerians that you went to National Assembly to defend a budget of 350 billion to procure a technology which You tried out in Anambra, it worked. Tried it out in Edo, it worked. Tried it in Ekiti, it worked. Tried it in Oshun, it worked. The high point of everything is on 25th. On that day, you set it aside. Telling people, even then, people are saying that, this is debated. People said that the result for House of Reps went through. The result for Senate went through. It's only that of presidency. I mean, how do
That
you
is the
talk
most
about?
important one, anyway.
How do they? That's why I said it's just bare. It makes no sense. It doesn't even require INEC. You just throw it. That's why I said the first day I said INEC chairman to first of all go on national television, apologize to Nigerians, resign, and then be arrested for prosecution. You can't just put people, 2 million people, ridiculous like that. Till 24 hours, no result. 48 hours, not even or any, no server, nowhere. 72 hours,
The
you
entire
release the
thing is not fit for purpose. The entire thing was never fit for purpose. I don't even know why the party signed off on such an arrangement. It's crazy. If human beings have to write it down by hand, I will never trust that result. Because then that person could be seeing 10,000 here and write 5,000 or 50,000. Whatever they like, they can write down.
No, but what is written down was at the polling unit, all the agents were there, so that if you are a labor, you know that make sure that
what if they bought the agents? They
your...
could buy up the agents. Some polling units when some parties are not very strong, they could buy up all their agents.
Well, the thing is, but you have to know that
if you rely
there
on
are
human beings, you're in trouble.
No, to that extent, I understand what you're saying, but to the extent that all the agents agreed to what was written there, because they have to take a copy each one. What you are signing, you take a copy. So to the extent that you people agree, just like all of us here representing different parties, we agree on what each person got, and we sign and get away. Even if INEC officials, INEC of the other person takes his own away, what they did was they were sort of changing their own without changing the one I'm having, without changing the one you are having. So you see, it's one thing to say, oh, we couldn't be able to upload it on that day. Even if it takes you 1 million years to upload it, it must reflect what I have, what you have. We have to agree. But then why must you, when you've not uploaded it, you've announced a winner? When you've not finished uploading, you've already announced a winner. That is another thing. So whichever way you slice it, this election, it just INEC decided to sabotage itself in thinking that it's doing Nigerians. That man, the professor, should be arrested and tried for espionage, not sabotage.
Guys, this is not the year.
Because they brought the law. They brought the law.
Yeah, let me make a comment.
So, but sorry, let me just ask him something though. I think he will know this. Does the Beavers device itself that they bring from INEC contain the electronic totals of each party? That's in each polling unit. Like if you go to a polling unit, Labour got 100, APC got 50. Does it contain that information, the total for the day? You see, that is a problem.
It doesn't count.
It should contain because you took a snap of it. It should contain. It's like me sending something to your WhatsApp. It's like me sending something to your WhatsApp number, forefathers. Then after writing it on a piece, after writing it like this on a result sheet, I snap it and send to you. You cannot modify it because it's just like a photograph. I send it to you. Remember, I'm having the original.
Sorry, I think I understand the question that he was asking.
Yeah,
I think the question is asking is whether it's captured ab initio, when the electoral of the polling unit guy, captures everybody. Beavers is just for accreditation.
Case closed.
And that's what it is. Is how many accredited voters in the polling unit. That's the number that he captures. Hold on.
You will still use the same Beavers for transmission.
No, I know, but that's the primary. No. So the importance of Beavers. That's the number. I know, but the importance of Beavers starts from accreditation. 200 people came to vote today and they are qualified to vote. You know, this becomes very important if you understand our history. You know, I listened to the Prince, and of course, everybody, if you've listened to him a lot of times, like me, you understand where he comes from and, you know, politically, and you know where SDP lies in the Nigerian landscape and where, you know, the things he has said recently. You kind of understand where he's. Now, you can't say technology doesn't work. I agree with the forefathers. Technology absolutely has worked in Nigeria. Even as without the technology, we would not have been even talking about LP winning 12 states if we're considering Abuja a state. Okay? And everybody winning 12 states.
Nobody is saying
Let me
technology
just
doesn't work.
land on
Nobody
this
is
point.
saying
Let me
nobody
land
said
on this
technology
point.
doesn't
Hold
work.
on. In 1999, the population of Nigeria was said to be 119 million. Guys, 119 million. Today, they said our estimated population is 213 million. That's almost double. Guys, because of technology, remember, they said the registered voters that we had, or people who voted in 1999 was 30.3 million. 30.3 million. This is facts. This is numbers. In 2023, do you know how many people voted? 25.3. 25.3. So we are having less voters for double the population. And everybody knows that this is one of the most anticipated election of our time. And many people voted. So there has been fraud in Nigerian population, number one. I don't believe Nigeria is 213 million. You know, we know what happens in the north. And someone said, tweeted it this morning, can we use beavers to do the Nigerian population census? If you use beavers and do Nigerian census, we may just be 120 million people. I'm not kidding you. But let's leave that for another day.
But I think they also use bank accounts. The number of accounts you have in the country indicates that the adult population is a certain, because to show the adult population, isn't it? So
No,
if the
they
adult
don't.
population is there.
No, you can't
In the
use
north,
that.
they
It's not
don't use
federated.
bank accounts. You can't use bank accounts.
No, you can't use that
Because
officially, but you can use that to project. Because if you have, let's say, 70, 80 million
yes, as a sample size.
it gives you an
Yes, you
idea
can use
of
that.
the adult population, then versus the
Yes.
young population. Then you can project the size of the population of that country.
You can use
My
that as a
brother,
sample
most
size.
of Nigerian population are under 18 years old. They are not adults. So it becomes Nigeria is a very skewed, very, very skewed population. And all I'm just trying to point out is technology has worked so well. And somebody talked about the cost of $350 billion naira to procure the election. It is better you spend $1 trillion to get a good election and get people who you can be accountable to the people. Buhari has put in a debt of 77 trillion in 8 years for Nigeria to take care of.
You misunderstood. See, listen, you misunderstood what I said. What I meant, I said, how can INEC go and defend a budget of 50 billion to enable them conduct the election? On the day they expected to use it, they set it aside. That's what I'm saying. It's not that it should cost a trillion or whatever. Even if it costs a couple,
I take that back.
I'm coming. The fact that you procured it for a purpose which you failed to use it, that is the issue. You've used it in Anambra, Ekiti, Edo, and then Oshun. Why coming to this presidential, you failed to use it? You said that they didn't upload it that day, because that is the high point.
For the essential purpose of the beavers, it was fulfilled, which is accreditation. The rest is detailed because the rest is still based on manual inputs. So whatever happens, even if they did it immediately or later, what is the big difference?
It is the beavers you used to upload. It is the beavers you used to upload because it's from the polling unit.
What is the difference from the beavers versus individual upload?
If this, let me say, if this is the beavers, after using it for accreditation, you have form is whatever form is called, in which all the parties are listed. and then maybe what they should score. So whatever when you finish counting all those manual counting, they agree. You say APC 1, maybe PDP 2. After writing it here, it will be written. All the party agents will see it, and they agree on it and sign off on it. Then all of them will take photographs of it. When they've taken it, that is their own. It's like their own copy. Then you will now use beavers, you the INEC chap, use beavers to take it again, snap your own. That one you snap is the one you take to your server, is stored there. And that is the one that all of us are having as agents. But what they did was they refused to upload it, and they used this one, go and be changing it, and they be, and be reading out from this.
But there is no indication that they actually changed it. That's the problem. The other parties are not bringing out their own numbers to show that it was changed.
No, it showed. It showed.
They're not bringing their own shit.
That is what they are going to prove in the court, because the party's agent will not say, this is what I signed off. Why didn't you upload it so that everybody will see it? And then the one INEC will show as original, which they have, has been mutilated. So when they bring it, you find out that the figure you having is not the figure that you signed off. So that is the issue, because if they had uploaded it, all this paperwork becomes useless, because it's already stored in the server. Just like me and you can now, when we are abroad, we can easily access it and see result of anything we want to see. So that is deliberate setting it out.
But
This
you have to
this
know
stage
that
of
INEC
it,
must have kept all the documents that they used to collect their results, and the parties have kept theirs. They will compare theirs and see what the difference is. I don't think it's going to be that difficult to ascertain.
Of course. But then what people are asking is, when because the idea is whether there is anything, you have to put it on your server. What the idea then is, why should you then be releasing results when only you are not seeing it, nobody's seeing it on the server? That is what people are saying. Why must you be releasing results if you are really delaying it because of you couldn't transmit? It then means that nobody will do. You will tell people, say, look, result is not ready. Up till now, we don't know the winner. But 24 hours or 48 hours later, you've released who won the result when the result is not on the server. So that is the fraud. People are why other parties are going to court. They say they will never believe any figure INEC bring unless unless it tallies with the one they release from the polling unit. So
That's why the truth will come out eventually. And this, my problem is that the parties that are complaining now, if they were disputing INEC number, they could have easily brought theirs out, but they are not doing it. And this is really disturbing. You should have to say,
that is the purpose.
Why are they not bringing theirs
That's why
out?
they're going.
The evidence of PDP.
They will present it in court. That's why they're going to court, because you've already announced a result. So showing it to INEC doesn't mean anything. You can't prove it in court.
Why not present it to the people so that we see their own numbers?
What will the people do about it?
So we see.
People,
so that at least we know now that okay, this number is different from the other one.
No, sometimes you don't show the people because
it is
you
now
are giving your opponents a leeway to go and prepare or something.
Exactly. That's why you go and disgrace your opponent in the court.
INEC has already released their numbers. There is no way. There's nothing else to prepare. If the other side says, you know what, INEC says we got 10 votes, but we are showing here that we got 15 votes.
Okay, wait, hold on, wait.
There's no way to prepare against that.
One question: is the case against INEC or against APC?
It's against INEC.
The case is against INEC, not APC, not the party. It's against INEC.
No, the case is against both INEC and APC. No, it's against because APC has benefited from the process. No. Go and look at the case that was filed. It's against Tinubu actually.
Maybe two of them.
And then INEC. Yeah, it's two of them.
To me, the case is against INEC because Tinubu or APC didn't declare themselves winner. It is INEC that said you won. Now
but it's not saying this is the law. It's not about
under what figures did these people win?
INEC did. They are beneficiary of the process. So you can't.
Of course, somebody will benefit from any fraud. Well, somebody will benefit from a fraud.
Just look at the court documents.
Somebody will benefit from every fraud.
Odibe, ideally, if I commit crime, right, and the court allow
somebody
me to
will
go,
benefit.
you understand? I think it's the court that you blame for allowing me to go anyway. So if you are saying okay, you are suing against
that is the thing.
or work because he was sitting in his house, one place. Somebody
APC.
even did whatever crime that we believe it was done on his behalf. He didn't do it. So which evidence do you have against Tinubu himself, apart from school certificate, whatever? But in the election on his own, Tinubu was sitting in one place. You understand? He was sitting in one place.
So this is not about how me and you feel. We see there are things to debate. Like when Supreme Court delivers a judgment, then we can debate whether this is illegal, whether this makes sense or not. In the case of Fabio and Lawal, the Senate president, most Nigerians believe that the Supreme Court goofed, but it's the final court, it's the final arbiter. The law says that when you are filing election petition, you file the petition against the winner of the process of election and against the INEC. So you have to file. This is the law. It's not about what.
It's not a forget about. It has happened before. Listen. It has happened before. Not just the law. Let me tell you. In Anambra State, then Peter Obi went to court against the INEC. People said, "Why are you taking Andy Uba to court? What is wrong with you and the Andy Uba that they declared winner?" Peter said, "I didn't take Andy Uba to court. I took INEC to court for conducting an election where there is no vacancy." That is it. So Peter Obi or anybody, listen. Just hold on. It's not a law. Listen. Just listen. The example you are giving is quite abstract. It's quite irrelevant. What they are taking to court is INEC, because INEC declared, it's INEC that will say who won. So if INEC if you have a figures to contradict INEC, you are going to tell INEC you made a mistake. This is it. I've recorded it. Bring what you did.
No, but CM, remember that in a lawsuit you have to have count charges. Wait, CM. You have to have count charges, and in those count charges, it will be subject to who should answer. So in the case, the reason why they may have brought in, I'm assuming I haven't read it, but the reason why APC or Tinubu is actually brought in is that a charge, say for example, the violence or something that was perpetrated, which they tentatively have proof about. So that's why those parties will be called into that suit. So and then you said it's abstract. What all this said is abstract, and at the same time you said it is irrelevant. An abstraction is what
I said. Listen, you didn't get me. What I said is irrelevant. Is the saying that when Supreme Court says a judgment, you now have to go and study. We haven't got a Supreme Court judgment. There's no judgment here yet. What we are dealing with is INEC fraud. He was citing Supreme Court judgment, saying in the case of this, that is a judgment. There is no judgment here. There is no court yet. No court is bringing any. There's no judgment.
Can somebody pull up the?
So there's no. That's why I said it's irrelevant, because it's talking of Supreme Court judgment.
If I can put it on my screen,
one by one. That's the only way.
This is very easy. It's no argument.
What is the argument here? They're going to sue INEC and the APC. And he's going to sue INEC, APC, and PDP.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why we are going back and forth.
I don't know why we're going back and forth on all this. It doesn't make any sense talking about this.
Let's move to the next thing.
That's why I said it's irrelevant, because we're not talking about Supreme Court judgment. We are not talking about Supreme Court judgment yet.
You're misunderstanding me. Let's move to another.
It's a relevant example. We're talking of what INEC did. We haven't got to Supreme Court. It's pure irrelevant, because when Supreme Court gives a judgment, that is final. Nobody's talking that.
Judges in the court.
Okay, Odi, I want to answer one question, right? The filings, the current filing in the court right now, right?
Yes.
Is it INEC, APC, or Tinubu, or INEC, or both, or and?
And is INEC, Bola Tinubu, and APC.
So that's what is currently in court right now.
That's what is currently in court. You can find it online. It's public document, so it's not. I don't know why we are going back and forth.
If he's contesting Adamawa, he has to INEC, PDP, and whatever, and APC. So it depends on where you are contesting. But
if what is in court right now
guys, you need to understand that no matter what anybody feels, how you feel about it, how I feel about it. Tinubu is president-elect.
Yeah.
Look, how the court recognizes, INEC is that their default is to agree with the decision of INEC. Look, Tinubu is president-elect, so you're going to have to take him to court because he will bring defense, he will bring lawyers. Tinubu has hired lawyers already. If you don't know, is he hiring lawyers for INEC? INEC will come with their own lawyers. Even in Osun State, PDP hired lawyers, APC hired lawyers, INEC has hired their own lawyers. Everybody will come with their own. I'm not sure why we're going back. Let's talk about
is anybody, please, is anybody here arguing that Tinubu is not president-elect? Is anybody arguing that Tinubu is not president-elect?
No, I think you are missing something. What are they saying?
I didn't miss it. No, I'm asking a question. Did anybody ask? Did anybody say that Tinubu is not president-elect?
Proven guilty. That's the context of what he said.
See, I don't know. You people are putting.
Did I proven otherwise?
I asked a question. No. Did anybody here say that Tinubu is not president-elect? And you are jumping to another thing.
CM, open your the because. Let's go.
I asked the question, what is it, right? So,
to me, I don't know why people. You see, it's a simple question. Somebody can just go and open another vista. I don't. No, please excuse me. Nobody can just go and open another vista and then throw it in. And so what? Nobody is talking. Nobody is contesting whether Tinubu is president-elect or not. INEC said so, so it remains so until maybe it's no longer the case. So can somebody bring Tinubu is president-elect? We have to agree with it. Is anybody arguing with that? Definitely not me.
Yeah, I think we're all going talking the same thing. Don't worry. Yeah, sorry, I apologize to you. Don't worry. No vex.
I'm not asking for apology. I'm only trying to state the obvious. I'm not asking for any apology. You don't need to. You don't need to. You didn't offend me. Please, you apologize to me if I feel you offended me. So I don't need the apology. You didn't offend me.
We have many good things to talk about. Let's talk. I'm here to open my mind and discuss.
What is CM? Nobody offended me. I don't know all this apology to me. I don't need it. Nobody offended me. So what is the problem?
Dr. CM, what's good? Dalo. So
what this lady was saying is quite important when she said that no one seems to enforce law breaking in terms of elections, because does anyone know anyone that has been convicted of vote buying and taking and giving votes? Does anyone know anyone? So it's a problem if we cannot even enforce the rules we have on one of the most fundamental aspects of our lives as a nation. It's a problem because that's why the country is suffering. Somebody has to force decisions to actually enforce the law on these things, because it's an important aspect of any nation. Transfer of power has been the bane of many empires in the past. It can lead to conflict. Every time one leader has to change, the whole country goes into anarchy. That's why democracy is quite valuable. And when CM complains about 500 billion or something being spent on it, yeah, because it is worth it. If you don't do that, 200 million people losing their mind and going to war is far more costly. You have to find a way to transfer power.
My point is, excuse me, please, Odi, just respect you at least. I mean, just try and pretend you are civilized. Just pretend. So what I'm saying is that that 350, I wasn't talking to you too. So what that 350 billion? Why I'm particular is why I'm particular is that why I'm particular. My point of mentioning 350 is I want to know what is the reason for spending such money and not using it when it mattered for what it was meant for. You spent 350 billion to procure a technology. When you expected to use it, you didn't use it. At least to upload and transmit the result. Why? When you use it in previous elections.
All politicians are culpable. They allowed it to be manual in the first place. That's the problem. The problem has already occurred even before. What you're arguing about, I can understand it, but I don't think it's it can negate the possibility of rigging. Still, they can still rig it as long as individuals still have to write. Those officials, you still have to trust every single one of them. In Rivers State, we heard about how they are threatening so many of them, bribing, threatening, all kinds of stuff. So they have to do what whoever is certified them to do it.
Technology will go as far as it can go, but human factor is key, is the most important. Technology can go as far as it can
take
go.
human beings out of it. If I was the one defining and designing the system, I would take human beings out of it. The voters are the only one that determine what the way you do it. See, let me tell you something. We do it every day. When you go to a shop to go and buy something, how do you think it happens? You buy something, they give you a receipt. You go to a bank every day. When you want to get something, you get a receipt for what you've done. You can carry out the transaction. It goes into the digital records while you get the receipt for what you've just done. I don't see why they couldn't have done that.
How many times does ATM give you a slip?
But the thing is this.
But it will keep the record.
Remember,
give you slip evidence.
But the receipt, no, ATM always gives receipt most of the time. It's just when it's broken down. ATM gives receipts all the time, except it's broken down.
If they put the paper to print, if the paper
is not
there.
Yeah, but are you telling me that we cannot even get paper now to print receipts?
Somebody refused to do that.
Every shop in Nigeria can print with paper. Now we cannot print paper for 500 billion.
Remember in Nigeria, whatever you say, they will tell you, oh, the people are not literate enough to follow. Even this technology you are talking of, when you bring it or somebody will tell you, oh, in the north, they are not on this, they are not on this. Ordinary this thing they did, what is it called? Opinion poll. They were doing those days to say labor is on the lead or whatever. And people are willing to tell you that in the north, they are not online, you can contact them, so they don't believe in it, all this type of thing. So the level of awareness is different.
Sorry, can I give us something?
Can we allow the girls to talk?
Sorry, I'm
There's
sorry.
feedback.
Oh, please, yeah, sorry.
There's feedback.
Okay, yeah, that was
Where's the feedback coming from?
Someone has an echo, I think if we can mute,
I think that was Ify, I think. Yeah, who wanted to say something? Is that
yeah, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for interjecting. I wanted to address Forefather. Forefather, I think I was coming in and out. Perhaps he did not pay attention to everything that guy said. But initially, when I saw the guy, that's my first time seeing him. I nearly laughed at him. May God forgive me. But I pay attention to the things he was saying because I was looking at the man as a joke. But when you pay attention, you see there's a difference of being participant and what you hear on social media. With all due respect, that man, I have a mindset about him. But after hearing his confession, you can see a man who actually went and he saw. And I will rather say that when we finished, if we have time, though we don't do it, you can skip and you can kind of skip and go through the man's statement. You will see that what the man was saying, he's saying that technology, no matter how you go about it, it is good. But there is a human element. And the summary of what the man just said, that which is what I will have been saying, and that's exactly what P2B is saying, is being programmed, is a calculated attempt, is a calculated agenda to make sure that nothing works. Remember when Mazi Zuko was yesterday, I asked him, I said, Mazi Zuko, how did you guys, people always think that Buhari is not smart. Buhari is not a dummy. He always kind of being lukewarm, saying, I'm not aware. And people take it for granted that he's not educated. I can take it, I can give it for free. That Buhari is one of the most wicked and smartest leader that we have in Africa. He knew what he was doing. And they knew that they are not going to conduct any free and fair election. And when CM was talking about the amount was too much, blah, blah, my brother, that amount was approved, but I take it for granted. They did not release the money. The actual money, they have shared it among themselves. Look at what the guy said. There are some areas whereby people did not vote. It's not because it was that INEC did not try to deliver, but it's still calculated agenda to make sure that logistics doesn't work. How can you say that, oh, there is no fuel, that's why we couldn't get to the final destination? Now, could you listen what the man said about the Supreme Court verdict? The mistake we always do, and that's where I keep on saying it, do not expect anything new from Tinubu. Tinubu, listen to his statement. My party will reward you. He didn't talk about the country. He didn't talk about his opponent. He said, my party, for this game that we played, you will be rewarded by my party. Now, look at Tinubu with all due respect. You think Tinubu will say, Obi, the Supreme Court. Nigeria is a banana republic. And the problem we are having, that most of us will live in a civilized world. We keep on believing that when we go home, that this will start automatically doing things the way we want them to go. It doesn't work like that. These guys has destroyed the mindset of our people. I have some people back home, when I want to suggest something to them, you know what they'll say? Oh, remember, no. We are comfortable with the people we have here. Like you said last time, you remember you said, do we fold our hands and say, let's continue in this fashion? My brother, so long that these guys has programmed it, the only way we can make a success is what Mama H has already said, which is still going to fail. Remember, Obi is saying, let's go back and vote and still prove this wrong. But I can guarantee people are not going to come out to vote again. Nigerians will not go. 11th, just watch it. The funny Biafra people, they are started agitation. Oh, we told you, it's not going to hold. The truth of the matter that the P2B would have brought up the desired change, which we want, which everybody wants. But these guys are not ready for the change. When we are on social media campaigning, here we are on ground, making sure that change will never come. And the fact that Tinubu has already told you that we will reward, my party will keep on talking about my party. And it's like we are not paying attention. The only thing I can say that based on what the man has said, I am not expecting it has to take a divine intervention for us to see a true verdict, because I have never seen an African leader that was just out of office because there was electoral rigging. And I know that we are not mentally and emotionally ready to go into that. We can do it in the governorship, not the most juiciest seat in Africa, the Nigerian president. Tinubu, I know, cannot do that. That's one. On a final note, I'm not pessimistic, but I'm realistic. We will not take away this Supreme Court for granted. Remember what the guy just said, that the Supreme Court is not interested in how the election was rigged. They are going to do it in logical and principle. How can you get... And from what he was saying, he said that the problem we have, we thought that the Supreme Court is going to give you justice. And I believe him. He said the Supreme Court is going to read their law and they're going to interpret their law into the way they shoot them. If tomorrow there is something happening in the country, say, oh, let's look into it again. But based on the fact that all of us are saying, oh, we have evidences, we are going to the Supreme Court, it's going to uphold. Ask yourself, how many people that I know very well, these current Supreme Court judges, you can Google it, is controlled by the Fulanis, is controlled by the APC government. So in your very eye, Tinubu, I'm not wishing him that, I'm wishing him the best of luck. But Tinubu, if we face the reality, will not be able to sustain the heat in governing Nigeria. So, whoosness, Shatima.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Obi.
Go ahead.
TM, I think you open to window.
Am I echoing? Oh, so sorry.
Somebody's
It's only one I have.
Okay, go ahead. Is it better now? Can you hear me?
Obi.
Somebody's
Yeah, I can hear you.
Obi, we can hear you very well. TM, there's a problem with your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. But you can hear me now.
Yes.
Yeah. Someone want to ask me a question. Sorry about that. I think my television
To
was.
ask you a question. It's from Obi, not from me. If your TV is on, you can shut off. I don't know.
No, I switched off. It's not on.
Okay. Obi,
Okay.
Mute your mic. Let TV speak. Mute your mic.
Okay, mute your mic. Let me. The question I want to ask you, Obi, before, because you've come up to the level of Shetima. Let us play the devil's advocate. Obi goes to court and loses. Then Tinubu becomes. How do you envisage Nigeria to be? You can answer it anyhow because there's no one answer fits all. I just want to sample people's opinion.
I think it would be nice to have Ify to talk, if you let you.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. That's true, actually.
She's been here,
Okay, can I respond to your question?
Let Ify respond first, then you can go. Local P.
In response to what Obi said, Obi, in response to what you said earlier, like you said that the Supreme Court is being controlled by the Fulanis, yes. The Chief Justice of Federation was appointed by Tinubu, as a matter of fact. So that's why I'm kind of skeptical about, Obi going to court. I don't know how that's going to end up. Let's watch and see. What you said, what you are asking, CM, is going to be very interesting, honestly. And I agree with you. That's what I've been, talking with my sister. We don't know, honestly, what's going to happen. But one thing I know for sure, that at the end of the day, if anything happens to Tinubu, God forbid, I'm not praying that he die. But if anything happens and Shetima takes over, we are back to, Buhari regime. So that's what's going to happen. Let's go ahead and see.
That's what I call nemesis now. The South did it to the North.
Yeah, but we are the ones suffering. We are the ones suffering. So we are the ones.
But when the Yaradua Jonathan going to office, and the North was warning us like, you guys, the Jonathan went and ran again and won. So they didn't like that. So if this happens now, that is perfect symmetry. Like you can't make it up. So we can't just say because it's happening to us now we complain, because it happened to the Northerners. So that's just life, I guess. I think that if Tinubu is sorry, local P is going next. Sorry, you asked a question, isn't it?
No, he asked me a question, so I wanted to just summarize it with the answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Good question. Like if you rightly said, the whole agenda, I paid attention to APC rally. I was enjoying Tinubu's rally. People were watching Obi, because Obi, I know what Obi is already up to. But APC, I was enjoying their rally. And you, for any of you that didn't watch APC's rally, then you missed. APC is the symbolic of what Nigeria represents. The rally was so sweet. And it's a drama. When you see Tinubu work, you can say for real, that man, with all due respect, is not physically and mentally strong. He used to be a strong leader. But the man presently, I see a recap of what happened to Yaradua, repeating all over again. The same gang up. Less packaging. And the man was having fun. The man was not under pressure. The man was having fun all through the campaign. And in the celebration, I enjoy the Fulanis, the way they were celebrating it. Not even him as well. This is their victory. And the funny part is that we Southerners, we don't understand, let me use the Okadibo's words, the political arithmetic of Nigeria. El-Rufai was trying to tell us, we started shouting at him. El-Rufai said, they told me he didn't win, and we became emotional about it. And you know why he was saying that? That man, and so many of them, they had a master plan of how elections should be done and rigged in Nigeria. And that's why he said, Obi is a comedian. He said, no, he's an Hollywood artist. And we were attacking him. And if I believe, if they have allowed that man would have, he's a parrot, he would have speak more. But the way they attacked him, he remained silent. I think they cautioned him. Somebody talk about the population, and I'm saying it again. Our population is a scam. Nigeria is not any 200 million. That is let nobody deceive you. The population in this is in the south.
It's up.
We don't have data. National Population Commission in my local government. Last time I was in Nigeria, I went there. The director was laughing at me saying, we don't even have a file. Everything is just wash. I started laughing.
Which local government? If you don't mind me.
You want
Which
to know
local
my
government?
Occupy. So all I can say that as civilized and as
what is your evidence for what you are saying? You see, this type of stuff we say, we know full well that the North practices polygamy. We see them getting married a lot younger, having many children, and we still say that they don't have population. The child mortality rate has dropped recently. This is why Niger Republic, the population is growing rapidly, and that of the North is growing. The South should have been growing, but the problem with the South is that they're getting educated, and the women are copycatting the West, so they are not having as many children in the South.
No. Sorry, no, you got it wrong. The population, the Constitution of Nigeria was written by men in military. This Constitution was forced to the Nigerian people. The 99 Constitution.
I was referring to the population that you are saying that they don't have that much in the North. How does it
Who gave us the national population? Who gave you the population of Nigeria?
Because it was Nigerians under Obasanjo that carried out the census, not under another president.
See, my brother, we can go ahead about this conversation. I don't engage before I make this kind of statement. I do my research and I listen, not just because I hear people say, my brother, Nigeria was systematically designed. There's one of Fela's interview when he was alive. Fela said, Nigeria's problem can never be solved by Nigerians. And we could come to ourselves that Britain created Nigeria, and
don't go there. Don't even go there.
Wait,
don't
let
go
me
there.
I
consider that personally offensive. A grown man like you to say anything like that is going to be very offensive.
Okay. If you feel offended, I apologize. I will draw that statement. But however, it's on tape. Even though Felas said we didn't believe it, but sometime or someday we will come to realize that of the sport. Because as it were now, when Erufai told you that you are not going to win the election, we took offense. We said, don't go there. How dare him? Was Erufai right? Yes. Whether it was legal or illegal, he was right by saying that Obi do not have what it takes to win.
I disagree with you. You've been saying many things. We agree with you, but this same Erufai said Obi had a drop in the bucket in Lagos. Obi won Lagos, so Erufai cannot be used as a yardstick for anything. He's one bigoted, very tribalistic, hateful person. He said Obi cannot win how many states? Obi won the same number of states that his master won. So, this is I listened to Adam Soshomole today. He was saying, the only two parties in those states is Labour and APC. Which is not wrong, right? Because APC won 2 senatorial seats, Labour won 1, PDP won 0. What am I saying? This same person 2 months ago said Labour had only 4 people tweeting from a room. But these are politicians. When they speak, you can't use their word for anything. You just go back. I'm telling you. You just go back. See, what can save us as people? You got to understand what we're doing here. We're having a mental exercise, but people will go back and watch some of this. And what we need to do is, because many of us live abroad, we know where the correct processes are and where processes work. And we are able to give confidence to our youth. I tell people, this youth, you see the people, not us, our generation failed. I'm telling you. And the generation of our fathers, complete failures, grandfathers, failures. The people who are standing up, they just allow me to, the people who have stood up, apart from Ali Must Go in the 80s, the next time that young people stood up, even the young people that stood up, is NSAS and stood up against the government and said, kill us. But we are, look, people were cooking on the road in Benin, the highway. They will bring pots and sit down and they will party. And the children held this country hostage for days. And everybody, if they had leadership, they would have kicked out. It would have been Arab Spring. They just didn't have a good direction. And somebody said, "Oh, you're on Twitter." Everything was organized on Twitter. If you realize what has happened recently, all politicians have returned to Twitter. Sowolu is now on Twitter begging people to vote for him. Soludo has now started begging obedience to vote for him. These are the people, he said, these people are nothing. They are like, what's his name? The other NMPP man said the Santo Libasot. He won only one state, though.
Okay, you know, okay, sorry, I have to go now. I have to go now.
No. Let me just land on the point. You know, you've been talking. See,
no, I need to go. I want to answer the question.
Let me just land there.
Everybody, I want you to answer me the question as you are landing.
Let me just land, then we'll go to the question. I'll lose my train of thought. You see, we're talking about technology. Without technology, Obi would not have a case. Look, you say, you know, I have a camera. I have cameras all over my house. It doesn't mean my door, sometimes I leave it open and go to bed. You can come to my house and steal something and go home. But because I have a camera, I will take you to the police. They will scan your face and they will find you. And then you answer, you come, justice will take place. That's technology. You've done the deed. Tinubu has taken the pride, but everybody knows that he's not been sworn in. The only reason Obi has any case is because of the technology that INEC has. If you look at what happened in Rivers State, even APC people I watched on Arise today said it's a sham, because even if you look at the IREV, the results that INEC is uploading by itself is not the same result that they announced. So somebody telling me, look, technology has reduced the number of voting population in Nigeria over the years, you know, because we're not getting it right. People before, let me tell you, in the 80s, when all this, you had MPN and MPP and UPN, what they did in 79, they were writing results. That's why Felasan also put, they will put, when 10 people vote, they will go and put two zeros and it becomes 1,000. Then, when after 1999, they started using the last election, that what they did was incident form. They used incident form. They couldn't use incident form this time. If you look at the, you know, the voting population in Borno voted almost 1 million in 2019. Do you know? Have you looked at Borno's voting population with their son being on the ballot? It was about 400,000. Beavers got their voting pop. Let me tell you, without Beavers, Tinubu's vote would have been 15 million. Can't quote me anywhere, but ask your question.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to run. I'm sorry. See, my question.
There's something I tell you about El-Rufai before you answer your question. Let me tell you something. Remember, El-Rufai said P2B imprisoned, sort of detained him during Anambra election in 2014 or thereabout. When eventually it was the DSS, and El-Rufai went to TV to say the DSS, when he went to Anambra to observe the election, DSS detained him in his hotel room. But because P2B is running for election, he said it was P2B that did it. P2B had to go to Kaduna when they did this and then debunked it. So whatever Rufai says, sometimes you take it with a pinch of salt. You can go, that's all.
Yeah. I think we debated. I just cited El-Rufai as a case. Not that it's the main topic of what we are discussing. Odi, I want you to answer this and answer with good conscience based on the reality on ground. Just, do you believe I supported Obi? I invested, I contributed to Obi's campaign. Not because he's an Igbo man. But whenever Obi speaks, you can see a man, I'm very, very emotional. He talks in a way that I don't even see a northerner as a northerner, or I see myself as one Nigerian. I see Obi as a unifier. But even as that, I'm always faced the reality based on the geographical area we are all coming from. Ask yourself and be honest with yourself. Tinubu you are seeing today and the APC you are seeing today, and based on the testimony of friends that came to this forum about the way our Supreme Court, I never knew that's how the Supreme Court cases are being heard. Based on the man's testimony and based on what we know about Nigeria and based on the personality of Tinubu, do you think that Obi will unseat Tinubu?
No.
That's my question. If you can answer that.
Do you think Obi has what? Sorry,
Yes.
you broke
Do
up.
you
Somebody.
think that Obi under Tinubu's Supreme Court, Obi will unseat him?
No, hold on. Okay, so that's a very good question. But that is the way it's framed is a little bit. It's not Tinubu's Supreme Court. This is kind of how I poor people talk. With all due respect, my brother Obi, you've been very very spot on. I'm just saying, like when Samuel Ikpa is talking, Simon Ikpa, that he just throws people under the bus, and it's not Tinubu's Supreme Court. He did not appoint Ariwola. Is Buhari. This is Nigerian Supreme Court. They are not perfect. They are very suspicious. All of us are very concerned about the judgment that have been making over the past few years. But you need to understand something. And look, when you come to a court, it's based on evidence. You can't, and technicalities. So that's why he needs lawyers and not people like me. What we are just trying to do is mental exercise, right? No, when nobody has ever believed in that man, Obi. When I tell my friends, I say, in secondary school, you have people like him who talk very quietly, they go ahead and become senior prefects. And you wonder how these people did it. These people will tomorrow become captains of industries. Look at Obi, the kind of person he has been. He's the man of destiny. I don't believe in making conjectures. But look at what he did in Anambra. He changed politics in Nigeria. He has changed. Obi is somebody that no matter what happens, he will be studied. He will be remembered in the history of Nigeria forever. He's the one that for the first time decided to, when Obi was kicked out by PDP, I said, who is this man? He should rest. The man stayed in court for 3 years. This same Supreme Court brought him back. They were worse than what we have now. They brought him back. They impeached him. After impeachment, do you know that the interpretation of impeachment is that the House of Assembly has final jurisdiction, kind of. It was almost impossible that somebody that is impeached by a house can be brought by Supreme Court. But do you know what Supreme Court did? They said you can impeach him, but did you follow your own set guidelines? The guidelines of the Anambra House to impeach him. And that's how they brought Obi back. Obi went to court again when, to interpret his term and say, no, this is when I started. Everybody knows this story. Now we are in a state whereby Obi left PDP and everybody said, this man is nothing. When you look at Obi's press conferences and you see this is just small person, and where is this guy coming from? This man, for the first time, has united the East, the Southeast, is united the Middle Belt, united the, even the youth of the Southwest for the first time in Nigeria, and even the Christian did not. And people are still doubting this man. When this man, somebody was saying, I said, you think you know politics more than Obi? I don't know politics more than Obi. I don't know. Obi was going to Mubi. I was following all his campaigns. That's when I started knowing, there are Christians here, there are people here. He systematically went to the north and went to everywhere. Obi knows what he's doing more than us. He understands the electoral law more than us. And now we have IREV, that INEC is essentially uploading evidence that we used against them in the courts on the internet because they don't have a choice. What they did was very hasty. You know, when you steal and you make mistakes, the question is, the question to even be asked is whether Supreme Court would declare him president by the time they do, because there are many overvotings. If you have you looked at IREF before? I have, actually. I've gone to look at the things that they posted. It's shameful. Even primary school students will not make mistakes that INEC made on their own. You can't say that 3,000 people registered in this place and you have 4,000 votes. So essentially that rules out that polling unit. You understand? That's what they did in the Southwest, in Ondo and Ekiti. That's what they did. So, you know, one person, you see where one person signed for PDP, APC, and Labour as party agents. You know, so it's like, how did these people even make this kind of mistakes? So, you know, but the short answer is, we don't know. We're going to wait and see what happens. But the children, you see these children, do you know what? Have you been on Twitter lately? They are posting all the pictures of the justices of the Supreme Court online. They are making them celebrities, all of them. Nobody knew these people. These children are more smart than us. They are trending. The Supreme Court justices are trending on Twitter now. And when you say they don't have power, you remember the United States, one of their junior officers or senior guys went to congratulate Tinubu. Obedience attacked the man. The US ambassador was this morning, came out and said, you know, and now that's the tension. And go and read her, you know, statement. It was now a more moderated statement, not congratulating Tinubu. What she said is, you know, they understand that there are flaws in the election, that he mentioned Obi is, you know, doing the right thing to prosecute this in court. What I'm saying is that we don't know what will happen. Nigeria may change this time, but even if, no matter what happens, people have made a big point. These children, not us, because trust me, we all ran away because we had an opportunity. I don't blame anybody. You know, these children, they have nowhere to go. They have beat them and they have trapped them, and they have to fight back for their country. You know, but I'll rest my case here.
Obi, how I will answer you is this. P2B will win, and these are my reason. That's at the Supreme Court. In Anambra State, like we've made to know, the authority or the procedure for impeaching a governor will be from the House of Assembly. The House of Assembly impeached P2B, and everybody felt it was a job well done because it is their statutory duty to do such things. But when P2B went to Supreme Court, like we had now, Supreme Court has to refer that though the House of Assembly has the right to do it, but they didn't follow the procedure very well. Therefore, it was faulted. Now, it is the duty of INEC to announce the winner of a result. It is their duty. Nobody is doubting it. So I feel that this time P2B is going to challenge INEC for setting aside their own procedure, because this is a process of before you get to announce a result. You've said that you are using beavers and you've tried it in 4 states and they worked and you followed it religiously. That of Osun State, it wasn't handwritten. That of Anambra that brought Soludo, the same. Ekiti, the same. Edo that gave Oshomole, gave Obaseki second term, the same way. In other words, you cannot, before you announce Adeleke as the winner, the result is already on your server. The same thing, before you announce Soludo as the winner, you've uploaded everything. But in this case, you've not uploaded anything and you're announcing Tinubu. So that is a breach of your own rule. So if Supreme Court can bend backwards to tell Anambra House of Assembly, yes, it is your right to impeach a governor. But did you follow the laid down procedure? very well. So that is why they returned Obi. So this time, INEC, it is your right to announce a result. But these are your processes and procedure. Did you follow it religiously? No. And has there been substantial breach? Yes. As a result of that breach, will it affect the outcome of the result? Yes. So, in a nutshell, that is my own. I'm not a Supreme Court. They may lose, but from my own court, the way I understand it, I feel P2B based on this technicality, based on like this, may we win. Particularly if finance, to set aside Tinubu's declaration. I may be wrong, but at least quote me. This is the way I can interpret it. If it's based on precedent, we've done. Supreme Court can go back and say, though it is your right to do this, but did you follow the way it should be? They didn't. So why should you set aside? Because you can always cite these beavers in Anambra, Edo, Ekiti, and Oshun. That is where, let me just give others the chance. So, but this is what I feel.
Okay, all right. You guys have tried. I have to take my leave, but on a very serious note, I was thinking the same way you and Odi was thinking about it, but after hearing Prince today, what he said, the way they argue, I don't live in Nigeria. I don't know much about the Nigerian legal system, but I can testify that I know a bit of how the legal system of the United States, how the Supreme Court argues, is pure different from what Prince said today. And knowing Tinubu and knowing APC and the way we approve I'll be so happy if that, because it will be the first Africa will recover. I'm still researching. I haven't seen it happen in any African country. But if Nigeria can break that, trust me, I'll be very happy. I will celebrate it even here and beyond.
Just be upbeat, everybody, not just you, even me.
Yeah.
That I've said that I've reasoned this way does not mean that it will work out this way. But I'm hoping. It's just hope that after said all this, is God just make the Supreme Court to say, look, this time let us get it right, because the rest of Africa, not just anyway, let me just say, at least the rest of Nigeria, everybody is waiting to see. Because
no, you are right. Africans are initially I wasn't interested in on this thing. Trust me, I gave up. Like I said, it's a personal experience. I gave up on Nigeria, but Obi and some of our African brothers.
Okay, you give up on Nigeria. You give up on Nigeria.
My brother is a personal.
Anyway, it's
all of us.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Me, I'm giving up.
Wait. How you take give up on your country? We will not get hard to.
No, understand what I'm saying. See, it's a public domain. Like I said, I'm not proud to say it, but a time will come in your life. You don't know people's story. You don't know what people have gone through. It's not true. I will not advise anybody to do what I did. That would be stupid. Okay. But I'm telling you, even though I did it, or I said, as I'm talking to you now, I don't even have a Nigerian passport. It's so shameful. So, but listen.
There's no booklet. There's no
booklet.
No. That's not true.
Listen. You will not believe. I'm not the only one. And let me say it categorically.
At what price?
A lot of people don't need to come to Nigeria. A lot of people have already wanted to invest. We're talking about business opportunities. Obi has start saying the things that a lot of diaspora people in their mind, you work and make a little saving. You work and make a little saving. Where can you invest it? Obi begin to teach us the economies, the same economies that you've been taught in a college class here. And what is the economies? The land. We just begin to conscientize our people why we should invest in Africa. Let me be honest with you. A lot of Africans will say, oh, if Nigeria can get it right, we are going back to Africa. Everybody, including African Americans, they were still like in this man. Yeah, and that is why apart from
that's why I don't lose hope.
Yes. Obi is the only first African that I know. I don't want to say it on social media. I know how much I contributed towards Obi's campaign. All I'm saying that I'm so proud I did it, and I'm going to do more. The man has beyond Nigeria is a vision, and somebody like Obi, it costs once in a lifetime. That man doesn't come every year. It comes once in a lifetime. It's not. I'm not saying this because I'm an Igbo man or because I didn't come out to start campaigning, but I know my resources campaign for me. We campaign in different form, and I know that a lot of people will different.
Obi, do you know that those Supreme Court judges, they're also facing the reality of Nigeria, everyday reality, even their people. And they must have listened to Obi, though they are judges, they will also listen to Obi's campaign and see what the man is proposing to do. Do you think, because sometimes this law, yes,
$1 million, they change people mindset to $1 million to change your mindset.
No.
This boy, they are demon for hell. They are demon
no,
for
wait.
Look,
No,
what you said.
Let us
what
play
you
the
said,
other side. We've already known that Nigerian judiciary is corrupt. We all know that. But what I'm trying to say is that, given the type of, like Obi saying, the way Obi emerged on the scene and the promises he represents, these Supreme Court judges, they live in Nigeria. They breathe. Oh, it's gone. They breathe Nigerians' air. They also face the economic realities of Nigeria. They might just say, look, why should we deny this man the opportunity to rebuild Nigeria that they will even benefit from? But then, Nigeria is what it is. You never know what is in their mind. So all these ones is just permutation.
You tell them, I'll tell you, every man has a price. Every man has a price.
But sometimes you think of your place in history and then forget about the price.
The price may not be monetary.
Yeah, sorry, I was kicked out. Like.
Did you hear me?
Might not want to do anything, and if they see that the life of your family is in danger, emotionally they will just break down and give up. And give in, sorry. You understand? So it might not be more. That's why I say every man has a price. So we tell you, just go and do like those days in the university. They'll say a lecturer messed up. They want to go and deal with the lecturer. They want to kill him. They will do shoot and miss. They don't want to kill. They'll do shoot and miss. You understand? The shoot and miss is like setting a warning. Like hey. So people are desperate. Especially when I see people from, as in they are dining with demons. They have fear that they are flying. Those people we see like those politicians, they are flying.
Okay. Let me nudge us in another direction. You see, we are just painting a scenario and just imagine, just like we are imagining a scenario. Obi, then we've done all this with all our prayers and everything. Eventually, Obi lost, and then Tinubu is in, and then it's happening that it works out the way we are saying. We get Shetima instead of Tinubu. For one thing happens. Let me just to paint a situation. Do you not think that the agitation this time will be a bit justified? A bit, the agitation. Do you think so?
I like that position. Like for me, I know Rudolph well because he lives in New York and stuff like that. I tried not to be partisans, as it were. And when I say people, you don't know people's story, it's not that I'm hiding away from my country. I'm still an Igbo man. Sometimes I attend Igbo meeting, but the kind of work I do, you are not allowed to have two passports. It's not. So see, Nigeria felt me as when I needed them more. So my loyalty is for here that is paying my bills and putting table food before me and my family. But even as that, I have not stopped engaging. I have relatives, I have friends in Nigeria. But back to the question you just asked. Why is spending me? Why
there is no single correct answer. We just
no.
what you think.
No. Why this thing is spending me is that when Obi speak, I've never seen a Nigerian leader. Get me very well. I know I'm very emotional, but when Obi, I don't like watching Obi. When I watch Obi, I feel tears coming out of my eyes. Naturally, the man knows how to walk into my mind, and he's saying the things ordinary I cannot say outside. And this man has the audacity to say it the way it is. And he's not saying it from the arrogant point of view. He's saying it as humble and as simple as it could be. This is a man for the first time. Did you realize that ever since Obi started this campaign, a lot of people, including some of my friends that doesn't believe in one Nigeria, they say, man, this Obi is trying to make us to come back to Nigeria again. You can see they say it and they say it loudly. Nobody was talking about Biafra this. Nobody was talking about Oduduwa. People, we are talking about Nigeria. And for the first time, I see the Yoruba. That's what I'm saying. This is a calculated attack by the corrupt system not to allow this change to come. I saw a Nigerian that running around, not because he's an Igbo man. I had never seen a Yoruba support that Obi has received. Obi received so much support from our brother from the west, our brother from the north. So, who rigged the election? That's the question. What happened? If this man has even the middle belt, and when I knew that Obi, like my brother said, they said it's a divine, it's kind of divine, which I still believe that is the divine. That's why I said, do you believe? Odi, let me say it. I asked you that question, I'm giving my answer. Obi will not get any justice in that Supreme Court unless God authorize it. It will take the divine intervention of God for God to do it in his own way, not because we are better people. But God has seen that this is the last chance for us to get it right. And that is where my answer is, not because somebody is going to present evidence. Even with that evidence, in Nigeria is the only place somebody will look at this color and say, this is not black, it's white. And you know that this color is white. He's telling it's not white, it's black. The Nigerian system is a typical case of wheat. He will be looking at you and he will lie to you. And looking at you, it's a lie.
My brother Obi, it's funny that you have the same name as Obi. It's nice to point that out. Maybe that's why you're very emotional. We are very emotional. We live here. We're Americans. But still, we love our country. Even if I don't visit Nigeria again, I would like life to be better for our people over there. So my whole point, there's something, the question, the way you answered is not different from what me and CM said. There is still, you're leaving a possibility that he may still get it, right? And this is our hope, but I need you to, it's very important to know something. In the history of Nigeria, there has never been a case like this. The closest that Supreme Court came to, getting a case like this was in 1979. When the case of Shagari, when they went in favor of MPN, because Shagari did not make the two-thirds in the then, I think it was 19 states. That was very, very controversial. Look at what is going on in this, and if you look at what Shagari did, Shagari won way more states than UPN, MPP, and it was PRP. That's Aminu Kanu's party. There were 4 major people in the election. This election, what has happened is, forward to 2023, there's technology now, because there were no obedience then taking pictures with video. This one, have you seen the video of LOP 1, LOP 24? So people made videos of this, and this is what I told my friends was going to happen in this election. People made videos of the polling of events that happened real time on that day in many states, at least in the north, and some places, in the south, and some places in Middle Belt, and we didn't get too much of the north. My brother, when you are presented with, this is a government where you have 3 people winning equally, one third, and you now want to go and mess with it, and the young people have had enough, banditry, banditry has started again. They started kidnapping people again in the Middle Belt as at yesterday, because they have brought the old notes again. So the business has started. It's now, back to regular programming, in Nigeria. So
they stopped paying with Gary, eh? Oh no. That's the thing that they would have had to take back some Gary for payment. That's why they didn't like the disease anymore.
So it's back to regular groove. I'm telling you, if you, what is this election, this Supreme Court judgment? I see when Nnamdi Kanu goes to court, you know how IPOB people will go to the courts. Yes. If you think that the judge and the people doing that are not taking note of that, then these people are human beings. Any day Obi will go to court, these children will flood Abuja.
I think so.
Remember, the Abuja Obi won 60% of the vote in Abuja. That's unprecedented. Yeah. The people that crafted 1999 Constitution. No, we'll come to that. Hold on. The guys that crafted 1999 Constitution, is the military north, right?
Yeah.
They crafted that, they put that on Abuja, thinking that, it would be hard for somebody in the south.
From the south to win in the north. Yes. To win in Abuja,
what has happened is that because they have locked down our southeast and the south, we have gone to Abuja to get the proceeds, to meet them there. To go and groove. Like people say, oh, Igbo people are marginalized. I tell them, people who don't know the Igbo man. The Igbo man, what you're marginalizing is the piece of land in the southeast. But the Igbo man owns Abuja and owns Lagos. I'm not saying literally. They own many of the property investment. And people have left. Why would I live in Mbise or in Owerri or in Mbitolu when I can go to Suleja or go to Asokoro and just hang around one senator who doesn't know anything and show him what to do with his money? So what has happened is that for every 3 people you see in Abuja walking around, 2 people voted for Obi. Trust me. The day they will go for those the court proceedings, the judges, their wives will call them and say, my husband, be very careful with these children. They are circulating they are making you celebrity online, and they are watching everywhere, and they are full. Trust me, and they present you evidence that, and I think it's Supreme Court, there are 7 of them.
Yeah.
All you need is just majority. You need 4. Against you or for you. You don't need all of them to agree.
I think they are to 13. Is it not? Supreme Court judges. I think
they see like 7.
No, Supreme is 7. Court of Appeal is 5.
Yeah, it's 7. 7 people. Okay. So what you need is 4 to win. You don't need all of them to agree. If you look at what happened in the Oshun Tribunal, the 4 people, there were 3 of them. They just had 2 people agree, and then that's it. So it's majority carries. I'm telling you, these children, oh my God, if you think that they are going to leave them to just do their thing, if you go to Twitter now and see what's going on, Facebook is not active. And all these countries, DSS, they will be advising the judges now. Everybody that knows the judges will be telling them, look, be careful, be careful. When they present you paper evidence, because before Wike went to do abracadabra and use pen to cross out, to remove, if you see Manchester United won 7, they won them 7-0. And if you see what they are doing online, the children, they'll put 1 in front of the 0 and say it's 10-7. That's what Wike did now. By the time you bring the 7-0 and somebody brings 10-7 and you want to take 10-7, don't you know that you're jeopardizing your life and your family? Because the children may trash the country now, because if they have built a good case, and remember, out of those 7, one person will write a discerning, sorry, let me just 1 second. If in the Supreme, how they do this thing is that the majority will write the opinion and minority will write the opinion. If they make a mistake and the minority writes a scatting opinion, these children may trash the country. I'm not saying I don't know,
but who says that the Christians didn't help write this in the constitution? So Nigeria has 7 Supreme Court justices. Something tells me that Christians have something to do with that, because if it's not 7, it's going to be 12, or if it's not 3, it's going to be something else. That's how you know. That's how you know Christians were present when you were writing that thing. That's number 7, because America had 9. You see what I mean?
You see, I'm happy, forefather. I'm happy you are the nationalists, you are the Nigerians, you are the true Nigerians had now. I wanted to speak it in Igbo. You don't even know how many days. I got to tell you everything about Nigeria is a shambles. I thought it was a 7. Now I'm hearing 13, I'm hearing 14, and we don't know. It's a funny situation.
I think it's somebody in Nigeria.
The list I have here. The list I have here is saying 13 from the Google. I mean, from a Wikipedia. It says 13. Supreme Court judges. 13. I have the list.
Oh my God!
I have
Who chose 13?
It's on Google.
Supreme Court Nigeria, number of positions.
And then
they have 7.
Why are we saying 21 too?
21
positions. 21 number of positions. I don't know what that means. Supreme Court of Nigeria.
Number
of positions 21. That's the possible. Yeah, the names. Yeah, current justices. That's 1, 2.
Current. They are 13.
Yeah, you're right. It's 13 that is currently present. So, but they have 13. Up to 21
I got
positions.
That is it could be increased to 21. I know about that. I know it could be because always the odd number. But the thing is this: in all these things,
I thought it was 7. I would have said Christians were present. Yeah, but clearly they were not.
I have to take my leave. Thanks so much.
Yeah, nice one. Okay. And see, Obi, you have a right to your opinion. Don't take it too personal that I said I was offended when you were talking about the colonial thing. I felt like I was shutting you down for.
No. I understand. And to be honest, some people felt otherwise. Just like when Awolowo said, our country is a geographical location, and people get offended. Some of these words.
Isn't that what nations are? Sometimes people just say stuff. That's what nations are. They are geographical expression, political expression, cultural expression, all kinds of expressions.
That's not saying that whether it's true or not.
Whether qualified his own. He did not just say Nigeria is a mere geographical expression and stop at that. He said Nigeria is just a mere geographical expression, not a nation. In the way you talk of the Irish, the French. He mentioned the 4 countries: Irish, the English, the French, and the. So that is his sentence. That is the way he put it. So he qualified it because if you hold him responsible, you say, look, why not say the whole sentence so that people will get the context or the meaning? No, it's true.
Yeah,
he's a lawyer. I will always say a lawyer.
All these forefathers are delivered us failure, and see, I like what the Odi said when he said the older forefathers were even worse than the ones that late in the 60s. Because it is true, they delivered us failure, and all the sort of things that they are doing, instead of them to be looking at the world they are in, they are still thinking about, the 50 years ago, 100 years ago of their time. Instead of them to be looking at the world for what it truly is. Look at what the world is right now. The whole world is leaving us behind.
Yeah, I know.
Today, you still see our politicians saying, our politicians come here and still tell us that, you know what, our people are like that. Let's us change our ways. When you should be thinking about putting real actions in place to change stuff. This is life and death here. We just take life for granted. I don't understand it.
Let's get the basics right. Let's get the basics. We are still at the basics.
Sometimes you need to take drastic action. You need to take drastic action to change this. All this kind of really washy kind of stuff. Encho was telling him, what can we do to actually ensure that elections are not like the people have to change. People will change.
But
will not change.
Hold on. But that is what Obi. Listen, that is
You have
what
to make them
attracted.
change.
Listen, that is what attracted me to the Obi, to me and so many people. Listen, look at what Obi is saying. Look at Obi's summary message. I'm not gonna change Nigeria overnight. Obi is simply saying that the whole world is going nuts. The whole world is on a trend going to north. The Nigerian trend is going south. So what Obi is doing, or what Obi proposed to do, is to help us turn the trend that is heading towards south to the right direction where the world is going. And but unfortunately, the people who are inside that trend say, Obi, we don't want it like that because we are heading to south. We are comfortable going to south. Whereas the rest of the world is moving towards the north. So that is the proposal Obi is giving. Because some of us are thinking that if Obi is going to change our system overnight. No. It's trying to direct us to the right direction that will start resting like human beings.
You know
and
what
that's
I
why
think?
the starting point is to correct the anomaly of the election. The
Let me just say
starting
this
point
about
is this
Peter Obi.
election.
Let me just say this about Peter Obi. I think he has the power to transform the country even when he is not in office. Because when I heard him make that that press conference, when he was in that press conference, the way he sounded, the kind of things he was talking about, he was setting good examples for his followers and maybe even the ones that didn't vote for him. Because most people that, even if they supported Tinubu, they will not follow Tinubu's example because they see him as somebody that grasps power and does it anyhow. But if you look at Peter Obi, you can see that this guy is decent, and if you follow his example, you are likely to get a better nation out of it. That's even the people will be better behaved, and that is what makes Tinubu Peter Obi very powerful right now. If they don't corrupt him, if they don't find a way to damage his image on one thing or the other, he will be a president in waiting by the time the next election comes. Because Tinubu, remember, most people didn't vote for Tinubu. About 63% of Nigerians didn't vote for him. And if he doesn't perform, because of Peter Obi's presence there, if he doesn't perform, Peter Obi will be president in waiting. Because he's worried about Peter Obi, he may have to perform even better. Because sometimes you can be in office, but you don't control the narrative. And I think Peter Obi has the opportunity to take over the narrative of Nigeria.
How many people will survive? One moment. How many people will survive Tinubu's regime? How many Nigerians?
Yes, we don't know what Peter Obi does. If Peter Obi can influence you know, CM, you are in the UK now. You saw what Nigel Farage did. He wasn't even in the House of Parliament. He didn't get anywhere. But this guy dragged the UK out of the European Union. So you can, if people believe in you, you can change the narrative on the ground. The government will be doing your bidding without even knowing it.
Let me come in here.
Majority of people in Nigeria, they benefit from the negative state of Nigeria. Majority. You understand? The benefit from the negative state of Nigeria. That's why, in line with what you are saying, that people are not willing to change. Sorry, what Obi said, Mr. Obi said that they are not willing to change. They want to be in that south direction that they are facing because it benefits them a lot. And I will tell you, look at the so-called online wealth being created. We have many youth right now. Nobody wants to go to follow their first degree profession again. Everybody wants to be online influencer because now they not believe money is there. You understand? Everybody wants to have different kind of street job, create and make money. So before you know it, most of them are even putting their hands in bad stuff. Before you go, okay, don't even know. And I also like to please, for this coming election with Obi's support and whatever, we should also try and keep the fire flaming, because we want a better Nigeria. So we shouldn't go back with the force with which you are voting right now, please. That's it.
Judean, what are you saying?
Yeah, what I wanted to say, or what I want to say is that forefather speaks as if we have given up hope, as if Obi is not going to reclaim his mandate that has been overwhelmingly given by Nigerians. Surely he's going to reclaim his mandate, and I'm not going to be among those defeatists that believe Nigeria can still afford to spend another 4 years in this kind of torturous condition, in this kind of hellish condition in Nigeria, and we all know the person who has stolen, a thief cannot steal something and in turn use that thing he has stolen to benefit the people whom he has stolen it from. It's not possible. It has never happened in the history of mankind. Okay, we all know the antecedent of the person who has stolen the votes. Look at Lagos. If you want to see the picture of Nigeria in the next 4 years, just look at Lagos. Look at Lagos in terms of how many Agberu, how many area boys, how many towns that are all over Lagos. Look at Lagos and tell me which state in Nigeria would you be driving home from work in a 4-hour dreadlock traffic jam, and you even with your glasses roll over, it will still be broken, and your your wristwatches, your necklaces will still be snatched off from you. Wow. Which state in Nigeria other than Lagos? Which state in Nigeria other than in Lagos will you be driving and you get to a point where there is no signpost that say don't park here, and these Agberus, Tinubu Agberus are stationed everywhere and they're waiting for you to park, and immediately you see them jumping out and say, Oga, you're not supposed to start. Oga, move, park here. Oga, then you will be, it's either they will screw your tire up if you didn't pay them and you wind up. This thing happened to me a few just about this time last year.
You are trying to raise money for the state.
When some of us stay in this Western world, it will become so empathetic of what our people living in Nigeria, knowing that which airport in the world, most of us travel a lot. Which airport in the world have you ever seen where the airport where you go and pick up passenger and drop off and move that has been commercialized? Go to Airport in Lagos. I traveled by about this same time last year. I traveled to Port Harcourt and I came back. My brother was to come and pick me at MM2 Airport, and all these Agberus were there. So many, even officers were there. And then immediately my brother parked. I jumped into the car, and before you know it, they say stop. My brother said, let us pay. I am not.
He doesn't like to pay anybody money. He doesn't like to pay police people money. He doesn't like to pay anybody money. You know, if you spread the wealth,
Nigeria is going to be, because all these people are the people. One second, my brother, let me finish. All these people are the people that are being rewarded at Tinubu's Agberu that he has used in this election, and they are going to be rewarded nationally now. In fact, I learned that they have already taken their headquarters to Abuja to welcome their king of Agberu, which is Tinubu.
Juden, please, the optimism you have about P2B, most of us, if not all of us, have that same optimism that he will recover his mandate. But because we are dealing with a corrupt and decadent Nigeria, please make allowance for the other side.
The only allowance I'm going to make is let us break up. Let everybody go their way. Personally, I cannot afford to see people continue to suffer for another 4 years.
They just came through an election that was heavily rigged. What makes you think the process has ended?
Juden, listen. Remember what I said first. I said the optimism you have that P2B will reclaim his mandate and start putting things in order, so that all this, like this experience you have, it will start diminishing. We all have it. Everybody, all of us here, even beyond, we want things to be done right. That's what we've been discussing all evening. But given the fact that, remember, you are talking of Nigeria, please, at least 1%, the other side, P2B mind, they may say, let the worst happen. Tinubu is going in. We're already discussing if Tinubu gets in. That's what we are discussing. Do you understand? It's not that we've given up hope on people. We didn't.
Yes, I
no.
understand.
It's true because why I'm saying this is that Nigeria is a place where the possible is impossible.
The unthinkable
Then, or something like that. So when you if you put all your hope that when it goes there, everything the case is so crystal clear. Obi will just they just say discharge, take it. You may, instead of you to suffer heart attack, then it's better you make a little bit of allowance that okay, maybe this will happen because you are dealing with Nigeria. So in that case, that's what I'm trying to advise you. That's it. I know.
I understand.
That's what
I understand, my brother, but let me at the same time spell out to our people, especially those youth that have persevered through thick and thin, for the past 6 months or so, okay, coming all over the street, raising awareness and everything, canvassing, and then came out in mass and did their best to select the person they want to move them forward. Since many people, many of these roads don't want to move forward, they want to continue to station their train to be going southwards, while the entire world is going northwards. Now, the truth of the matter is this, and what is going to befall them. If eventually this man continues, number one, the Agberus in Nigeria will increase exponentially, because Tinubu and his cohorts, they work with Agberus because they are themselves as senior Agberus, right? They work with Agberus and gangsters. The likes of Olumo, whatever they call him, they will increase. That is Olumo. Number two, if Labour Party fails to capture Lagos and the throne, what is that? Sango-Olu, the Asiwaju puppet in Lagos. Trust me, the atrocities in that Lagos will multiply 10 times, and the Agberus in Lagos will be more emboldened. Okay. Yes. In fact, they are going to fight everybody that did not vote for Asiwaju, that dared to challenge them. So there is so much at stake. And then again, tell me how the youth will again come out in Nigeria to come and vote, knowing that how they came out and expressed their franchise. And they did not prevail.
Hold on, Jude. But this thing you're complaining about, the Agberus, what you describe of them is that they are taking money from you to give to the state. Maybe they are tax collectors, But I remember in Lagos. Hold on. I remember that in Lagos, there is this. Every area has the way they just come. But okay, let's put it this way: Tinubu is a kind of let's say his leadership. For what we know, the people around him are quite capable. Let's face it. From El-Rufai, all these crazies that are around him, they are actually quite competent human beings.
Are you kidding? El-Rufai capable? Look at what is happening in there.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
Abuja have oh my God. El-Rufai help develop Abuja. Come on, man. El-Rufai help develop Abuja.
El-Rufai that gives money to terrorists.
What did it? Jesus Christ! Oh God!
Forefathers. One-on-one. Let's do one-on-one. Okay.
The way you think.
Apart from P2B, hold on. Apart from P2B, one-on-one. Pick another person around Tinubu and compare to who is around P2B. Who else? In terms of competence, it's similar. They are not that different. It's only the leaders that are key.
No. Listen, forefathers, please. If Tinubu,
why are you saying that? Why are you saying that? Is it not a
Tinubu, forefathers, listen. If Tinubu is in Abuja as president, Tinubu working with El-Rufai is at a different level compared with Tinubu and the Agberu, their own government. That's what we are trying to paint. Tinubu, El-Rufai will come.
Has national army for his Agberu now, so he doesn't need those.
Look at you.
The Agberos will now know that they have somebody in Asolo.
Change his color.
Is it? Jude,
does it change his color?
Jude is on the spectrum. One minute he will talk about Biafra. Then that day when
the truth of the matter is, when
the numbers are coming in. Hold on.
Who are very retrogressive in thinking, with people who will see light and try to compare light with darkness. How can you compare those around Obi with those around the Tinubu? Number one, okay, look at.
Why not? Okay, name them.
Do you have idea how many billions Do you have idea how many billions of naira Tinubu has spent in this election? And what do you think he's going to do? Number one, the very first 2-3 years, he's going to try to recoup all of those money.
Alpha beta.
Number two,
Alpha beta.
his son, Alpha beta. He will alphabetize the entire Nigerian treasury.
Oh God!
I'm collecting 15% of Nigeria.
God help us on that one.
You see the crude oil theft we are talking about. It will be multiplied 10 times. You will not even have a dime from oil in Nigeria.
We don't. All these things we are saying is not 100% certain. That
is the problem right there. You want to wait until things happen before you.
No. I'm not saying I want to wait, but sometimes you have to always give.
You don't need to. You can only see.
You have to give room. He's an old man now.
You can see somebody from the antecedent. Even if he's an old man, remember everybody around him that voted for him. If any of them
had a raw deal with Agbero in Lagos.
It will only take a rogue, somebody of dark mind, a thief, to vote for a thief. That is
think about it now. When people voted for Abiola, did you think Abiola was a bad leader? Do you think he would have made a bad leader?
Guys,
Abiola stole a lot.
Arise TV. They have started putting
I'm going to take my leave, but I just want to make just a quick comment. I always like coming here. It's always nice to, brainstorm with, fellow, citizens. You guys are awesome. I can feel the passion. You can even see Peter B on Judy's background.
I wasn't even Peter B. I never supported Peter B.
I know,
the
but
person
you
I support was Showore. In fact, Showore is still my candidate. It's just that there is no point.
Showore is still your candidate.
But it's also on a good day. On a bad day, it's from Biafra.
If Showore is your candidate,
he moves all over the place.
I don't move. Let me tell you the reason.
How can you support Showore when you are doing Biafra at the same time? That's not how it works.
My final comment, was going to be on this issue you raised about, how can someone vote for a thief if he's not a thief? I don't think it's very clear cut. If you look at the history of Showore, that's your candidate. If you really dig into him, trust me, you won't say this. That the man is,
14,000 votes.
Hold on, he's a higher hand. The man is there. Everybody knows Showore is there for his own good. He's there to, he just talks like, if you went to university in Nigeria, you understand that people who did SUG dig, they, what they are. They are worse than Nigerian politicians. Showore's history and coming to where he is, he's just a hired hand. He's been doing. Showore is there for himself. He's not there for you can see how he's talking about the election. He will win. Showore didn't even get. I don't think he got 10,000 votes. But
hold on. 14,000. He made it to 14,000.
Oh, he made 14,000.
Now, if we start debating about that now, we'll go for. Let's leave Showore because
14,000 votes. Nigerians are wicked.
If I contested for president and I go to my village and I beg those women, at least I may get like 50,000.
Exactly.
So
14,000.
My brother,
yeah,
how many votes did they allocate to Obi? How many votes did they allocate to Obi?
Over
6
6
million
million.
plus. Is it 6 million that were all these people, youths that troop out all over Nigeria? Is it only 6
No,
million?
see, my
Is it
point.
not the same allocation they get to Showore and
That's
every
a
other
rabbit
person?
hole. Look,
They
I
were
don't
just
want to go
giving them
into a
whatever
rabbit
they
hole.
like.
Yeah, Eugene, I don't want to go. I just want to sign off in this way. You know,
Yes, my
you're
brother, let's
making
leave Showore.
you're making a very good point. But what you need to understand, there are some people who are very, very passionate about Tinubu, just like we are passionate about Obi. They are in the minority. Many of them are, hold on now, many of them are older people. Many of them have some, maybe ethnic or tribalistic, but they're very passionate people. They believe that this man will make the best president. Even his dead body being in Aso Rock, things will be better. Trust me, if Tinubu had died the day before the election, people would have still voted for him. This is human nature, and this is who we are. But the truth is that forefathers asked very, very good questions. Can you compare the people around Tinubu and people around Obi? That's a very instructive question.
Compare them.
Well, hold on now. They are the same people, my brother. They are not different. What I've said consistently over many years is that what Nigeria has lacked is leadership, not followership. Nigeria, look, the citizen, some people say, oh, the Nigerian people are bad people. People deserve the leader they get. Yeah, in a way, that's true. But trust me, if you get one good leader and on top, things will change. There are many cases in history. Singapore is the history. So, going back to what Papa said, it doesn't matter about the people who are around Obi, because people become like their leader.
Exactly.
When Jesus Christ, if you're a Christian, when Jesus Christ,
Odi, excuse me. When they say,
hold on, let me just land. When Jesus Christ went to
put it in when you're answering. When they say people around Tinubu and people around Obi, they're talking of Agbero around Tinubu. There's no Agbero around Obi.
No,
that's what they're saying.
I think we're talking about Babajide Fashola, Shawolu and some other guys. That's the people. Some people can add El-Rufai and other guys. I don't think you can. Tinubu doesn't flock around with street urchins. But we know what we are saying. My greater point is, if you look at history, people behave well when good leaders are in place. When bad leaders enter, the same people start behaving like animals. Look, when you go to Nigeria, you're in a line, you're in a queue, you get into a plane in Atlanta. Once you land in MMM, once that heat your head. And those immigration people start asking you for anything for us.
Anything for
that everything in your brain changes and you return back to
switches
default.
back to
it's not because in America, if you come in and you overspeed, you're not. Look, trust me. If they remove police from the road and remove speed cameras, trust me, with these cars that we have, we'll be driving 150.
Even in UK here, not
the
everywhere.
only
Even in UK
that you will not drive 150 miles per hour is that if they catch you, you will go to jail. That's why that you can't do anything you want. So what I'm saying is that what Nigeria needs is a good leader, and we should pray one way or the other that the Supreme Court does the right thing, gives Obi his mandate, so that we can go back to and enjoy, being proud of Nigeria. And Africa needs redemption. Look, it's not just Nigeria. All African countries are watching this election. They are waiting to see what happens. If Obi takes over this government, the children the children in other African countries will rise against their leaders.
My brother, you need to
I
go
show
to
you
YouTube
a
and
text
see what
message,
African countries are talking about this election.
a text message from a Zimbabwean professor who wrote me. What he said Nigerians should stop pretending that they are doing an election. He was annoyed. He just signed off. He sent me a text saying Nigerians should stop pretending that they are doing an election. They know.
See, the failure of Nigeria, Nigerians don't realize the magnitude. They just think that Nigeria is failing them. They don't understand that Nigeria is failing the entire black race itself. Most of Africa is looking up to us, and the diaspora, all of them are looking up to us. But we are failing them repeatedly. It's like almost as if we sit there just winning the entire race.
Do you know the news? Do you know the news in many countries? We're making videos in other African countries before this election, saying that Obi will stand obedient, that they are obedient, that they are waiting for Nigeria to show them the way, that they're waiting, the progress of Africa depends on when Nigeria arises, and that they hope that this coming election, the obedient will win, and they will say, "Hey, I'm obedient." Many videos of our people.
Guys, I'm going to sign off. Good night, okay?
All right.
I'll be happy to join you guys again, all right?
Okay,
Thank
next
you.
week again.
All
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
One thing, please, those who are hearing us, Lagos is very, very important. The dynasty of impunity, the dynasty of Agberuism, the dynasty of area boyism, the dynasty of
Jude, okay, I know you have a lot of complaints. Let me ask you a constructive question now. Jude, let me ask you a constructive question. What will Tinubu do that you'll be like, that's not so bad? What would he do that you would like?
That I would like?
Yes.
Of course, there is nothing I expect that man to be able to.
I'm saying
it's nothing.
I'm saying, is there anything he will do that you say, you know what, that is a good thing, no matter that I hate, I don't like it.
Except if he asks me to prescribe what he will do.
Oh, yes,
that's what he means, man. That's what he means. That's what
what do you think he will do that you will be happy?
Okay, number one, one of the things he will do that will all be happy, first of all, to return all the money he has stolen from Lagos and lands back to Lagos and turn it back to the people of Lagos and apologize.
I mean, what is going to do for Nigerians, as a president?
At least, okay, for Nigerians, and then after doing that, then on Nigerian level, first of all, to make sure he probe every leader that have led Nigeria, the money they have stolen from Nigeria.
This guy is a difficult customer to please. But Peter Obi is not looking to do that. Even Peter Obi is not looking to do that.
Let me tell you. You see, I talk from the principle of the world.
Okay, at least here, fight corruption. What else?
Except in a situation where evil people are not punished. Forget the heart of man will continue to do evil. If the reason why we are where we are today is that no politician, evil politician has ever been punished. It's only the innocent people that stole as a result of hunger. Those are the only people that have been punished in Nigeria. And that's
okay. Jude, you see why somebody like, I will speak for myself only, just for me. Why I want Peter to be in. It's not that for him to start looking back and doing recovery.
Of course, he's not going to be the one now. It's to strengthen agencies and allow agencies to do their job. It's not going to be the one.
But if he should do that, it's still good. But for me, when he goes in, first of all, because he has inspired the youths, he has inspired them so much, let him concentrate on giving them skill, because they are the future. All these ones we are trying to recover money from, some of them may die in the next 5 years or 2 years.
The money is still with their children.
It's okay. They just forget. Igbo say Nkiruka. In other words, what is in front is always bigger than what has gone behind. That's why we have technology. That's one. Secondly, Obi being in Aso Rock, the effect it will trigger is that the first set of investors that Nigeria will witness in droves are the diaspora. The moment he goes in and starts to maintain law and order, fight these insecurities, people see it going down. We don't necessarily need the likes of Warren Buffett to come and invest, Bill Gates or all these.
Of course.
Nigerians, you and me are abroad.
Imagine where 1 million Nigerians come back home.
By the time they start
invest.
coming down with all their money, we
Imagine
be the
how
highest
much jobs will
investor.
be
But all they need is a leader in Aso Rock. When he's there, first he gives them that confidence. By one, because he's not corrupt, and he's tackling insecurity that will make somebody fly from Atlanta and land in Lagos or land anywhere in Nigeria and sleep at least with little or no, nothing.
No fear of being kidnapped or something.
So when these things, don't you know that the net effect of this preposition is far bigger, better than all those billions. I know they've sucked away our money. They can still do that, but this is where he starts. Because these youths you are seeing milling around, P2B said, you arrest people carrying computer, Yahoo. I need them. I will tell them the program to run so that you convert that their Yahoo. Tell them this is now what we even need you to do without your laptop. You can make money. You can make money. So,
security.
Yeah.
For me,
yes.
When forefathers were talking about what if Tinubu do something right. For now, I think it boils down to foundation. You understand? Starting from, I said this I think some days ago, starting from his primaries. Did he get it right from there? No.
At all.
So he hasn't been getting
the foundation was already dubious.
The election, though, from the primaries. Then
the foundation was already dubious.
So wow. Imagine how much the minimum you think that guy must have spent. So that money will just there, and that money cannot be recuperated back.
He will copy it.
But that is saying that we are talking about what he's done. We are talking about what he could do to please you.
The money he has spent. He needs a longer time to get that money. Why is he settling the legs
but that is not the question. The question is, what can Tinubu? Okay, if Tinubu make all primary schools and secondary school free in the entire country, would you be happy with that? Or you say, oh, no, I don't care for that.
Okay, where's the budget to run that? Where's the budget to run that?
I'm just saying that what if he says he's going to do that? Because he could say that the savings he's going to make from removing ghost workers from the Nigerian payroll, which is something that he did in Lagos. If he does that nationally, that could save Nigeria a lot of money. If they get rid of subsidies, that could no, because he's done it before. Just like we say that P2B has this in something that he's done before. He's done this type of stuff before.
Let me say this, guys. You see, CM, what you said is perfectly correct. But let me tell you also that, you see, agencies, we have so many agencies that has been there that would have been able, if they were strengthened and allowed to do their job unhindered,
would have been where we are.
By the government that be at each successive administration, we will not be where we are today. Fortunately, this agency.
Yeah, but if Tinubu does what he says he's going to do, okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. These agencies have been grossly compromised and been used by the successive leaders or rulers to their own advantage, to the extent that the functionality of these agencies has been grossly weakened, that they cannot perform their constitutionally mandated activities. For instance, look at the INEC now. Do you know how many billions of naira was given to hundreds of billions of that was given to INEC to carry out this election?
350 billion
naira. Now, can we now say, in all sincerity, that what we saw that INEC did on this election, that was what our $360 billion can fetch us? Now, if that INEC is allowed to go, is Mahmoud allowed to go without probing, without analysis? You see, the problem with Nigeria is that we've never had any checks and balances anywhere. Just give money to any agency, go and do whatever you like. Nobody checkmates them. Nobody tells them anything. That is why a minister will come out after 30 years. A director of, which director was that? After 30 years of constantly giving millions of Nigerian money to invest in technology. Who is that? Who is in that? To invest in technology. The only thing he can tell us that they have achieved from 30 years of so much budget being given every year is the manufacture, the increment in Kilishi that we have been able to.
Yeah, but you know that INEC employs 1 million people.
Kilishi.
That Kilishi one, though, that minister deserves to be arrested. But do you know that INEC actually employs 1 million staff?
Permanent staff or temporary?
Ad hoc staff, temporary, but they have to be paid. And when we talk about this 500 billion, we don't know where the money is going. But 1 million people is a lot of people to employ.
For a short while, come on, man. Now work with that one. For a short
while. For a short while, but they do carry out exercises. You have to train them heavily.
When they did not even give them orientation before the elections.
Insofar you give them job to do to justify their pay, it doesn't mean they will be there for 20 years, or it can be 6 months, it can be 1 month. But so far you pay them.
Yeah, but if you let's say minimum salary 30,000 for each. That amounts to something. That amounts to something. Yeah, even if it's 1 million times 30,000, that amounts to a lot of money.
A Yahoo boy goes to nightclub with 200,000.
and then lavish it within a few minutes.
A Yahoo boy Island goes to nightclub with over 100,000.
They are temporary staff now. They are temporary staff. So maybe, but I think they will pay more because they use vice chancellors and university lecturers.
Well, guys, if we really want to move forward as a country, right?
1.4 million actually.
We have to start being accountable. Every institutions of government has to be held accountable for every penny they give them. Yes. There has to be audits. We have federal audits, but these people don't function. Even those that are auditing, they are even corrupt.
Because the body language of the leader, the person on top, does not support auditing. That is the thing. Everything rises and falls with leadership.
I don't even think the leader, right? Though they call the shot anyway, but they don't really have the everyday engagement with us the citizens. You understand? I think it's the institution that is even making us angrier, not even the leaders, because you have issues like the police, the army, the EFCC, the courts, the prison, the water, because it is the civil servants. You understand? The House of Assembly, the governor, the commissioners, those people that we have everyday close contact with,
close to the people.
Behavior that's even making us angry, not even
exactly.
Before it gets to us, you understand? I think you see your senator, somebody you are driving on the road, one guy comes see his senator, maybe my friend, then the police will come down and slap you because the senator is passing.
And the senator will be there.
And go mad at it. What the president will tell you. You understand? So it's the institution. Like I said,
it is through those institutions that you feel the impact of government. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, it
is through those institutions that you feel the impact of government.
My dear, there's so much problem in our dear nation. There's so much problem. There's just so much.
Did they all go to Nigeria?
We need to be rounding up. We need to be rounding up in the next 10 minutes.
Okay, guys, let me leave you guys.
There's something that Adewale said that I found interesting.
Does anybody see?
Can I just say this? There's something Adewale said that I found interesting. He said the candidates that run for presidency, that they are often supported by foreign powers, and every single one know who is supporting. What I was hoping that, did anybody ask him who is supporting Tinubu, who is supporting Peter Obi, those are questions, so that we know.
I missed it. I missed when he said that. If not, that is a good question to ask him. Just to ask, even himself. Because he's also running. Even him.
No, I don't think he will know. He will know.
No, he can't say it casually. There must be an element. Yes.
No,
he may know. He may know some.
There's element of truth in it. There's element of truth. All this Western world, they always have their candidate.
Yeah.
Their candidate, especially somebody they feel that this person
Russia has its own candidate. Russia has candidate.
particularly
I get the feeling that they don't like Tinubu though. At least America don't like Tinubu a lot, and
I think Russia is Tinubu. Russia is Tinubu.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
But
you see, Tinubu could make.
Yeah.
You see, Tinubu is one interesting fella. He could make for a strange president that we've never seen before.
But you should expect Russia to love Tinubu. If America is on this side, Russia would like to be on the other side.
They have never been.
Yeah, he said that is it.
And also some Colombian kingpins, people that are in his still owe money.
Colombia is not a
if
power
Tinubu goes Russia, I think that would be a good move. Actually, I actually think if Tinubu goes towards Russia and China, that would be a good move.
There were money wired through Alphabeta to Colombia.
Did anybody see some of the international media newspapers carrying this election?
I'm not sure. I heard that, but I'm not sure how true is it. This wiring money.
There were money wired, but not it's been like about 2 years ago or something.
Okay, guys.
Any evidence? Okay,
let's just round up anyway, and we'll talk later. Tomorrow, it's today now. This night, maybe if we are on again, then we'll have more fresh discussion. I've got things that I need to sort out here in the UK this morning.
See, somebody said there was no ghost workers removed in Lagos. That was just a term used by Lagos state government for damage control and to control leaked embezzlement or whatever. What is written here, saying plenty water. The person who said anyway, well, it's by the way, it doesn't. I don't. Corruption can't go, but only are saying that let a good leader like Obi, if he's on top, let's know we are starting, because to me everything is starting afresh. First of all, insecurity.
CM, you were talking about going to learn law. Don't bother learning law. Technology is going to eat it up.
Anyway, no, I was just okay. Just because the way the guy. That's why I know these are the. I told him now. That's why they can't agree. I just told him, okay, 36 oranges, 1 apple. Are they the same thing? And he's a lawyer. He must find a way to go round and round. Because
clearly, Abuja is not a state. I don't know why they give it. It's not a state. It doesn't have a governor. It doesn't have.
I didn't believe it.
House of Reps.
Olisa Bokaba, he was the one who asked INEC before the election, and INEC didn't answer it. But most of Nigeria, like constitutional lawyers, they believe that Abuja is on its own. You must get 25%. It's like the electoral college in America.
People are being facetious, because if you look at the way the people wrote it, they wrote it so that it has a second round and a third round, and the third round, because they know these things could happen. That's why they keep saying it, that if you can't still get up to this, then let's just go for the full out.
Let's just go for, even if it's only your local government.
A question I wanted to ask him, I didn't get to ask him. I don't know if anyone here, because if Supreme Court will go the route of Ocean, what they did in Ocean. I mean, not the Supreme Court, the first court, the Court of Appeal. I don't know what happened in the Supreme Court, but if Nigerian Supreme Court on presidential election will go the route of Ocean, what the Appeal Court did in Ocean, like throughout all those areas where there is manipulation. So what does it look like? Because almost everywhere apart from Lagos, every other place people do won. Apart from Lagos and the Plateau, other places he won. There was not a lot of manipulation, there was none or whatever, or not or least manipulation. So what will happen if Supreme Court keep throwing out maybe like Lagos manipulation, throw it out. Kaduna, there's manipulation, throw it out. Rivers, there's manipulation, throw it out. So what remains?
It has to be on a large scale. Yeah, manipulation has to be on a large scale for it to be thrown out.
Course, for instance, I have these even from River State, I saw some people sent to me. They've really LP won about 70,000. LPC won about 20,000. So they changed it. They gave APC about 80,000. Gave LP about 10,000.
I think that River State one is the most suspicious one to me.
Too much, yes.
And even the ones they did, they just take the one.
That's the most suspicious one.
They put in West.
Talking about suspicion, there is this thing Dino Melaya read out and in the testing. He said APC, the vote they gave APC in Gombe is the same figure they gave them in Bauchi.
Is that true?
The vote, yes, the vote they gave PDP, the same thing in both states. The same thing for APC.
PDP, APC, and Labour Party. How can it be?
No, but no, I know he said it, but is it fact? Is it?
It's a fact because he read it from
they
their side,
corrected
from
it
INEC
already.
this thing. He's read it. He didn't for this is not
It
because he
they
can't just stand
corrected
up
it
and
in the
say.
system already. Why are you guys not hearing me? They
Sorry?
corrected it in the system already.
Oh,
They corrected it.
You see, you see. So which means if Dino didn't spot it, they won't correct it, and it should have been part of what they forged. You see, the thing is that in all this,
That's why sometimes
as a person in all this, I feel ashamed. Something as basic as election, that 60 years we are still manipulating like this. Something as
It's
basic.
really, really embarrassing because when you look at it, the entire black race, Nigerians are just killing them with this nonsense. We don't. It needs to stop. This nasty thing that we keep doing to the entire our people we need to set the higher standard. That's why I didn't like what Adebayo was saying. He was just wishy-washy and making it look like we let just.
I was so upset with him.
That's why I told him he was arguing law. I said none of us here is a lawyer. He's just arguing law. That what we want him to say is regarding this election, and he keep dribbling us because I know he's a lawyer. Something as basic as
CM, you're just being like, oh, I want to be your student. I'm so you're such a great lawyer.
He's a lawyer, man. No. He's talking law.
See, even if he's a lawyer,
he's talking law.
Logical brain.
But we tried it. You use your own brain, he will rig my role. That's my frustration. Use your own brain. He will all the question you ask him, forefathers. Did you see how he answered it?
They didn't let me cross-question him because they knew that I was going to pin him down. Because I was trying to get him to concede that the trajectory of this. First of all, you have to concede that the Supreme Court cannot just, because he was saying that the Supreme Court can just interpret whatever they like. No, that is not true. If they do that, they will undermine the judiciary.
If you think he consider, he will say, however, and they will link in. I know he's a lawyer. I know where he's saying to. I said, don't worry, you are arguing law with people that are not lawyers. What we just want is, did you believe the election was? He said yes. I say, hey, and this is how we a layman we discuss it. But all these things is tell you.
Lawyers are trying to confound you with BS. They will tell you this, tell you that, when you can easily read this and decipher it. And this is why they write all their fancy English, so that you can know what they are actually trying to say, so that they can earn a living. AI is going to put them out of business before long. Because they're one of those relics of the past.
When we are talking of 36 states and the Abuja, he's trying to make us. I said, okay, 36 oranges and 1 apple. Discuss it. Let me know whether you're going to tell me that somebody who has 24 oranges and some part of the apple, and somebody who has 24 oranges without the apple, are they having the same thing? They're not.
Yeah, and that was a very valid point. The only caveat there is whether Nigeria treats Abuja as a state from the point of view of the constitution.
In the constitution, okay, in some constitution, in some areas, it's treated as a state. For instance, in making laws, like a law governs Nigeria, governs Abuja FCT. Okay, for instance,
that's diabolical.
No, because it's a territory. But then Abuja doesn't have House of Rep members. Abuja has only one senator, so you can't treat it as a state.
Exactly. And there's no governor.
So he doesn't get a allocation like the states. He gets.
He doesn't get.
No, indirectly, Abuja have a governor. Abuja have a governor. But because it's not called governor, they have minister for FCT.
But he was appointed, not elected.
So when you have minister of FCT, all his work start and end in only FCT.
Just like Washington.
You understand? Is he the prosecution?
But it's appointed.
That's why I said it's not executive, but they treat it different because indirectly, Abuja is just like the way Switzerland is. The whole country still protect Abuja. Abuja still have priority, just like White House. You understand? 1 minute in America, Washington, D.C., 1 minute you call some side, Virginia, another side you call it Maryland. You understand? But we have Washington, D.C. That is the same way they treat Abuja. So at the end of the day, they still get good allocations. It is still well represented.
They don't get allocation from. They're not just like the state get allocation. They get money.
No, that's from the point of the minister. It's a little bit different. We all know it's not state.
It's different. Okay, if they go, if there's an allocation issue, allocation issue, if the state go to court, Abuja will not go to court with them because Abuja doesn't get allocation.
It's true.
Yeah, because Abuja, they get money from the minister. So which means the way you
just like ministry get money, so it's not a state. So it
exactly that because it's small. Exactly, everything goes. See, when you give Minister of Works take care of 36 states plus FCT. Yeah. Minister of Finance take care of 36 states and FCT, but Minister for FCT only work on FCT.
Yes.
That tell you understand.
But the
so which means
people that wrote the constitution knew the difference. They knew that Federal Capital Territory is different. That's why they differentiated it. They could have just said win 17 states. Your 25 states, I mean. You
know, because just because of the technicality, because it's not called
to differentiate it.
Forefather, because it's not forefather, because it's not called state. That's why they say include FCT because it's not a state. But you
see, then if it's not a state, hold on, because technically if it's not a state, then you have to win the Federal Capital Territory.
Yeah. So and they still treat it like state, which means you still need 25% of that place.
Yes, you have to have it. If you don't treat it as a state, you have to win Abuja. But if you treat it as a state, you don't have to. You see, you can't have it.
But truth be told, in as much as some of us would like to take sides, so let's treat Abuja like an academic thing. You understand? Until it's tested in the courts, because it has never happened so clearly like this before. It just have to go to the court for them to test it. It has never happened before. There's no clear precedent to it.
But the question is this. The question is this. You know, all
this is what ChatGPT wrote.
Because one technicality that I can give it to Tinubu. Hold on. One technicality that I can give it to Tinubu. Because Tinubu won.
Hold on, Paul. This is what ChatGPT wrote when I asked the question. Look at what he said.
My brother, you like this ChatGPT very well. ChatGPT, ChatGPT is not correct very well.
No, I know, but it knows the basics. It says if the national capital is not regarded as a state in the context of the election, then candidates would still need to win at least 24 states and the national capital.
So, Forefather, let me throw a different type of light. Forefather, let me throw a different type of light on this case now. It's just like what Kolata will say. They'll say, Obi did not get the national spread. And I disagree completely because of the way Obi won. I said, how do you want to explain? The Constitution did not say you have to have a spread from the 6th geopolitical zone. The Constitution made it clearly that you have to have 2 to 3rd. You understand? So that is one aspect. Then another thing, one technical ground that I'm feeling that Tinubu might use it to have advantage because it is up to the judge. What do I mean by that? Tinubu still win 26 states, not 24. So they might also want to say, well, you just might not get it here, but if you get it some other place, which means at the end of the day, remember the law said 2 to 3rd, which is 24, then including Abuja, which will make you win 25%. You understand? So for you to be a president. So if Tinubu did not get it in FCT and go pick it somewhere else, they might want to give it.
Not including and the Abuja, not including Abuja.
Okay, include and Abuja.
They don't mean the same thing.
No, they don't mean the same thing. See. You might look. Hold on. I feel your pain. I understand. Remember, to some extent, we're on the same side. But hold on one thing, because it has not been tested. It is not in your place or my place to say the answer. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's tell ourselves the truth. In as much as we want to put sentiment and emotions,
I think
you understand. That's what I mean.
I don't want. I'm not because
the last time I believe that the writers. I believe that the writers of that rule intended the people to get this thing because they went on to say the second round and the third round. Wow. They knew that somebody may not win that Abuja area. That's why they keep insisting on it. Then until the third round, they said, okay, they just left everything out. Just majority wins.
But Paul, if law is not an ass, the way they say law is this thing. If it's me, If it's me, so that I don't want to cause confusion, I will say for somebody to have become won the election, or he will get the following. He will satisfy the following condition: one,
Put it in black and white.
win 2/3 of 36 states. 2, win 25% in Abuja. I think that should have settled it.
Okay, so I kind of agree with you. Just like the Yoruba people now. Let me give another analogy. It's just like the Yoruba people now. Yoruba people, when they had a child, that child can have 7 to 8, 10 names. But guess what? No matter the names you want to bear, you cannot write your name in the book and answer all your name, but not put your surname. You understand? Not put your surname, because your surname has a special place to that.
Yeah.
But in as much as I will say all these things, because there is no precedent to this case, this is where we are going to test it.
There is.
Okay, Ja, that thing that you are talking about, Andoka, I watched the interview. There is no clear precedent. It's not as clear like this one. He said it on the interview in Arise News.
It shows us,
It's not as clear. No, it's not as clear. It's a little bit different. So it's not as clear like this one. So no matter anything we want to talk now, we are just talking. I'm not saying you are wrong. I am right. But what I'm saying is that anything that we are talking here is called academy. Until they test it, that's when it becomes precedent. That's it. It is anything we are talking here now is just for the purpose of an academy. It's just like what law students will argue in law school. You understand? It's an academy. Until they test it, that's when we'll get precedent.
So the court can choose to lie. They can go on their own personal selfish interest if they want to, because it's the first time.
Of course.
That is the painful part of it. That's why the lady in the court eyes is blindfolded. It's painful. It's very, very painful. It's just like if we favor you now, just imagine what the other camp will feel. You understand? That's how it is.
If they get it wrong now, it stays there forever.
Paul, if somebody like me, I'm not a lawyer. The small English I know. If to say they go borrow me, I go say if they want to amend the constitution, they should write instead of all this and then just say the 2 conditions. Condition number 1.
Condition number 2.
Condition number 2. 25% of Abuja. Everything ends. You must satisfy.
And I quite agree. Then there's one question that nobody answered. I was very, very busy. In my place where I live, they wrote me that the weed in my front house has already grown. I don't want them to give me citation. So I was tired. I had to go cut the grass all day. I want to ask him, because I know for the most part he has been living in the US for so long. I want to ask him, are you a US citizen? That question, nobody have even asked that question.
I didn't.
Are you a US citizen?
He never even. He must wriggle it out. You know, a lawyer.
That part is clear in Nigerian constitution.
He go wriggle out. I told him that. When he wasted time today. That's why I came in. I said, look, you are talking to people that are not lawyers. We know you are a lawyer.
But through the story, the guy is doing a great job. Anyway, he's doing a great job.
That's why, I have to remind him. I said, you were invited here not as a lawyer. He said yes. I said, but as a presidential candidate. So let us talk what happened in the election. Than all this legal thing you are dribbling, because you can't win. All this, even if he go listen to you, you go ask questions. When he go start he go before you know
CM, yes? The back tire of a plane. What is it called? The back tire. You see the way you see every institution have their own technicalities. You understand? Every profession has its own technicalities. So it's just like the way you see what you understand now as gear. You understand? But plane, when the tire comes out, it's called landing gear. You understand? So me now as an aviator, if I'm flying now, once I hear that sound, I will be more than happy to say, thank God we'll have a safe flight. If I've not heard that sound, and I know the captain said, fasten your seatbelt, we approach landing. If I've not heard that sound, I'm not relaxed. Because if landing gear, if that tire didn't come out, the captain will never land. The captain will rove, will call ATC, then they'll start making provision for emergency landing. But guess what? To you, at the end of the day, you say, oh, the tire no come outside. For me, I will say the landing gear did not deploy.
It's true. It's true. Yes,
like that.
I remember, Paul. I made that argument to him. I said, you're a lawyer. You can dribble all this thing. I said, if I'm to discuss diabetes with you, by the time I go into biochemistry of it, you go confused. So let us face what we came here for. He said yes. So that is a lawyer. Even if you if you tell him, are you a US citizen? Yes or no? If he no say yes, if he feel that
If he tell you say because citizen before he was 18, so it was my parent that did it.
Let's see, Mr. Paul.
That was
The
interpretation
issue of
then. But it's about 14 years ago. It's enough time, maybe. The Supreme Court may
Can
have
you hear?
another look on it.
Yes,
but
we can.
as of now, that is the interpretation the Supreme Court gave in 2008. I don't want to go into details because the matter is now sub judice. About some states have already filed an action to challenge the legality of the election. So I'm confining myself to what was the interpretation of the Supreme Court in Buhari's case in 2008.
Okay,
The interpretation simply was that.
Sorry to interrupt you.
The
I just wanted to
interpretation was
get
to the
some
fact that you have to-
clarification, which I'm sure is what you're saying right now. So please proceed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I cannot go deep into the matter because already actions have been filed at the Supreme Court. And I'm just giving you an instance where there was an interpretation by the Supreme Court of that provision or a similar provision. The interpretation was that and federal capital should be construed conjunctively. In other words, it means you must get the 2 days, the 25% in 2 days, and also you must get 25% in the federal capital territory. If you go by the interpretation of the Supreme Court in 2008. But I say, look, Supreme Court have a right to depart from its previous decisions. If the justice of the case demands so. So I don't know if they are confronted with similar interpretation, they will follow their own previous decision, or they might depart from their previous decisions. That's why I gave you that answer. But I will not go further because the matter is before the Supreme Court, and 6 states have already gone to court to have the election voided. Now, of course, the 2 political parties, PDP and Labour Party, also have commenced legal actions at the Presidential Tribunal, which is the Court of Appeal. So it will not be proper for me to go deep into the matter. And that's why I didn't even cite the citation, but it's a case I'm very sure was decided in 2008. It involved the current president, and a clear interpretation was given on that.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you for expounding on that and explaining it a little further. It seems that it's a war of semantics in more than one case, not only with the and or federal capital territory, but the words now are transfer versus transmit. And I'm speaking about IREV and BVAS, transmission versus transfer. A few days back, Senate President Ahmed Lawan, well, he said at plenary that the National Assembly only made provisions for the transfer of results from polling units to the INEC server. Now, this is contrary to the narrative that INEC has been selling on advertisements all over multiple television screens and even in newspapers, telling the country about real-time transmission of results that can be seen by all in order to create transparency. This particular sticking point, is this another credible angle that some or more of the parties might use to argue their case?
Certainly, it's going to be an issue because the position of the Supreme Court then and now are guidelines flowing from INEC have constitutional flavor. The guidelines flowing from INEC in the conduct of elections have constitutional flavor. Even in party politics, the Supreme Court has retaliated that party guidelines also ought to be obeyed. So how much with not to talk of INEC guidelines, which flow directly from the Constitution, because they get the powers to enact, to issue out guidelines based on the power donated to INEC to conduct the election by the Constitution. If they have consistently issued guidelines alluding to the fact that the result will be transmitted live from the polling unit. Not just here, all over, even at Chatham House. It will be a serious issue. They will have good reasons to tell the Supreme Court or to the Presidential Tribunal why they deviated from that guideline. And they must also justify deviating from that guideline did not affect substantially the result of the election. That is going to be an issue, not just an ordinary issue, but a very serious issue, because the issue of others feeling that they have been misled, others feeling that there's improper motive before the sudden change. Because if you have issued guidelines to the effect that results will be transmitted directly from the polling unit, and it becomes impossible, you have to also issue guidelines contraring that, varying the reasons why. But it does appear in this case that you are changing the goalpost in the middle of the game. That would be a little difficult to explain. But I've said these matters are before the court.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So this thing that we watch now, is this thing so completely clear?
Please, forefathers, are you the person? You know, there's somebody writing on the chat here, plenty water.
Let's see.
Let him come in. Let him come in so that we can easily.
He doesn't have photograph. That's his image. So
then,
we don't
why
know
is
him before.
Why is he writing all this trash? We are not laughing at the man. We only said we enjoyed the way he was defending himself, being clever as a lawyer. Is that what he does? Look, did any of you read what is on this chat?
Yeah,
Plenty water. He's just insulting us. Say we've insulted the man or laughing at. We weren't.
They didn't say. We just said that it was. For me anyway, I felt like he was being a little bit complacent given the situation that we are in. There's no sense of urgency to him. I don't understand that because we are in an urgent situation.
Why is this a man, this plenty water, writing all this? Why is he writing?
Some people are loyal now. He's loyal to his. He likes the man.
I support. I liked Prince, but my disagreement with him is over this. He's not challenging the result. If he believed, it was rigged, it doesn't matter if the party I voted for rigged. I want him to someone who I believed, was a good candidate. He should be,
he's a status quo kind of person.
He's a status quo
kind of person. He doesn't want to rock anything.
Exactly. That's why he said all of them rigged. All of them rigged, and then somebody rigged better. So let the person take it. It doesn't mean.
Joe, we're about to. You accept you want to come in the background. Somebody wants to come on. Because I have to end it. Because if I don't end it, nobody else can end it. Does anyone have access to end it? I have to, and if you want to carry on talking in the background, you can do that. Let me see. He wants me to send a link. If I send a link, he has to be in the background. That's backstage. Having the conversation because I've got to end it, and I've got appointments in the morning.
It's true.
And it's already morning here.
I'm just trying to tell you, Tinubu didn't do anything in Lagos, but still, they used the term they got rid of ghost worker. Can't understand where.
For me, I just feel bad with you. If Tinubu will become president, I feel bad for the country because the painful part of it is that the government, none of us can even forecast the government. You know what I'm saying? Because Tinubu is not only having issues of physical, he's having issues with mental. His mental state is gone. I think that's too harsh. His mental state is not there as we can think.
Let me just end it for the public. I think we need to go this is backstage now. Anybody that wants to join in the backstage can come in, but it has to be through the backstage because I'm not going to end it on the live right now. Thank you all for coming in, and till next time. Bye.
Okay.